Xin barracks. The target is somewhere inside that outpost. The Soviets consider him a traitor now, so he'll be treated like any other prisoner. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
You have arrived at your destination.
He's coming too. Roger that. Those materials have already been processed. It may not be much, but we can use them straight away if you bring them back to base.
Что это? Что это? Давай проверим. За мной. Понял.
Roger that. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Sun will rise momentarily.
Sand is a major outpost that links this region together. It's huge, and its position in the mountains makes it hard to attack. Don't take this one lightly. The role of the support chopper is to extract you and your targets from the area of operations. It'll respond to situations with support fire as needed. And you can use flare grenades to indicate the objective directly. Anti-air radar. Neutralize that, and our choppers can breathe a little easier. Destroyed their anti-air radar? It wasn't one of the targets. That's put a hole in their air surveillance. The chopper will be able to get in close now. You can designate a landing zone near the outpost. He's coming too. Roger that.
Extraction failed.
You gotta extract him.
Протез. Я его сделал. Это мой шедевр. Обычные протезы. Это скучно.
Great. If there's nothing in the way overhead, you should be able to pull them in.
Косвенные биомеханические гибриды.
Extraction confirmed.
Has been
Your objective's complete. Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by chopper or on land.
Please select a landing zone. Support helicopter
Roger.
requested.
КП-1, противник скрылся из виду. Начинаю поиск. Прием. Это КП, понял. Они не могли уйти далеко. Будьте бдительны. Конец связи.
Looks like the enemy's lost sight of you. They're gonna try to hunt you down.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. Всем боевым группам, это КП. Все огневые силы против вражеского вертолета. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added.
Mission complete. Great work. The engineer we rescued has been extremely cooperative. The guys on the R&D team are glad to have him aboard. Thing is, his specialty isn't mechanics, but something called bionics, engineering based on biology. He's already submitted a proposal for modifying your prosthetic arm. If you're interested, go ahead and give the development order. How you feeling, boss? Getting used to being in the field again? Having choppers and horse at your disposal is indispensable for operating in the wilds of Afghanistan. I've gone ahead and arranged for you to be able to develop and customize weaponry for support choppers. And you can also develop new equipment for D-Horse if you like. Use your iDroid to start development as needed.
Side ops list
By
updated.
connecting your iDroid to the onboard computer, you turn the chopper into your own Aerial Command Center, or ACC. Some elements of staff assignment and R&D of weapons and items can only be performed from there. Take as long as you need to consider all your options.
You were hospitalized in Dekelia, a British sovereign base area on Cyprus. It's part of British overseas territory that falls outside of Cypriot jurisdiction. You got moved from Cuba's Little America right into Cyprus's Little Britain. Why Dekelia? The UK and the US remain close allies. The last place Cypher would think to look for you is inside their own system. That's what kept you safe in British military hospital for 9 years. The safest place from a whale is inside its own belly. You were a regular Geppetto.
Well, it wasn't Pinocchio who led me out to safety. So who was that guy?
Cypher went so far as to attack British territory, burning their own ally. That's how badly they wanted you dead.
He said I was in a British military hospital. But the doctor had a Greek accent.
They hire locally. Easier to trust them. Dekelia is also home to Greek Cypriots, after all.
What about the Turks? They haven't returned to the south.
Not yet. The Cyprus dispute is still a long way from resolved. The country is just as split as it was in '74. Turkish Cypriots in the north, Greek Cypriots in the south. Between them, the Green Line, the UN established.
And Dekelia sits right on top of it.
It does. Part of the buffer zone between the two groups. Another reason it was the perfect place to hide you. Easy to spot any outsiders snooping around.
So how do things stand?
Last year, the Turks declared that the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus is an independent state, though it's only Turkey that recognizes it. In the past, the Greeks and Turks lived side by side in the same villages. There are reasons to fight. Those came from the outside. Greece, Turkey, Britain, America, they all had their own stake in pitting the two sides against each other. But once you spark something like this, it's impossible to control. Both sides build up grudges like debt, without the foresight to see that each act of revenge just fans the flames, and then it's too late for other nations to rush in with peace talks. The embers keep on smoldering. Each nation's arrogance only breeds anarchy. The world is paralyzed by this hunger for revenge. Cyprus is no different.
He said I was in a British military hospital. But the doctor had a Greek accent.
They hire locally. Easier to trust them. Dekelia is also home to Greek Cypriots, after all.
What about the Turks? They haven't returned to the south.
Not yet. The Cyprus dispute is still a long way from resolved. The country is just as split as it was in '74. Turkish Cypriots in the north, Greek Cypriots in the south. Between them, the Green Line, the UN established.
And Dekelia sits right on.
You were hospitalized in Dekelia, a British sovereign base area on Cyprus. It's part of British...
While the Soviets have indicated they are not participating in the Los Angeles Olympics, primarily because the United States has made no attempt to guarantee the safety of the Soviet Union's athletes, the United States is increasingly demonstrating the belief that the issue has nothing to do with its preparations, and in fact this is retaliation for the Western nations' boycott of the previous Moscow Olympics. That concludes today's news.
You're up.
We're changing ships.
We can't go sailing the Suez in a whaler.
The Suez Canal. When did they reopen it?
Not long after you were attacked. Once they finished sweeping it for mines after the Arab-Israeli conflict. Can you stand? We've got to transfer to a container ship for passage through the Suez. Our destination is Pakistan, Afghanistan's neighbor to the south. There we disembark and head via Peshawar to the Zero Line, the border. We'll travel to the Khyber Pass by road.
And then?
We continue on horseback. Afghanistan's main roads are under Soviet control. We'll need to go around them. It'll be all narrow, winding paths through the mountains. We'll do better on horseback. It's a local guerrilla tactic. They used the higher ridges to avoid air recons. Then they charged down the mountains for ambushes. The Soviets still haven't devised a counter-strategy. Our time frame is only half as much as we really need. It's gonna be a tough march.
Better horses than boats.
Well, it'll make for good physiotherapy. Take the time to get used to that new arm.
While the Soviets have indicated they are not participating in the Los Angeles Olympics, primarily because
Miller told me about what happened in the Caribbean 9 years ago. You do remember Miller. You'd formed a private army with him. An army with no allegiance to a nation.
I remember, but
I see. You're not sure what's fact and what's a fantasy caused by the coma. It's still all a mess, huh? All I can do is tell you the facts as they were told to me. I've gone easy on you up until now. But this is where the hard stuff begins. 1974, the year before you entered your coma. You were in Colombia, operating with a small unit of men, basically mercenaries. Miller was among them. Miller was trying to find a way to turn his and your talents into a line of work. He was looking to start a business where you would fight on behalf of others around the world, those who needed military force. But the reality was, at that time, you didn't have enough gear to equip your own men. Then Miller came across this client. It was a huge job he was offering, but you had a shot at pulling it off. You accepted it and headed into Costa Rica. The client even threw in an offshore facility in the Caribbean. The mother base, that would be your new base of operations. Miller sure did have a head for business. As your mission went on, your unit grew and grew. More weapons, more money. Before you knew it, you were commanding 300 men. As the organization got bigger, your military powers swelled to match. It got so the international community couldn't afford to ignore you. You were just too damn successful for your own good. You, your men, had worn out your welcome. Everyone was out for you. East, West, First World, Third. It was only a matter of time before someone took you down. And that was XOF. Officially, they're an anti-terror unit under the CIA. In reality, they're Cypher's private strike force. They lured you to Cuba using Chico, the Nicaraguan revolutionary kid, and Paz, a mole who worked for Cypher as bait. While you were gone, XOF, posing as a nuclear inspection team, stormed Mother Base. At the same time, C4 they placed on the strut legs went off. The whole thing went down in minutes. XOF. Kisses and hugs followed by a big FU. All because of Miller's blind spot. A back door into Mother Base no one suspected. You remember a certain scientist. Huey was responsible for bringing the inspection team on board, giving the enemy a perfect opportunity to hit you at home. You were returning from Cuba when it happened. Mother Base came damn close to taking you with it into the Caribbean. Those of your men out on assignment returned right away. They refused to believe the wreckage in the water they found was Mother Base. But they checked the coordinates again and again, until reality finally settled in. You were supposed to die that day. That was XOF's primary objective. As far as most folks know, you did. The first doctor to see you wasn't even sure what he was looking at. Before they'd even finished operating, your men moved you to that hospital in Cyprus. It was a woman named Eva who arranged that. Rings a bell, huh? Most men in your condition would have been written off right from the start. But you survived. You went straight down to hell, and they pulled you out. Your eye wide open. Full of venom. The days of naked Snake are long gone. Welcome back, Venom Snake. This world still needs you. Here, Snake, try this on.
a prosthetic arm.
Yeah, Miller was calling it the arm that wasn't there. The physiotherapy's going well. Your arm's bulked up enough for it to fit. There. Perfect. A little time with it, and it'll work better than the real thing. What do you think?
Huh. I can still feel my real arm.
Well, you better get used to this one quick. You have any pain?
Every now and then.
Where?
My fingertips. My left fingertips.
Sounds like phantom pain. Your brain still remembers your old hand.
Yeah.
What about your vision? Can you see okay?
Yeah, at the moment.
Now, the shrapnel in your skull is pressing on your optic nerve. I'm told any hard impact could have an effect on your visual cortex.
Yeah. The doctor mentioned that.
Your brain might process visual information incorrectly. In other words, you could have hallucinations. You might see things that aren't there, and not see things as they really are. You experienced any of that?
I think so.
When?
Right after I wake up. Colors look faded.
Colors, huh? Well, that's not a major concern in and of itself, but it could mean the difference between life and death in the field. You'll need to watch out for that.
I will.
All right. You should continue your physio. We'll be arriving soon. It's the last chance you'll get.
Ocelot. I hear they started calling you Shalashaska in Afghanistan. What's that about?
You know the term Sharashka? It's slang for a suspicious, hastily thrown together organization. The word became associated with the type of forced labor facility in the Soviet Gulag system. OKB scientists and engineers who'd been convicted of crimes were sent to a Sharashka for forced R&D. The Sharashkas were supervised by Lavrenti Beria of the NKVD, the secret police, under the official name 4th Special Department.
Forced research? That's not very different from what we do here.
Diamond Dogs is different. Everyone here believes in you. Regardless of where they came from or why they're here, they revere you. And they're fighting because it was their choice.
And if it wasn't, they'd leave?
Who knows? That's our reality here, whether it's real or not. If there's another truth, I don't want to know it. All that matters is that's the concept that's taken shape in their heads. The traces of a group ideology, our superstructure, to put it in Marxist terms.
All right. Go on.
Right. So anyway, at some point the enemy started calling me Sharashka. This was after the war in Afghanistan broke out. While I was keeping an eye on you in that hospital, I was also heading up interrogations here. The men I broke gave up their comrades and families, everything they wanted to protect them most. No real cause for it. I just let myself get caught up in the old Russian pride. And suddenly I received the honor of becoming Special Interrogation Advisor to the forced labor camps. But the more men I interrogated, the more people saw me as just that, the interrogator. It helped cover my real objective of keeping you safe.
You went that far for me?
Far enough to keep you alive. I ended up being pretty well known among the Afghan guerrillas. Some of them would have seen me on the battlefield, and that's how I got the second half of the name. Shashka. It's a sword, a type of saber from the Caucasus. Russian dragoons and Cossacks carried them into battle. Now, the Russian Empire had a general by the name of Fyodor Arturovich Keller. His bravery earned him the nickname Russia's greatest Shashka. Someone must have known about that, because somewhere along the line, Shashka got stuck on the end of Sharashka. The guerrillas were using the name amongst themselves, and by the time I got to hearing about it, pronunciation had wound up as Shalashashka.
So, half Gulag, half Hero's sword. Is a perfect fit.
But you see how rumors and ideas about people can get out of hand fast. Once you create a character and put it out there in public mind, it warps and twists with every baseless rumor. And before you know it, all people see are phantoms. In my case, it works out just fine. I'm plenty used to working under aliases.
Ocelot. I hear they started calling you Shalashaska in Afghanistan. So SALT II still hasn't gone into effect.
That treaty was drawn up to limit not just the size of the U.S. and Soviet Union's nuclear arsenals, but also their delivery systems. The whole deal. Just when we thought all those years of negotiations had paid off, somebody decides to invade Afghanistan. The timing couldn't have been worse.
The president was in the middle of the SALT II talks back then.
You mean while you were busy trying to stop Peace Walker? I heard. President Ford was meeting with the General Secretary in Vladivostok. In his absence, the political brass in America detected what they didn't realize was false nuclear launch data from Peace Walker. and were on the verge of ordering a retaliatory nuclear strike.
Coleman's big idea? Humans are incapable of destroying themselves. Turns out he never knew what humans are capable of.
If that AI, I mean, the boss, hadn't found a way to stop the fake data transmission, they probably would have gone ahead with the launch.
Deterrence was revealed as the pipe dream it was.
All thanks to you. And her. The U.S.-Soviet talks looked set to fall through. What happened in Nicaragua no doubt helped trigger a change of heart. But in the end...
The time's to find the politics. When you've grabbed their tail, they turn and bite your hand.
I first met you 20 years ago now. The place was Seleniuyarsk in the Soviet Union. We were enemies. I was with the GRU. You were still fighting for America. 1964. Operation Snake Eater. Its objective? The assassination of the legendary soldier known as the Boss. When you returned home successful, they awarded you the title Big Boss. Your CO, Zero, sought to carry on the boss's will by covertly establishing his own organization. You knew the original members from Operation Snake Eater. From America, there was David O., or as he was to you, Major Zero. Donald Anderson, a.k.a. Sigint. Dr. Clark, who went by paramedic during the operation. And the fourth, you. From China, there was Eva. And me, Ocelot, from the Soviet Union. 6 in total. To us, government notions of friend and foe were meaningless. As were East and West, we joined forces by our will alone. Our objective was to fulfill the boss's dying wish. To make the world one. And to do it, Zero used the Philosopher's Legacy, the secret war fund you obtained during Operation Snake Eater. This organization would go on to become Cypher. I, on the other hand, was left with the problem. You only recovered half of the legacy. I had to locate the other half myself. When I found the funds, I passed them on to Zero, just as you wanted.
I still trusted him in those days.
We thought what he was doing was the boss's will, until he started that one project.
Les enfants terribles, Zero called it.
You parted ways, as did Eva, leaving only Anderson and Clark still with him. I maintained limited contact, although truth be told, we were just keeping tabs on one another. The reason was always you. After you returned to the Army and created Foxhound, you left America. For a time, even I'd lost track of you. I'd imagine Zero did too. You always were the best when it came to hide and seek. Zero created Cypher, an information network to tap into every corner of the globe. Woven together, Cypher's arteries make the world just one big organism. And that's not all. It also monitors the thorn in Zero's side. That's you, tracking your coordinates wherever you might go. The further you strayed from your roots, the larger Zero became. It's as if he was trying to close the gap between you. But before long, he disappeared from public life. Only a few people had direct contact with him. For a time, I was one of them. Then a year after you fell into your coma, he slipped out of sight entirely. Since then, nothing. No photos, no recordings, not even a reliable rumor as to his whereabouts. I tried every method I could think of, but Zero was gone. Freed of his control, his creation, his power continued to grow. Cypher is a great beast, and Zero was its spine. But even without him, it's endured, evolved. But now its body is rotting, riddled with parasites. Parasites like the ones who attacked you 9 years ago in the Caribbean, and then at the hospital. Cypher's Black Ops Unit, XOF. They learned where you were, and came to wipe the slate clean. Christmas Eve, 1979. The Soviet Union rolled into Afghanistan. Muslims had revolted against the Soviet-friendly regime established the year before. The DRA forces could no longer contain it themselves, so the Soviets went in to intervene. The Afghan government was powerless and fraught with infighting. They lost the hearts and minds of the people, and that alarmed the Soviet leadership. With the Islamic Revolution happening in Iran, the Soviets felt they had to act fast.
All of us are cursed, haunted by things you can't see, can't escape, and can't kill.
It's me, Snake. Are you sure you're prepared to tell the whole story of Metal Gear?
Metal Gear?
Yeah, Metal Gear. I just hope the leaderboard is ready.
Hello? Snake, what's wrong? Snake? Snake! The story of Metal Gear spans almost a full century across numerous real and fictional wars. Tackling a timeline this jam-packed isn't easy, but there's one central character to help keep us focused. Big Boss. Keep in mind, there's some games in the series that Kojima didn't write, so they won't be included in this timeline. So, sorry, no portable ops included here. With the caveats out of the way, let's dive into Metal Gear and the life and times of the Ultimate Soldier. But first, let's set the stage. The Philosophers and Cobra Unit, 1918 to 1947. The Metal Gear saga officially starts in 1918. In the aftermath of World War I, a group of the richest and most powerful minds from the US, the then Soviet Union, and the Republic of China form an organization called the Philosophers. Their goal? To use their collective resources and influence to prevent the world's superpowers from ever committing another atrocity on par with the Great War. But, like all powerful groups with noble goals, this lofty aspiration slowly becomes corrupted when the last original member of the Philosophers dies in the 1930s. The group's new generation of leaders are more concerned with gaining power than preventing future wars. So rather than steering away from conflict, the Philosophers become the puppeteers pulling the strings of each nation's government. World War II is a major turning point for the Philosophers. At the beginning of the war in 1939, the members pool their considerable resources together to make a $100 billion slush fund called the Philosopher's Legacy to help ensure an Allied victory. In 1942, they used the fund to create an elite team of super soldiers called the Cobra Unit, consisting of the Pain, the Fear, the End, the Fury, and the Sorrow, led by a soldier codenamed the Joy, or, as we know her, the Boss. The Boss and her Soviet teammate, the Sorrow, develop a relationship, and on D-Day in 1944, Boss gives birth to their son on the battlefield in Normandy. The child is immediately taken away by agents of the Philosophers. Now, remember this kid, because he'll be very, very important. In 1946, a large schism begins to form between the American and Soviet philosophers, which eventually grows into the Cold War. Colonel Boris Volgin, a member of the philosophers, steals the legacy by hiding it in bank accounts across the world and storing the single record of the transaction on a lone microfilm. A year later, the Cobra unit officially disbands. Fox, The Virtuous Mission, and Snake Eater, 1947 to 1964. By 1950, the boss is working all kinds of secret missions for the US government. Along the way, she meets a spry 15-year-old kid named John, or Jack. Over the next 10 years, she trains Jack to become an efficient, dangerous soldier. They even invent a new combat technique together, CQC, short for Close Quarters Combat. But things can only stay peachy for so long. In 1961, a Soviet Union scientist named Nikolai Sokolov begins working on a tank capable of launching a nuclear warhead called the Shagohod. However, once he realizes how dangerous his creation is, Sokolov tries to defect from Russia with his family. Before he can, he's captured in Berlin. In 1962, the CIA creates FOX, aka Force Operation X, to undertake super-secret missions, and they put Major Zero in charge. A special forces expert and an old ally of the boss, Zero creates an even more super-secret group called XOF to provide Fox with tactical support, placing a man codenamed Skullface in charge of it. In the same year, the boss is forced to kill the Sorrow to save their son from being executed by the philosophers. Now we're getting into the good stuff. So by August 1964, the boss's old protege Jack is going by a new codename, Naked Snake. The events of MGS-3 take place early in Snake's career, when he's still dedicated to his work as a soldier, and not the disillusioned and cynical man in later games. Commencing Virtuous Mission, now. You see, the US had sent the boss to Russia to retrieve the philosopher's legacy. Fox agent Naked Snake is tasked with contacting Sokolov and safely returning him to the West. He drops in by himself, but he's not quite alone. He's got some assistance via radio comms by fellow Fox members Major Zero and Field Doctor Paramedic. Before Snake is able to evacuate with Sokolov, the boss incapacitates him, recaptures Sokolov, and, by all appearances, defects to Russia. The boss then gives a nuke to rogue Spetsnaz GRU officer and master of electrokinesis Colonel Volgin, son of one of the aforementioned philosophers. Volgin then uses the nuke to blow up a Soviet research facility, and because the bomb was made by the US, it looks like the US committed the crime. Not long after the botched Virtuous Mission, Operation Snake Eater is a go. The United States has to prove to the USSR, and the world for that matter, that they were framed for the nuclear strike. The mission is simple. Naked Snake returns to Russia to eliminate Colonel Volgin and the boss. Snake is supposed to rendezvous with the Russian operative, codenamed Adam, but he instead meets with Eva, who claims to be his partner. Together, Snake and Eva escape from GRU's Major Ocelot and his team. Along the way, Snake defeats the living former members of the Cobra unit, the Pain, the Fear, the End, and the Fury, and makes his way to Volgin's fortress of Groznygrad, but is captured there while trying to rescue Sokolov. Volgin ultimately plans to use the Philosopher's legacy to produce multiple Shagohod tanks and start a nuclear war with the US. The sadistic colonel pummels Sokolov to death, hangs Snake by his wrists, and tortures him with some shock therapy. The boss, Ocelot, and a disguised Eva are witnesses to this, interrogation. Ocelot, who is forever the showman, and suspecting Eva to be a spy, toys with her using a game of Russian roulette. To prevent him from hurting her, Snake swings into Ocelot as he fires, losing his right eye in the process. And that's how he gets his iconic eye patch. Snake eventually escapes, and he and Eva attempt to destroy the Shagohod, but are soon caught by Volgin and his crew. Snake battles Volgin and comes out victorious. He and Eva bomb the facility and escape Volgin's clutches. However, the Shagohod emerges from the destroyed facility with Volgin piloting. After one of the most intense chase sequences in Metal Gear history, Snake and Eva make one last stand against Volgin and the Shagohod, destroying him and the Shagohod for good. Well, technically a bolt of lightning finished Volgin off, but you get the idea. Finally, the boss then confronts Snake. In perhaps one of the most emotional scenes of the series, the pupil fights his mentor, and before being killed, the boss gives Snake the Philosopher's legacy. Snake and Eva reach a safe house in Alaska and finally share a kiss. But, as femme fatales tend to do, Eva disappears in the middle of the night, and takes the Philosopher's legacy with her. She leaves a tape for Snake that explains the boss's true mission. She was never really a traitor. Her true mission was actually to recover the Philosopher's legacy from Volgin by gaining his trust. However, the US didn't expect him to use the nuke to frame them, which led to them revising the boss's mission to remain in her villainous role and let herself be killed by Snake. Snake also learns that Eva herself wasn't really a Soviet agent, but a Chinese spy sent to recover the legacy. Unbeknownst to either of them, the microfilm that she took was actually a fake. See, the real one was stolen by the seemingly ineffective Ocelot, who turned out to actually be a triple agent working for the Philosophers. You see, he was Adam all along. You remember Adam? And yeah, a triple agent. So if that wasn't crazy enough, he's actually the son of the boss and the Sorrow. Yeah, the one born on D-Day. So as a result of the successful mission, the United States government recognizes Snake's heroism. Seeing him as a bigger hero than the boss, President Lyndon B. Johnson awards Snake the title of Big Boss. But to hell with his new title, he never forgets how the US government let the boss be branded a traitor to cover their own asses. Because of how he and the boss were treated by the government, as tools to be used and then discarded, Big Boss grows disillusioned and leaves Fox, with Major Zero following him soon after. Meanwhile, XOF leader Skullface waits in the shadows, hating Major Zero and Big Boss more and more because of it. The formation of the Patriots and the MSF, 1970 to 1972. Next up in the life and times of Big Boss is the wild and groovy 1970s. In 1970, Ocelot brings the Philosopher's legacy to zero, and along with Big Boss, Sigint, Paramedic, and Eva, they formed the Patriots, with Big Boss as the face of the organization. The Patriots are a reformed version of the Philosophers, dedicated to fulfilling the last wishes of the boss. By 1972, tensions have grown between Zero and Big Boss. See, Zero believes that the boss wanted the world to be united under a single group's leadership, whereas Big Boss feels that she simply wanted soldiers to stop being used as government tools. This disagreement makes Zero scared of losing Big Boss as the face of the organization, so he secretly clones him in the now iconic project Les Enfants Terribles. Eva serves as the surrogate mother and gives birth to twins. Big Boss was understandably not happy to learn about this and leaves the Patriots for good. Eva leaves soon after, but Ocelot remains with the Patriots as a spy for her. While Sigint and Paramedic opt to stay as well, but slowly become more and more hungry for power. With all these shakeups, Zero renames both himself and the Patriots Cypher. Big Boss begins working as a mercenary on behalf of the Colombian government. During that time, he's sent on a mission to ambush guerrilla leader Kazuhira Miller, wiping out everyone in his squad except for Miller himself. Sharing a mutual respect, Miller and Big Boss quickly become friends. After this, Big Boss seeks to honor the original boss's wishes, so he and his new pal Kaz form the mercenary group Militaires Sans Frontières, Soldiers Without Borders, or MSF. The goal of the organization is to provide military force for any nation that needs it, just like the boss would have wanted. I'd like to add that the events in San Hieronymo happened within this time frame, but exact details of what is considered canon from Metal Gear Portable Ops are still up in the air. Peace Walker Incident, 1974. In 1974, the MSF gets a contract from Ramon Galvez Mena and Paz Ortega Andrade, a teacher and student from Costa Rica. Ramon and Paz tell Big Boss that an unknown military force believed to be connected to the CIA has appeared in Costa Rica, and without an army of its own, the nation is unable to defend itself. At first, Big Boss refuses to help, but he changes his tune when he hears what he thinks is the boss's voice in a recording that Paz plays for him. For the mission, Galvez gives Big Boss control of an offshore rig, which the MSF lovingly name Mother Base. From here, Peace Walker gets a little complicated. See, there's guerrilla fighters, AI weapons, a guy named Hot Coldman, and the scientist who developed the eponymous Peace Walker weapon, Huey Emmerich. Now, the ending is the most important part. Paz steals and takes control of Metal Gear Zeke, all while sporting a bikini, super practical I know, with the intent to take it back to Cypher. Yes, Paz was working for Cypher the whole entire time, and she accuses Big Boss of having chosen the wrong path, but Boss simply isn't having it and is refusing to join her side. So in the final fight, complete with an epic, crazy anime soundtrack, Paz falls from Mother Base and is presumed dead. Kaz Miller tells Big Boss that Cypher's true identity is that of his old superior and comrade, Major Zero. Kaz had known this entire time, but kept quiet because Cypher was assisting MSF, even in a roundabout way. So the Peace Walker incident helps the MSF to expand into a global force, so Big Boss lets Kaz off the hook. Ground Zero's incident, 1975. Sometime after the Peace Walker incident, it's revealed that Paz Ortega survived and was rescued by a fisherman in Belize, who found her floating in the Caribbean. Kaz Miller tells Big Boss that she's alive, and Boss suggests that she be assassinated due to her identity as a Cypher agent with knowledge of MSF secrets. However, Kaz disagrees with him, saying that some at Cypher suspect Paz of being a double agent. Additionally, Paz's intelligence leak coincides with an upcoming UN inspection of Mother Base, making Kaz doubt that Paz is truly an enemy of the MSF. Big Boss and Kaz agree that the best course of action is to save Paz and fellow MSF member Chico, who was captured while trying to rescue her from a maximum security prison, Camp Omega in Cuba. Unbeknownst to Big Boss, villainous XOF commander, Skullface, knows that Paz is the only Cypher agent to ever meet Zero face-to-face, meaning that she knows where he is. He manages to get Zero's location from her by implying that the knowledge could help Big Boss, and after getting it, he puts 2 bombs into Paz's body, knowing that Big Boss will come to rescue her. At precisely midnight on March 16, 1975, Big Boss embarks on a solo mission to infiltrate Camp Omega and rescue Paz and Chico. He finds Chico in his cage, but when Chico begins to panic, Boss is forced to knock him out in order to take him to the extraction site. Chico tells Boss that Paz is dead, but Big Boss isn't buying it and manages to deduce her location through the sounds in the tape he gives him. Boss then finds her in Camp Omega's boiler room and rescues her, leaving on the extraction chopper with both Paz and Chico. En route back to the base, Chico discovers Paz's scar from the bombs being implanted, and the MSF medics are forced to operate on her immediately with no anesthesia. During that emergency surgery, Big Boss is informed that the nuclear inspection had gone off without a hitch and that Metal Gear Zeke hasn't been found. The bomb in Paz's stomach is successfully removed and disposed of, but their chopper loses contact with Mother Base. Big Boss discovers that the base is being attacked by XOF and rushes to one of the base's struts to help the other soldiers escape. Only himself, Kaz Miller, and a single MSF medic are able to escape, boarding the chopper just before the support strut sinks into the sea. While they retreat from Mother Base, Miller, enraged by the MSF losses, they played him like a damn fiddle, interrogates Paz, but she reveals that she had a second bomb inside of her. So she tries to jump out of the chopper to save them, but does so too late, and the explosion forces the MSF chopper to careen into a pursuing enemy one. The damage done to Mother Base is impossible to hide. The media reports that it's the work of money-hungry private militias, but a scandal ensues when the US and its allies are discovered to be MSF clients. There are no reported survivors from the attack, and Big Boss is believed to have been killed. Big Boss, Kaz Miller, and the MSF medic are actually evacuated to Hospital Mena de Barranquilla in Colombia to have their injuries treated. While there, Big Boss and the medic both fall into comas. See, the medic has shrapnel stuck in his head, impossible to safely remove with surgery. Dr. Huey Emmerich also survives and is assumed to have left with XOF, though he later claims to have been kidnapped. The Phantom Pain Incident, 1984. After 9 years, Big Boss finally awakens from his aforementioned coma, having been moved at some point to a hospital in Cyprus by Eva on Zero's orders. He's greeted by Ocelot, who has been watching over him. Ocelot tells Big Boss that Zero planned to have the injured medic act as his body double, and be psychologically conditioned to believe he is Big Boss. And they better hurry. The man on fire is attacking the hospital. They wake up Big Boss's double as quickly as possible. Big Boss isn't entirely in favor of having a body double, seeing it as unethical and a bit dangerous. But Ocelot convinces him it's what the medic would have wanted. And for the sake of clarity, we'll call this medic by his codename, Venom Snake, from here on in. Still wearing his hospital gown and face bandages, Big Boss acts as Venom Snake's bodyguard under the moniker Ishmael to ensure that he can safely escape the hospital and maintain the ruse. So once Ishmael leads Venom Snake out of the crumbling hospital, they witness a number of insane occurrences together. They see the mysterious telekinetic third child, a plume of fire shaped like a humpback whale that swallows an attack chopper, and a ghost-like figure emerging from the flames. Venom Snake and Ishmael attempt to escape in an ambulance, but the vehicle crashes, knocking both men unconscious. Ishmael awakens first, and is then dragged out of the car by Ocelot, who helps him escape. About a half an hour later, Venom Snake regains consciousness and flees the scene with Ocelot on horseback. The two then travel together to Afghanistan. Snake is given a snazzy new bionic arm, and they work together to rescue a captured Kaz Miller. So, unbeknownst to the other members of the team, Ocelot leaves the new Mother Base to meet with Big Boss, who had discarded his temporary Ishmael identity. Ocelot gives him new clothes, a new eye patch, a new motorcycle, as well as a US passport with a new name on it, telling him that disappearing in such a way is necessary. Ocelot informs him that the medic, Venom Snake, will be acting as Big Boss from then onward, and truly believed himself to be as such, making the medic the real Big Boss's Phantom. And Venom Snake gets right down to work hunting down Cypher, forming Diamond Dogs in the process. He travels to Afghanistan and Africa, recruiting soldiers to the new, ever-expanding Mother Base to help him. Snake's mission is to stop Skullface, the now defected leader of Cypher's elite Black Ops force, XOF. Skullface felt Zero's vision of uniting the world would create a singular, dominating, Americanized culture. So, the villain devises some lofty goals. He plans to use a parasite to eliminate the English language from the Earth and distribute nukes across the world to create an even, yet nuclear, playing field for all countries and cultures. Of course, he'd still be the one having his finger on the trigger of all the nukes. To this end, Skullface plans to use the ST-84 Sahelanthropus, the latest and greatest Metal Gear weapon. Look at this thing. It stands upright, it's got a sword, basically a Gundam. While in pursuit, Venom Snake meets all kinds of characters along the way. He captures the scientist responsible for developing Sahelanthropus, Huey Emmerich. Yes, the same Huey Emmerich from Peace Walker. Understandably, Snake, Ocelot, and Kaz all suspect Huey of selling them out to Cypher when MSF was attacked, so they keep him on thin ice. Huey's not the only one they're watching. Venom Snake also apprehends Quiet, the sniper sent by Cypher to kill Big Boss in the hospital. At first, she and Snake form an uneasy alliance, but her powerful abilities are too valuable not to use. Quiet becomes a valuable ally as she and Snake go on missions together. But one of Snake's not-so-valuable allies is Eli, a commander of child soldiers he picks up while in Africa. Eli has a massive chip on his shoulder, constantly challenging Snake back at Mother Base, only for Snake to inevitably come out on top. Just like with Quiet, the soldiers at Mother Base continue to observe him, cautious of signs of violent rebellion. One teammate they don't have to worry about is Code Talker, an expert forced by Skullface to develop the parasite. Finally, after a number of missions, Venom Snake confronts Skullface. To control Sahelanthropus, Skullface needs the third child's telekinetic abilities, but when Sahelanthropus is activated, the third child uses it against Skullface, wounding him severely. It even crushes the man on fire, who is revealed to be Colonel Logan. Once Snake defeats Sahelanthropus, he has the Diamond Dogs transported back to Mother Base. Snake and Miller find Skullface on the verge of death, begging for them to kill him, but Snake leaves him to die on his own. Huey, on the other hand, has other ideas and kills Skullface to prove his loyalty. It, didn't work. The Diamond Dogs can't celebrate yet. When they get back to Mother Base, Eli escapes the base with Sahelanthropus, aided by the third child and a number of child soldiers Snake rescued. Turns out that the third child has been helping Eli, drawn to his intense desire for vengeance. And this isn't the last time these two would team up. The third child grows up to become Psycho Mantis, and Eli becomes known as Liquid Snake, one of the clones from Les Enfants Terribles. We'll get to them later. The rest of the gang gets some resolution too, just not happy ones. As if losing Sahelanthropus wasn't bad enough, Mother Base experiences an epidemic of the parasites, causing the deaths of many Diamond Dogs. It's all because Huey was experimenting with the parasites, mutating them into even deadlier weapons for him to sell. Sick of his shit, Snake finally exiles Huey from Diamond Dogs altogether. At least Quiet's farewell is more noble. When Venom Snake is bitten by a venomous snake, the irony is palpable, Quiet speaks English to save him. The reason she never spoke is because she was infected with Skullface's parasite. Her mission was to infiltrate Mother Base and infect the Diamond Dogs, but she grew to respect Snake and changed her mind. So with the parasite poised to spread throughout her body, she walks off into the desert to experience her final moments. But what has the real Big Boss been doing all this time? Well, he's grown more cynical over the years. By this point, he firmly believes in the boss's ideals of fighting for what was right rather than for any one nation, knowing how soldiers are used and abused. Free to do as he pleases, Big Boss sets off to begin realizing his long-term plan of making a new military nation, Outer Heaven. From then on, Big Boss uses Venom Snake and the Diamond Dogs mercenary company to further the legend behind the Big Boss name so he himself can make preparations for Outer Heaven outside of the public eye.
Hang on. That's it? There's so much more to the story. Does Big Boss ever realize his vision of Outer Heaven? Why the hell did Meryl marry Johnny Sasaki, the diarrhea kid?
Whoa, Snake, we'll get to it, I promise. I hate to leave you in suspense, but there's plenty more to cover for next time.
Yeah, fine.
And what about you, the second clone from Les Enfants Terribles?
All right. So the leaderboard, ready for part 2?
All of us are cursed, haunted by things you can't see.
So Marcus, glad to see you're back.
Snake! Finally! There you are.
Kept you waiting, huh? Enough about Big Boss. Ready to talk about me?
I think so, Snake. But I still have one question. Do you think love can bloom even on a battlefield?
What? How should I know? This is the leaderboard. I thought you had all the facts. You'll just have to finish the Metal Gear timeline to find out.
Snake? Snake? Oh. I guess he's gone. So we've already talked about the life and times of one of the franchise's central characters, Big Boss. Now, it's time to shift our focus to the first and even more iconic Metal Gear protagonist, Solid Snake. Post-Snake Eater and Les Enfants Terribles, 1970s. To understand Solid Snake, we need to go back in time a bit, significantly before the famous stealth suit in CQC. Snake, whose real name is David, came to be because of the Patriots and the Les Enfants Terribles project. To preserve the tactical mind and physical excellence of his old colleague, Big Boss, Zero secretly clones him, with Eva serving as surrogate mother. In 1972, she gives birth to imperfect twin brothers Liquid Snake and Solid Snake. A third, genetically identical clone of Big Boss is created named Solidus Snake. All three clones are given accelerated aging genes to prevent them from being used by anyone else and from rebelling against the Patriots. Big Boss is understandably furious when he learns that clones of him have been created without his consent. Feeling like Zero and Eva had mutated the original boss's ideals, he leaves the Patriots that same year. Solid Snake, or David, is raised by different foster families throughout the United States. He joins the military as a teen, becomes a Green Beret, and eventually joins Big Boss's Special Forces unit, Foxhound. Big Boss, knowing David's true identity as one of his clone sons, officially dubs him Solid Snake. He personally trains him in CQC, teaching him the importance of willpower on the battlefield. Solid Snake also meets Cos Miller during this time, but he addresses him as Master Miller. Outer Heaven Uprising, 1995. By the 1990s, Outer Heaven is flourishing in South Africa, and the real Big Boss's reputation as a soldier spans the globe because of Venom Snake acting on his behalf. Big Boss knows that mercenaries would rally to his cause, and that such attention would lead to governments becoming suspicious of Outer Heaven. To keep attention away from the military nation, Big Boss returns to the US as commander of Foxhound. In 1995, Venom Snake orchestrates the Outer Heaven Uprising. He forces a scientist named Drago Petrovich Madnar to build Metal Gear TX-55 by holding his daughter Ellen hostage. The US government catches wind of the plan to build the weapon and called on the Foxhound Special Forces unit under Big Boss's command to infiltrate the fortress and neutralize the threat. Foxhound initiates Operation Intrude N-312, which is carried out by an operative named Frank Yeager, codenamed Grey Fox. Grey Fox scouts a significant amount of the fortress and uncovers some information about Metal Gear, but can only relay a small amount of information back to Foxhound before he's eventually captured. To complete the unfulfilled objectives of the original N-312 mission, Foxhound conducts Operation N-313. Now, rookie agent Solid Snake gets to test his skills in his first assignment for the organization. Big Boss briefs Snake on his mission objective: rescue Grey Fox and secure the rest of his information. Snake infiltrates Outer Heaven via an underwater route and locates Grey Fox using intel from the prisoners and resistance leader Kyle Schneider. Snake allows himself to be captured and, using Big Boss's advice, breaks through a weakened wall to get to Fox's cell next door. Fox briefs him about Metal Gear and how to find the only person who could destroy it, Dr. Madnar. From there, Snake fights the major players at Outer Heaven, including Shopmaker, Machine Gun Kid, and Fire Trooper. All the while, Snake gets occasional advice and tips from Big Boss via radio communication. Solid Snake is able to find and destroy Metal Gear, but during his escape, he comes face to face with the leader of Outer Heaven, Big Boss. You know, the fake Big Boss who is actually Venom Snake. He tells Snake that he's only been sent in to gather false intel, but because he'd achieved and seen so much, Snake actually crushed Boss's original ambitions. After a ruthless battle against his mentor, or so Snake thinks, Snake is ultimately victorious. He escapes Outer Heaven before it self-destructs, and Operation N-313 is deemed a success. Of course, the real Big Boss survives and continues to pursue his dream of a nation governed by soldiers. Zanzibar Land Disturbance, 1997 to 1999. In 1997, Big Boss and his army participate in the Mercenary War. As a result, the formerly autonomous USSR zone called the Zanzibar Province becomes Zanzibar Land, and Big Boss becomes its president. Within Zanzibar Land, Big Boss recruits war orphans from third world nations and raises them as soldiers. Many of these children grow up to view Big Boss as a father figure. Big Boss also recruits the still alive Grey Fox to his cause and commissions the creation of Metal Gear D to ensure the success and survival of Zanzibar Land. Because he'd been slandered as a madman in the United States, Dr. Drago Madnar willingly builds the new Metal Gear. By 1999, the Cold War has begun to thaw, but oil reserves around the world are critically low. To combat this energy crisis, a Czech scientist named Dr. Kio Marv successfully creates a new energy-producing form of algae called oilix. Unfortunately, he's kidnapped by soldiers from the heavily fortified and landlocked nation, Zanzibar Land. To rescue Dr. Marv, Foxhound's new commander, Roy Campbell, brings Solid Snake out of retirement for a covert mission called Operation Intrude F-014. Solid Snake fights off the numerous mercenaries sent after him, including the old Outer Heaven resistance leader, Kyle Schneider, now known as Black Ninja. Out of respect to Solid Snake, he hints at Dr. Marv's location, claiming that it was what the leader of Zanzibar Land would have wanted. Despite Big Boss's attempts to thwart him, Solid Snake destroys Metal Gear D and defeats his old ally, Grey Fox, in hand-to-hand combat. In their final confrontation, Big Boss appeals to Snake as a fellow warrior, reminding him that Snake craved the perpetual warfare that he was trying to make. Big Boss has spent his whole life on the battlefield and really couldn't imagine a world without war. He said that even the best soldiers were useless without a war to fight. Like all good heroes do, Snake defies Big Boss, and so Big Boss gives him his final words. It doesn't matter who wins here, our fight will continue. The loser will be liberated from the battlefield and the winner will remain, and the survivor will live out the rest of his days as a soldier. Snake battles the real Big Boss, and as you would expect from the legendary soldier, Big Boss nearly wins. But Solid Snake finally claims victory by creating a makeshift flamethrower, engulfing his former mentor in a gout of flames and leaving him for dead. His mission complete, Snake hands off the oilix formula to Roy Campbell before retiring to Alaska, finally free from the battlefield. But of course, here comes the Shadow Moses incident, 2005. The American government isn't having any of that retiring business, and in 2005, Snake is called to action by his former commander, Roy Campbell. To coerce him into helping, Campbell sends armed soldiers after Snake and has his personal effects confiscated. Snake begrudgingly agrees to help, but under the condition that he only be given orders from Campbell and that he be told all his mission information from the outset. Rogue members of Foxhound have staged a rebellion on Shadow Moses Island, threatening the US with a nuclear strike. They are demanding the remains of Big Boss be turned over to them, along with $1 billion. To avoid being confused with Liquid Snake, and keep in mind, they don't really know that they're clones yet, Solid Snake chops off his hair and gets that iconic short mullet that we all know and love. Solid Snake's goals for the mission are simple. Ascertain the rebels' nuclear capabilities and rescue their 2 hostages, DARPA Chief Donald Anderson, aka Sigint from the Snake Eater days, and weapons manufacturer Kenneth Baker. Snake infiltrates Shadow Moses and goes on to attempt to rescue Donald Anderson from the cell. Anderson reveals plans for a new Metal Gear at the facility, and right before they're able to escape, suddenly dies in front of Snake. Snake escapes the cell with help from Foxhound recruit Meryl Silverburn, who is also Campbell's niece. She knocks out the guard patrolling the cells, who we as players know is Johnny Sasaki, steals the guard's clothes, and unlocks the cell door for Snake. Snake then moves on to his next target, Kenneth Baker. He finds Baker imprisoned within a web of C4 thanks to Revolver Ocelot, and yes, the same Ocelot who served Big Boss throughout the years. Snake battles Ocelot and wins, and Ocelot's hand is sliced off thanks to a mysterious cyborg ninja. Ocelot flees, the cyborg ninja goes a little crazy, then flees, and Kenneth Baker dies. With this new information, Snake makes his way through the rest of the facility. He encounters the mysterious ninja, who is revealed to be a cyborg-enhanced version of Snake's old ally-turned-enemy, Gray Fox, the result of experiments conducted by the now-deceased paramedic. After defeating Gray Fox, he quickly becomes friends and allies with Hal Emmerich, the engineer involved with the creation of Metal Gear Rex. Along his way to Rex, Snake battles the top dogs of Foxhound, including Vulcan Raven, Psycho Mantis, and Sniper Wolf. Oh, there's also Decoy Octopus, but we later find out that he was impersonating Donald Anderson, who died earlier, so that's a whole thing. Eventually, Liquid tricks Snake into activating Metal Gear Rex by impersonating Master Miller over codec after killing him. Ultimately, Snake prevails as he stops Metal Gear Rex, with some help from Gray Fox. During the 2 clones' final battle, Liquid taunts Snake by telling him that he's killed many of his brothers in the Next Generation Special Forces, who has also been experimented on with Big Boss's genes. But Snake has the last laugh when Liquid succumbs to the Fox Die virus after they both escape Shadow Moses. See, Fox Die was an essential part of the Shadow Moses incident all along. Snake learns that he's a host of Fox Die. It's a virus designed by Dr. Naomi Hunter. The Pentagon wanted him to pass it on to Kenneth Baker, who the government wanted dead for knowing too much about the conspiracy, and also to the Foxhound operatives. To further unsettle him, Solid Snake is reminded that he subconsciously might have returned to the battlefield because he actually enjoys war. Meryl, Psycho Mantis, and Liquid Snake all said that to him. And, hey, even Big Boss told him that during their showdown in Zanzibar Land. Snake had a feeling that Campbell had been concealing information from him throughout his mission, but forgives him because the Pentagon had used his niece Meryl as leverage. See, she was sent to Shadow Moses before the incident to make him cooperate. Perhaps the most far-reaching result of the Shadow Moses incident is the effect it would have on Snake's later life. Naomi designed his particular strain of the Fox Die virus to really make Snake hurt specifically. She believed that Snake had killed her brother Gray Fox back in Zanzibar Land. So, as a form of revenge, Snake's strain of Fox Die makes him vulnerable at a random time, as opposed to, a set decline. Post Shadow Moses and the tanker incident.
A better future is built by the brave.
2006 to 2008. Solid Snake goes into hiding after the Shadow Moses incident. The sole survivor of Foxhound, Revolver Ocelot reports the event to US President George Sears, who's actually the 3rd, genetically perfect clone, Solidus Snake. The Patriots placed Solidus into the presidency, and Ocelot was spying for the organization. He tells Solidus that the inferior clone, Solid, was the one who survived, even though Liquid thought he was the inferior clone, and that Snake's Fox Die virus is going to activate soon. Also, and perhaps the weirdest occurrence in the series, and that's saying a lot, Ocelot transplants Liquid Snake's arm onto his own body after losing his own at Shadow Moses, leading to Liquid slowly taking over his consciousness, creating the combined persona of Liquid Ocelot, because, hey, that's how arms work. 3 weeks after the incident, Naomi Hunter escapes her imprisonment. Liquid Ocelot's the one who breaks her out, but the government frames Solid Snake for it. But that's the least of Snake's troubles. Liquid Ocelot goes on to sell the plans for Metal Gear Rex on the black market, which prompts Snake and Otacon to create a non-government organization called Philanthropy. Its goal is to eliminate all Metal Gear-related technology by investigating its development across the world using Snake's infiltration skills. The organization then releases his findings to the public. During one of his missions, Solid Snake finds Liquid Snake's corpse in cold storage. In 2007, Solid Snake and Otacon find out through Otacon's stepsister, Emma Emmerich, that the new amphibious Metal Gear called Metal Gear Ray is being transported to the US on a disguised oil tanker. Now, Snake has a new mission: infiltrate the tanker and get footage of Metal Gear Ray to prove its existence to the world. After Snake arrives on the ship, the tanker is taken over by a Russian military force led by Sergei Gerlukovich. Solid Snake fights and non-lethally subdues Gerlukovich's daughter, Olga. Although he's able to get photographic evidence of Metal Gear Ray, neither Snake nor Otacon are able to predict the triumphant reappearance of Revolver Ocelot on the tanker, who detonates a number of explosives in order to sink the boat. In fighting off Ocelot, Snake is confronted by Liquid, who was starting to take over Ocelot's mind. Liquid Ocelot is able to steal Metal Gear Ray and escape the tanker in it. Snake also escapes the tanker and is rescued by Otacon on a small boat. The two of them proceed to rescue Olga and fake Snake's death using the original Liquid Snake's corpse, which we discovered earlier. But, once again, that isn't the end of it. A US Army cipher takes its own photographs of the tanker incident, which the Patriots used to frame Solid Snake, again, and the philanthropy organization, both exposing them to the public and destroying their reputation. The media, manipulated by the Patriots, reports that Solid Snake had led the terrorist takeover of the tanker. The Navy dispatched the Marines to get rid of the threat, and that Snake sunk the tanker and killed everybody, including himself. At least his attempt to fake his death actually works. The cleanup of the incident allows the Patriots to cover up the construction of Arsenal Gear, a massive, moving, submersible fortress capable of controlling internet transmissions, as well as launching nuclear weapons through control of the military's tactical network. These abilities would allow Arsenal Gear to wage war on both physical and informational battlefields. Philanthropy does come out on top in one way. At least one website is convinced of the existence of Metal Gear Ray. Despite being discredited by the mainstream media, Snake and Otacon's mission wasn't totally a failure. Big Shell Incident and the Sons of Liberty, 2009 to 2011. Fast forward 2 years to April of 2009, Solid Snake receives intel that a militant organization called the Sons of Liberty have taken over the Big Shell offshore decontamination facility. The organization is a combination of Russian mercenaries and a rogue counter-terrorist unit called Dead Cell, consisting of members Vamp, Fortune, and Fat Man. They've taken multiple hostages, including the US President, James Johnson. The tanker incident had leaked tons of crude oil into the ocean, and the government claimed to have built Big Shell to facilitate the cleanup. But in reality, Big Shell is actually the development site of a new Metal Gear, Arsenal Gear to be exact. By this point, Snake had been in hiding for 2 years, and he feels like that was long enough. So he decides to infiltrate Big Shell to save the hostages, rescue the US President, and prevent the Sons of Liberty from blowing up the place. Snake is able to knock out several sentries and ascend to the roof, but is noticed by Raiden, a Foxhound recruit who infiltrated the facility after Snake. To avoid being outed, Snake introduces himself as Iroquois Pliskin, a Navy SEAL with a totally believable and not at all made-up name. Snake, as Pliskin, helps Raiden throughout his mission, though he raises Raiden's suspicions of his real identity a few times. The two soldiers split up, and Pliskin continues watching Raiden from afar. Pliskin's headphones and use of certain military mottos clues bomb disposal expert Peter Stillman into the fact that he wasn't really a SEAL. He also uses a cardboard box to hide in at one point, further raising the suspicions of Stillman and Raiden. Pliskin goes on to investigate Shell 2 of the facility on Stillman's request and finds a large cache of explosives planted by Fat Man. When he disarms the decoy explosives, Pliskin accidentally activates the bombs. Disturbed by the further activation of bombs, Stillman goes to Strut H to investigate, only to discover a bomb that couldn't be deactivated. After warning Pliskin and Raiden of Fat Man's intentions, the bomb explodes, killing Stillman. The resulting boom knocks Pliskin out, but he survives the blast with Otacon's help. Using a tip from Raiden, Pliskin investigates Shell 2 and hijacks a helicopter for Otacon to pilot. Raiden and Pliskin continue working together, even as Raiden begins to doubt Pliskin's identity. The two soldiers are attacked by the leader of the Sons of Liberty, Snake's genetic brother, Solidus Snake, aka George Sears. Solidus has been claiming he's Solid Snake the whole time, and Pliskin angrily insists he isn't. When Raiden overhears Solidus use Pliskin's real name, the real Solid Snake finally reveals his true identity and mission to Raiden. Snake encounters Olga Gerlukovich and explains to her that Ocelot killed her father Sergei, not him. Meanwhile, Raiden finds President Johnson, who tells him that the Patriots have handpicked and controlled every US president for generations. He also tells him the truth about Solidus. He is the aforementioned perfect third clone of Big Boss, who went rogue with Dead Cell to escape the Patriots' control. Right after this revelation, just to make things difficult, Ocelot assassinates the president. Snake then helps Raiden protect Emma as she heads towards Shell 1, but Vamp suddenly appears and mortally wounds Emma. Snake runs to Emma's aid and carries her back. At Shell 1, Snake, Raiden, Otacon, and Emma install a computer virus into Arsenal Gear's AI, and right afterward, Emma succumbs to the wound inflicted by Vamp. After a handshake of true bromance to help give Otacon some confidence, Snake seemingly betrays Raiden using Olga's help. This gives Raiden access to Arsenal gear, albeit in both a painful and embarrassingly awkward way. Raiden's goal is to get a hold of a disc containing the identities of the Patriots. Together, Snake and Raiden fight their way through an army of enemy soldiers. Snake is captured by one of the leading members in Dead Cell, Fortune. On top of Arsenal gear, Ocelot confronts Solid Snake, Fortune, Raiden, and Solidus Snake and reveals his true colors as an agent of the Patriots. Just then, his transplanted right arm takes over and Liquid Snake's consciousness possesses him. And then, Liquid Ocelot tells him that the whole Big Shell fiasco was just a ploy to lure Snake to him so Snake could take over Ocelot and then set off Metal Gear Ray to kill the Patriots. Solid Snake isn't able to stop Metal Gear Ray from getting away, but he does put a tracker on it. After Raiden defeats Solidus in a sword fight, Snake explains to him that his plan was to find the Patriots, and that the disc that Raiden had been given was a decoy. He graciously refuses Raiden's help with the philanthropy organization because he doesn't want to place Raiden or Olga's daughter in any further danger. After the Big Shell incident, Solid Snake's body starts rapidly aging, and no doctors can diagnose why. Players know it's because of his faulty clone genes. Snake had made a promise to Raiden to rescue Olga's daughter, Sunny, from the Patriots, but by 2011, he isn't able to do so, and instead, Raiden anonymously delivers her to Snake's care. The Guns of the Patriots incident and the end of Solid Snake, 2014. By 2014, Otacon and Snake's other doctors have told him that he has, at best, a year to live. This is when Snake resurfaces to the military world as Old Snake. The world is entirely controlled by private military companies manned by nanomachine-enhanced soldiers, and the largest conglomerate of PMCs is headed by Liquid Ocelot. He is leading a new version of Outer Heaven, which is the mother company to 5 of the biggest PMCs. With so much power in his hands, Liquid is a hair's breadth from world domination. This crisis brings Old Snake out of retirement. He's dispatched to the Middle East as a favor to Campbell to assassinate Liquid Ocelot, with inspecting PMCs as his cover story. Once again, he works alongside his old friend, Otacon. Old Snake infiltrates Liquid's PMC headquarters base by disguising himself as a militia instructor. His initial attempt to assassinate Liquid fails, but he does learn that Dr. Naomi Hunter is being held captive. After being rescued, Naomi tells Snake that the Fox-Die virus in his body has started to mutate, and if he doesn't die soon, it'll spread, causing a pandemic. She also tells him that Liquid's goal is to obtain the body of Big Boss and use it to access the Patriots' master network using GW, the AI from Arsenal gear, which he repurposed for his own nefarious gains. The technological system is controlled by biological means, which means that having access to Boss's genes lets Liquid Ocelot control all nanomachines, and therefore all PMCs. Liquid is able to get a hold of Big Boss's corpse and shuts down every PMC other than his own. From there, he plans to destroy JD, the Patriots' main AI, and use GW to usurp domination of the world from the Patriots. To do this, though, he needs a nuclear weapon that isn't locked by the Patriots' nanomachines. Snake and friends deduce that the only such weapon in the world is the railgun of Metal Gear Rex, which remains on Shadow Moses Island. Old Snake gets to Rex, but not before Liquid steals the railgun. Liquid escapes to Outer Haven, not Heaven, Haven, his own massive submersible battleship, and attempts to crush Snake by running him over with it. Snake is rescued by Raiden, who uses his cyborg strength to stop the ship, losing both arms in the process. Oh yeah, Raiden's a breakdancing cyborg now. Now, Snake is united with all his friends to oppose Liquid. He's got Raiden, hardened badass Meryl, and classic pants pooper, Johnny Sasaki. The team sneaks aboard Outer Haven to stop GW before it can launch the nuke. Snake's able to halt the launch of the railgun by using a new computer virus. This new virus, Fox Alive, was made by Naomi Hunter, with some help from Sunny, and Snake uses it to control the system. Unbeknownst to everyone, Sunny had secretly programmed Fox Alive to destroy JD, the Patriot system, as well as the AIs and nanomachines. But then, a plot twist. Liquid Ocelot reveals that the new virus was his plan all along because he wanted to fulfill Big Boss's dream, a world where soldiers can be free. Ocelot and Old Snake engage in one final geriatric duel, and afterwards, Ocelot succumbs to the strain and stress and dies. Also, turns out that Ocelot was never actually possessed by the spirit of Liquid. He just acted as if he was to fool the Patriots, effectively transplanting Liquid's personality onto himself using drugs, nanomachines, psychotherapy, and hypnosis. Kojima, come on, why are you doing this? By this point, Old Snake is at the end of his rope, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. He visits the false grave of Big Boss, and knowing he must die to stop the oncoming plague festering within him, he attempts to commit suicide. However, he is unable to bring himself to pull the trigger. He's then interrupted by Big Boss, accompanied by the paralyzed Major Zero. That's right, Big Boss is still alive. He explains everything to Old Snake, telling him that Major Zero allowed the AI to take over control of the Patriots and therefore forced the world to be dependent on war economy. He also tells him that he was injected with a second strain of fox dye, one designed to kill Big Boss, along with Ocelot and Snake's mother, Eva. But there's an upside. The new virus replaces the old virus, which means that Snake's fox dye is no longer mutating and that it'll no longer spread. Snake gets to live. So Snake and Big Boss reconcile, and after Big Boss turns off Major Zero's oxygen supply, thus killing the last of the Patriots, Boss dies in his clone son's arms from the fox dye virus. His last words to Snake urge him to live his life to the fullest, not as a snake, but as a man. The advice hits home, and Snake chooses to quit smoking and resolves to live the rest of his life in peace, hoping to see the new and more peaceful world he's helped create. I've been your host, Marcus, and what better way to end the Metal Gear timeline than with Solid Snake himself, David Hayter. Thanks, David.
And so concludes the insane saga of Solid Snake and Metal Gear. As bizarre as this story gets, Metal Gear is a series near and dear to my heart. Love truly can bloom on a battlefield. I'm David Hayter with the Leaderboard. And if you like this video, consider subscribing to the Leaderboard. And if you're still hungry for more stories about stealthy super soldiers, walking robots, and villains with crazy code names, take a look at our first Metal Gear timeline. It covers the rise of the Patriots, Big Boss, basically everything you'd need to know before watching this one. I'm Solid Snake. Thank you for listening. Snake out. It's me, Snake. Are you sure you're prepared to tell the whole story of Metal Gear?
Metal Gear?
Yeah, Metal Gear. I just hope the Leaderboard is ready.
Hello? Snake, what's wrong? Snake? Snake! The story of Metal Gear spans almost a full century across numerous real and fictional wars. Tackling a timeline this jam-packed isn't easy, but there's one central character to help keep us focused: Big Boss. Keep in mind, there's some games in the series that Kojima didn't write, so they won't be included in this timeline. So, sorry, no portable ops included here. With the caveats out of the way, let's dive into Metal Gear and the life and times of the ultimate soldier. But first, let's set the stage. The Philosophers and Cobra Unit, 1918 to 1947. The Metal Gear saga officially starts in 1918. In the aftermath of World War I, a group of the richest and most powerful minds from the US, the then Soviet Union, and the Republic of China form an organization called the Philosophers. Their goal? To use their collective resources and influence to prevent the world's superpowers from ever committing another atrocity on par with the Great War. But, like all powerful groups with noble goals, this lofty aspiration slowly becomes corrupted when the last original member of the Philosophers dies in the 1930s. The group's new generation of leaders are more concerned with gaining power than preventing future wars. So rather than steering away from conflict, the Philosophers become the puppeteers pulling the strings of each nation's government. World War II is a major turning point for the Philosophers. At the beginning of the war in 1939, the members pool their considerable resources together to make a $100 billion slush fund called the Philosopher's Legacy to help ensure an Allied victory. In 1942, they used the fund to create an elite team of super soldiers called the Cobra Unit, consisting of the Pain, the Fear, the End, the Fury, and the Sorrow, led by a soldier codenamed the Joy, or, as we know her, the Boss. The Boss and her Soviet teammate, the Sorrow, develop a relationship, and on D-Day in 1944, Boss gives birth to their son on the battlefield in Normandy. The child is immediately taken away by agents of the Philosophers. Now, remember this kid, because he'll be very, very important. In 1946, a large schism begins to form between the American and Soviet philosophers, which eventually grows into the Cold War. Colonel Boris Volgin, a member of the Philosophers, steals the legacy by hiding it in bank accounts across the world and storing the single record of the transaction on a lone microfilm. A year later, the Cobra Unit officially disbands. Fox, The Virtuous Mission, and Snake Eater, 1947 to 1964. By 1950, the Boss is working all kinds of secret missions for the US government. Along the way, she meets a spry 15-year-old kid named John, or Jack. Over the next 10 years, she trains Jack to become an efficient, dangerous soldier. They even invent a new combat technique together, CQC, short for Close Quarters Combat. But things can only stay peachy for so long. In 1961, a Soviet Union scientist named Nikolai Sokolov begins working on a tank capable of launching a nuclear warhead called the Shagohod. However, once he realizes how dangerous his creation is, Sokolov tries to defect from Russia with his family. Before he can, he's captured in Berlin. In 1962, the CIA creates FOX, aka Force Operation X, to undertake super secret missions, and they put Major Zero in charge. A special forces expert and an old ally of the boss, Zero creates an even more super-secret group called XOF to provide Fox with tactical support, placing a man codenamed Skullface in charge of it. In the same year, the boss is forced to kill the Sorrow to save their son from being executed by the philosophers. Now we're getting into the good stuff. So by August 1964, the boss's old protege Jack is going by a new codename, Naked Snake. The events of MGS3 take place early in Snake's career when he's still dedicated to his work as a soldier, and not the disillusioned and cynical man in later games. Commencing virtuous mission, now. You see, the US had sent the boss to Russia to retrieve the philosopher's legacy. Fox agent Naked Snake is tasked with contacting Sokolov and safely returning him to the West. He drops in by himself, but he's not quite alone. He's got some assistance via radio comms by fellow Fox members Major Zero and Field Doctor Paramedic. Before Snake is able to evacuate with Sokolov, the boss incapacitates him, recaptures Sokolov, and, by all appearances, defects to Russia. The boss then gives a nuke to rogue Spetsnaz GRU officer and master of electrokinesis Colonel Volgin, son of one of the aforementioned philosophers. Volgin then uses the nuke to blow up a Soviet research facility, and because the bomb was made by the US, it looks like the US committed the crime. Not long after the botched virtuous mission, Operation Snake Eater is a go. The United States has to prove to the USSR, and the world for that matter, that they were framed for the nuclear strike. The mission is simple. Naked Snake returns to Russia to eliminate Colonel Volgin and the boss. Snake is supposed to rendezvous with the Russian operative, codenamed Adam, but he instead meets with Eva, who claims to be his partner. Together, Snake and Eva escape from GRU's Major Ocelot and his team. Along the way, Snake defeats the living former members of the Cobra unit, the Pain, the Fear, the End, and the Fury, and makes his way to Volgin's fortress of Groznygrad, but is captured there while trying to rescue Sokolov. Volgin ultimately plans to use the Philosopher's Legacy to produce multiple Shagohod tanks and start a nuclear war with the US. The sadistic colonel pummels Sokolov to death, hangs Snake by his wrists, and tortures him with some shock therapy. The boss, Ocelot, and a disguised Eva are witnesses to this, interrogation. Ocelot, who is forever the showman, and suspecting Eva to be a spy, toys with her using a game of Russian roulette. To prevent him from hurting her, Snake swings into Ocelot as he fires, losing his right eye in the process. And that's how he gets his iconic eye patch. Snake and Eva escape Volgin's clutches, destroying him and the Shagohod. Finally, the boss then confronts Snake. In perhaps one of the most emotional scenes of the series, the pupil fights his mentor, and before being killed, the boss gives Snake the Philosopher's Legacy. Snake and Eva reach a safe house in Alaska and finally share a kiss. But, as femme fatales tend to do, Eva disappears in the middle of the night, and takes the Philosopher's Legacy with her. She leaves a tape for Snake that explains the boss's true mission. She was never really a traitor. Her true mission was actually to recover the Philosopher's Legacy from Volgin by gaining his trust. However, the US didn't expect him to use the nuke to frame them, which led to them revising the boss's mission to remain in her villainous role and let herself be killed by Snake. Snake also learns that Eva herself wasn't really a Soviet agent, but a Chinese spy sent to recover the legacy. Unbeknownst to either of them, the microfilm that she took was actually a fake. See, the real one was stolen by the seemingly ineffective Ocelot, who turned out to actually be a triple agent working for the philosophers. You see, he was Adam all along. You remember Adam? And yeah, a triple agent. So if that wasn't crazy enough, he's actually the son of the boss and the Sorrow. Yeah, the one born on D-Day. So as a result of the successful mission, the United States government recognizes Snake's heroism. Seeing him as a bigger hero than the boss, President Lyndon B. Johnson awards Snake the title of Big Boss. But to hell with his new title, he never forgets how the US government let the boss be branded a traitor to cover their own asses. Because of how he and the boss were treated by the government, as tools to be used and then discarded, Big Boss grows disillusioned and leaves Fox, with Major Zero following him soon after. Meanwhile, XOF leader Skullface waits in the shadows, hating Major Zero and Big Boss more and more because of it. The formation of the Patriots in the MSF, 1970 to 1972. Next up in the life and times of Big Boss is the wild and groovy 1970s. In 1970, Ocelot brings the Philosopher's Legacy to Zero, and along with Big Boss, Sigint, Paramedic, and Eva, they formed the Patriots, with Big Boss as the face of the organization. The Patriots are a reformed version of the Philosophers, dedicated to fulfilling the last wishes of the boss. By 1972, tensions have grown between Zero and Big Boss. See, Zero believes that the boss wanted the world to be united under a single group's leadership, whereas Big Boss feels that she simply wanted soldiers to stop being used as government tools. This disagreement makes Zero scared of losing Big Boss as the face of the organization, so he secretly clones him in the now iconic project Les Enfants Terribles. Eva serves as the surrogate mother and gives birth to twins. Big Boss was understandably not happy to learn about this and leaves the Patriots for good. Eva leaves soon after, but Ocelot remains with the Patriots as a spy for her. Both Sigint and Paramedic opt to stay as well, but slowly become more and more hungry for power. With all these shakeups, Zero renames both himself and the Patriots Cypher. Big Boss begins working as a mercenary on behalf of the Colombian government. During that time, he's sent on a mission to ambush guerrilla leader Kazuhira Miller, wiping out everyone in his squad except for Miller himself. Sharing mutual respect, Miller and Big Boss quickly become friends. After this, Big Boss seeks to honor the original boss's wishes, so he and his new pal Kaz form the mercenary group Militaires Sans Frontières, Soldiers Without Borders, or MSF. The goal of the organization is to provide military force for any nation that needs it, just like the boss would have wanted. Peace Walker Incident, 1974. In 1974, the MSF gets a contract from Ramon Galvez Mena and Paz Ortega Andrade, a teacher and student from Costa Rica. Ramon and Paz tell Big Boss that an unknown military force believed to be connected to the CIA has appeared in Costa Rica, and without an army of its own, the nation is unable to defend itself. At first, Big Boss refuses to help, but he changes his tune when he hears what he thinks is the boss's voice in a recording that Paz plays for him. For the mission, Galvez gives Big Boss control of an offshore rig, which the MSF lovingly name Mother Base. From here, Peace Walker gets a little complicated. See, there's guerrilla fighters, AI weapons, a guy named Hot Coldman, and the scientist who developed the eponymous Peace Walker weapon, Huey Emmerich. Now, the ending is the most important part. Paz steals and takes control of Metal Gear Zeke, all while sporting a bikini, super practical I know, with the intent to take it back to Cypher. Yes, Paz was working for Cypher the whole entire time, and she accuses Big Boss of having chosen the wrong path, but Boss simply isn't having it and is refusing to join her side. So in the final fight, complete with an epic, crazy anime soundtrack, Paz falls from Mother Base and is presumed dead. Kaz Miller tells Big Boss that Cypher's true identity is that of his old superior and comrade, Major Zero. Kaz had known this entire time, but kept quiet because Cypher was assisting MSF, even in a roundabout way. So the Peace Walker incident helps the MSF to expand into a global force, so Big Boss lets Kaz off the hook. Ground Zeroes incident, 1970. Sometime after the Peace Walker incident, it's revealed that Paz Ortega survived and was rescued by a fisherman in Belize, who found her floating in the Caribbean. Kaz Miller tells Big Boss that she's alive, and Boss suggests that she be assassinated due to her identity as a Cypher agent with knowledge of MSF secrets. However, Kaz disagrees with him, saying that some at Cypher suspect Paz of being a double agent. Additionally, Paz's intelligence leak coincides with an upcoming UN inspection of Mother Base, making Kaz doubt that Paz is truly an enemy of the MSF. Big Boss and Kaz agree that the best course of action is to save Paz and fellow MSF member Chico, who was captured while trying to rescue her from a maximum security prison, Camp Omega in Cuba. Unbeknownst to Big Boss, villainous XOF commander Skullface knows that Paz is the only Cypher agent to ever meet Zero face to face, meaning that she knows where he is. He manages to get Zero's location from her by implying that the knowledge could help Big Boss, and after getting it, he puts 2 bombs into Paz's body, knowing that Big Boss will come to rescue her. At precisely midnight on March 16, 1975, Big Boss embarks on a solo mission to infiltrate Camp Omega and rescue Paz and Chico. He finds Chico in his cage, but when Chico begins to panic, Boss is forced to knock him out in order to take him to the extraction site. Chico tells Boss that Paz is dead, but Big Boss isn't buying it and manages to deduce her location from the sounds in the tape he gives him. Boss then finds her in Camp Omega's boiler room and rescues her, leaving on the extraction chopper with both Paz and Chico. En route back to the base, Chico discovers Paz's scar from the bombs being implanted, and the MSF medics are forced to operate on her immediately with no anesthesia. During that emergency surgery, Big Boss is informed that the nuclear inspection had gone off without a hitch and that Metal Gear Zeke hasn't been found. The bomb in Paz's stomach is successfully removed and disposed of, but their chopper loses contact with Mother Base. Big Boss discovers that the base is being attacked by XOF and rushes to one of the base's struts to help the other soldiers escape. Only himself, Kaz Miller, and a single MSF medic are able to escape, boarding the chopper just before the support strut sinks into the sea. While they retreat from Mother Base, Miller, enraged by the MSF losses, they played him like a damn fiddle, interrogates Paz, but she reveals that she had a second bomb inside of her. So she tries to jump out of the chopper to save them, but does so too late, and the explosion forces the MSF chopper to careen into a pursuing enemy one. The damage done to Mother Base is impossible to hide. The media reports that it's the work of money-hungry private militias, but a scandal ensues when the US and its allies are discovered to be MSF clients. There are no reported survivors from the attack, and Big Boss is believed to have been killed. Big Boss, Kaz Miller, and the MSF medic are actually evacuated to Hospital Mena de Barranquilla in Colombia to have their injuries treated. While there, Big Boss and the medic both fall into comas. See, the medic has shrapnel stuck in his head, impossible to safely remove with surgery. Dr. Huey Emmerich also survives and is assumed to have left with XOF, though he later claims to have been kidnapped. The Phantom Pain Incident, 1984. After 9 years, Big Boss finally awakens from his aforementioned coma, having been moved at some point to a hospital in Cyprus by Eva on Zero's orders. He's greeted by Ocelot, who has been watching over him. Ocelot tells Big Boss that Zero planned to have the injured medic act as his body double and be psychologically conditioned to believe he is Big Boss. And they better hurry. The man on fire is attacking the hospital. They wake up Big Boss's double as quickly as possible. Big Boss isn't entirely in favor of having a body double, seeing it as unethical and a bit dangerous. But Ocelot convinces him it's what the medic would have wanted. And for the sake of clarity, we'll call this medic by his codename, Venom Snake, from here on in. Still wearing his hospital gown and face bandages, Big Boss acts as Venom Snake's bodyguard under the moniker Ishmael to ensure that he can safely escape the hospital and maintain the ruse. So once Ishmael leads Venom Snake out of the crumbling hospital, they witness a number of insane occurrences together. They see the mysterious telekinetic third child, a plume of fire shaped like a humpback whale that swallows an attack chopper, and a ghost-like figure emerging from the flames. Venom Snake and Ishmael attempt to escape in an ambulance, but the vehicle crashes, knocking both men unconscious. Ishmael awakens first, and is then dragged out of the car by Ocelot, who helps him escape. About a half an hour later, Venom Snake regains consciousness and flees the scene with Ocelot on horseback. The two then travel together to Afghanistan. Snake is given a snazzy new bionic arm, and they work together to rescue a captured Cos Miller. So, unbeknownst to the other members of the team, Ocelot leaves the new Mother Base to meet with Big Boss, who had discarded his temporary Ishmael identity. Ocelot gives him new clothes, a new eye patch, a new motorcycle, as well as a US passport with a new name on it, telling him that disappearing in such a way is necessary. Ocelot informs him that the medic, Venom Snake, will be acting as Big Boss from then onward and truly believed himself to be as such, making the medic the real Big Boss's phantom. And Venom Snake gets right down to work hunting down Cypher, forming Diamond Dogs in the process. He travels to Afghanistan and Africa, recruiting soldiers to the new, ever-expanding Mother Base to help him. Snake's mission is to stop Skullface, the now defected leader of Cypher's elite Black Ops force, XOF. Skullface felt Zero's vision of uniting the world would create a singular, dominating, Americanized culture. So, the villain devises some lofty goals. He plans to use a parasite to eliminate the English language from the Earth and distribute nukes across the world to create an even, yet nuclear, playing field for all countries and cultures. Of course, he'd still be the one having his finger on the trigger of all the nukes. To this end, Skullface plans to use the ST-84 Sahelanthropus, the latest and greatest Metal Gear weapon. I mean, look at this thing. It stands upright, it's got a sword, basically a Gundam. While in pursuit, Venom Snake meets all kinds of characters along the way. He captures the scientist responsible for developing Sahelanthropus, Huey Emmerich. Yes, the same Huey Emmerich from Peace Walker. Understandably, Snake, Ocelot, and Kaz all suspect Huey of selling them out to Cypher when MSF was attacked, so they keep him on thin ice. Huey's not the only one they're watching. Venom Snake also apprehends Quiet, the sniper sent by Cypher to kill Big Boss in the hospital. At first, she and Snake form an uneasy alliance, but her powerful abilities are too valuable not to use. Quiet becomes a valuable ally as she and Snake go on missions together. But one of Snake's not-so-valuable allies is Eli, a commander of child soldiers he picks up while in Africa. Eli has a massive chip on his shoulder, constantly challenging Snake back at Mother Base, only for Snake to inevitably come out on top. Just like with Quiet, the soldiers at Mother Base continue to observe him, cautious of signs of violent rebellion. One teammate they don't have to worry about is Code Talker, an expert forced by Skullface to develop the parasite. Finally, after a number of missions, Venom Snake confronts Skullface. To control Sahelanthropus, Skullface needs the third child's telekinetic abilities, but when Sahelanthropus is activated, the third child uses it against Skullface, wounding him severely. It even crushes the man on fire, who is revealed to be Colonel Volgin. Once Snake defeats Sahelanthropus, he has the Diamond Dogs transported back to Mother Base, leaving Skullface to be executed by Huey. The Diamond Dogs can't celebrate yet. When they get back to Mother Base, Eli escapes the base with Sahelanthropus, aided by the third child and a number
Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spread your wings
And fly. God be with you.
So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well, about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB-754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent. And it was only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The President demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles. At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations were conducted through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba, and so the world avoided a nuclear holocaust. But in order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete, and we were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
Listen up, Jack. Your mission is to infiltrate Selino-Yask in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the West. If we don't get Sokolov back before that weapon is complete, we'll be facing a major crisis. The clock is ticking.
Do you copy? You're already in enemy territory. Somebody might be listening in. From here on out, we'll be using code names to refer to each other. Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on.
Real one-man army.
Relax. There's a support team ready to back you up over the radio.
Hello, Snake. I'm paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic?
As in a medic who comes in by parachute.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake. Speaking of snakes, you remember the boss, don't you? A legendary soldier and your mentor.
The boss is?
She also helped me plan this mission. She and I were at SAS together.
Jack, is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
That's right. It's me.
Oh.
Talk to me. Let me hear your voice.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
You've lost weight.
You can tell just by the sound of my voice.
Of course I can. I know all about you.
Really? Well, I don't know anything about you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top-secret mission. You didn't need me anymore.
But there were still so many things I wanted you to teach me.
No. I taught you everything you needed to know about fighting techniques. I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
How to think like a soldier? I can't teach you that. A soldier needs to be strong in spirit, body, and technique. And the only thing you can learn from someone else is technique. In fact, technique doesn't even matter. What's most important is spirit. Spirit and body are like two sides of a single coin. They're the same thing. I can't teach you how to think. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
Is that why you abandoned me?
No, it had nothing to do with you. I already told you, Jack. I was on a top-secret mission. A soldier has to follow whatever orders he's given. It's not his place to question why. But you're looking for a reason to fight. You're a natural-born fighter, but you're not quite a soldier. A soldier is a political tool, nothing more. That's doubly true if he's a career soldier. Right and wrong have no place in his mission. He has no enemies and no friends. Only the mission. You follow the orders you're given. That's what being a soldier is.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
That's not the same thing. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just another man with a gun. There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country.
I follow the president and the top brass. I'm ready to die for them if necessary.
The president and the top brass won't be there forever. Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I follow the will of the leader, no matter who's in charge.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times. People's values change over time, and so do the leaders of a country. So there's no such thing as an enemy in absolute terms. The enemies we fight are only enemies in relative terms, constantly changing with the times. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me Snake.
Snake? Oh, right. Your code name is Snake. It suits you well.
That's right. The legendary unit that the boss put together during World War II was a snake. The Cobra unit. A group of heroes that brought the war to an end and saved the world. As long as you've got a legendary hero backing you up, you'll be fine. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah. I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have with me. Oh, and one more thing, boss.
Yes?
It's good to hear your voice again.
Same here. After all, who knows if either of us will make it out alive?
You must be Sokolov.
Are you one of Volgin's men? You'll never get it from me.
No. I'm a CIA agent. I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain.
You're CIA?
Yeah. I was sent by Major Zero, the man who got you out 2 years ago.
But we've got no time for this. You have to get me out of here before they arrive.
Who's they?
Colonel Volgin of Gru. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt? Never heard of him.
A certain group is plotting to use this opportunity to seize power by rallying the anti-government forces, overthrowing Khrushchev, and installing Brezhnev and Kosygin in his place. The mastermind behind this plot is Colonel Volgin of the Gru. Now he's plotting to seize the secret weapon I have been developing here and use it as leverage in his bid for power.
Freeze! So this is the legendary boss.
Huh? We meet at last.
He's the Ocelot commander. That's major ocelot to you. And don't you forget it.
Sokolov is ours. Now get out of here.
An ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
I can't say it feels good to kill a comrade, even if it is for the GRU.
Sokolov, take cover.
Huh. You're not the boss, are you?
Operatives!
If you're not the boss, then die.
Twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique.
You filthy American dog!
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
Pretty good.
You okay? They're coming for me. I'm finished.
Calm down. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And we've got some of the best backup we could ask for.
Look.
That's what they were making you build.
Yes. The Shagohod. The treading behemoth. A tank capable of launching nuclear IRBM. If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
The end of the Cold War?
Yes. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war.
I had no choice but to cooperate. I didn't want to die. I wanted to see my wife and child again in America. Please, take me to America, quickly. They cannot complete it without my help.
Got it. Let's go. Boss?
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
Hornets?
Let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back, boss.
Now that all 5 of us are together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself. It's raining blood. Is he crying?
Kuwabara, Kuwabara. Ah, what a joyful scene.
Colonel Vogan.
Welcome to my country. And to my unit.
Boss, what is this?
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union.
This can't be happening.
Think you can pull the trigger? Jack, you can't come with us.
The new blood has been rejected.
Snake, can you hear me?
Yeah, just barely.
Snake, listen to me. You need emergency medical treatment. Can you move? You've got to get those wounds treated. Hang in there. All right, let's get you fixed up. Paramedic?
Okay, Snake. Just relax and it'll all be over before you know it. Stay with me. I've seen people in worse shape before. Good job, Snake.
We're coming to get you now. Just stay where you are. We'll drop a recovery balloon. Can you set it up?
What are we going to do with the girl?
Who is she?
Apparently she's Sokolov's woman.
She has spunk.
Shall we take her back to the base?
Perhaps we should. We have no further use for Sokolov's research facility. I think it's time I gave this marvelous new toy a try.
Colonel, even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger. It'll be our friend, the American defector.
You're going to nuke your fellow Russians?
Remember the Alamo.
Colonel!
silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'm melting to you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
Currently flying over the Arctic Ocean, altitude 30,000 feet, approaching Soviet airspace. This is our last chance. Show your patriotism. If you fail, you'll be back in a hospital bed again, waiting for the firing squad.
Yesterday, the White House received an unexpected call.
President Johnson?
Yes, I hear you, Mr. Chairman.
It was a hotline call from Khrushchev to President Johnson.
From the head of the Soviet Union?
That's right.
So, the boss, with Colonel Volgin's help, stole 2 experimental nuclear shells and took them with her as gift when she defected. Then, shortly thereafter, Sokolov's design lab, a top-secret military research facility, was destroyed by one of these weapons. Am I right so far?
Yes, that's correct.
And the American government denies any involvement in the affair. Is that right as well?
That's correct. We were not involved in any way.
Then what was a U.S. military aircraft doing on our radar screen? It was clearly in a violation of our airspace. And yet you say it was not acting under your orders.
That's correct.
You have 1 week. You must catch the boss yourselves and recover the remaining nuclear device. Then, you must find some way to prove your innocence.
Prove our innocence?
Yes, preferably something painful. Prove to me that this is not merely another one of your tricks.
What if we can't prove our innocence?
Then I will be unable to restrain the military. I will be ousted, and they will seek their revenge.
A nuclear attack on the United States?
No,
leave the disposal of this situation entirely to your discretion, Mr. President.
Disposal?
If you fail, it will mean the beginning of a new world war.
To put it simply, in order to avoid a full-scale nuclear conflict, we have to prove that America was not involved in that explosion.
And eliminating the boss ourselves will prove America's innocence?
Right. The higher-ups have decided that you're the only one capable of pulling this off. You were her last apprentice. Screw this one up, and we'll both be 6 feet under. There's no choice.
Are the Russians going to be helping us?
The KGB has promised to lend us one of their communications satellites so that you and I can talk to each other.
That's it?
They've also put us in touch with a couple of insiders.
Insiders?
There was a defection in September 1960. You remember it?
You mean the 2 NSA codebreakers who went over to the Soviet Union?
Precisely. Since then, they've apparently been training with the KGB for exactly this kind of situation. Their code names are Adam and Eva. I've been told that Adam has infiltrated Volgin's ranks. I've also arranged for him to provide you with an escape route. You'll need to rendezvous with him when you get there.
Control. Unidentified aircraft detected. Altitude 30,000 feet. It's fast. Estimated airspeed exceeding Mach 3. Bearing south. I'm about to lose it.
Snake, let's go over your mission objectives one more time. Rescue Sokolov. Find out what's happened to the Shagohod, then destroy it. And finally, eliminate the boss.
Eliminate the boss?
This mission will be codenamed Operation Snake Eater. Paramedic is with us again on this mission, and there's one more person on your support team. His name is Mr. Sigint. He's an expert on the latest in weapons and equipment technology. Adam, your KGB contact, is waiting for you at the abandoned factory up ahead. The password is, "Who are the Patriots?" and "Lali Lule Lo."
Lali Lule Lo. Gotcha.
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss.
That arm still hurt?
What are you doing here?
Go home. Go back to your boss. There's no need to prove that you are virtuous here. This isn't America. That should stir things up a bit.
Why'd you defect?
I didn't. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? The mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? You don't know the truth yet. But sooner or later you'll have to choose.
Sorry I'm late.
All right, say the password. Who are the Patriots? Who are the Patriots? Answer me! Trapped.
Get down! There is your answer. The name's Eva.
What happened to Adam?
Colonel Volgan is a very suspicious man. He decided Adam wasn't the right person for this mission.
And you were?
Yes,
Why?
because I can do things he can't.
.45, huh? The feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. The slide's been reinforced, and the interlock with the frame is tightened for added precision. The sight system is original too. The thumb safety is extended to make it easier on the finger. A long type trigger with non-slip grooves. A ring hammer. The base of the trigger guard's been filed down for a higher grip. And not only that, nearly every part of this gun has been expertly crafted and customized.
You're here to rescue Sokolov, right?
Sokolov's still safe then.
Yes. He's being forced to continue his work on the Shagohod.
Where?
At the lab. They've got a whole army of scientists there developing new weapons. Security is tight, but if you disguise yourself as a scientist, you might be able to sneak in.
What about you?
I have to get back. I can't be gone for too long. They'll start to suspect something.
You're here at last. Looks like the boss's info was right. Shots. Okay. Damn it. He found us.
We are the sons of the boss! I am the pain! I will guide you to a world of anguish beyond your imagination! Let's get started.
If you're looking for Sokolov, he's not here anymore. No, you're the intruder everyone's talking about.
And who are you?
You mean you've never heard of me? And you call yourself an agent? Very well, then. I am Alexander Leonovich Granin. A man of some importance, if I do say so myself. I am the foremost weapons scientist in the Soviet Union, and the head of the glorious Granin Design Bureau. Because of him, I have been stripped of my authority. My research has come to nothing. Look. It is a revolutionary mobile nuclear missile system. A bipedal tank. A kind of Metal Gear, if you will. And this magnificent Metal Gear will mark a revolutionary step forward in weapons development.
Metal Gear?
But I won't be used so easily. No crying myself to sleep. For you see, I'm going to send these documents to my friend in the United States.
What?
These bastards will live to regret this. And when they themselves become the targets of my creation, they will know my true greatness. Tank does not need a rocket. It needs something else. Look at these.
Nice shoes.
No. Legs. Legs that allow it to go anywhere. My project has been terminated. Philosopher's legacy has been handed over to him.
What the hell are you talking about?
The Philosopher's legacy. Haven't you heard of the Philosophers? The Colonel has inherited their immense legacy. Volgin's father was in charge of the Philosophers' money laundering activities. In the confusion of the war, they somehow ended up with their treasure. And Volgin inherited that treasure illegally. Wait!
What?
Listen to me, you fool. I want to help you.
Help me?
To thank you for your compliment.
What compliment?
My shoes. Tatiana gave them to me. I wanted to thank you for complimenting me on them. I'll tell you how to get into the fortress. In return, I ask only that you get that idiot out of there and destroy the Shagohod. There is an underground tunnel that runs around the perimeter of the fortress. You should be able to use it to sneak into the base. Head for the mountains. The entrance to the tunnel is located there. Take this. To capitalism!
Brazilian wandering spider. Soon a most exquisite pain will engulf your entire body. Your limbs will be paralyzed, your lungs cease to draw breath. Eventually your heart will stop beating. Ah, but what fun would that be? Not a fitting leave. It is time for you to feel the fear. it! The fear!
Hello?
I beg of you, grant me the strength to take this final prey. I have to thank you for waking me. If you hadn't shown up, my sleep would have been bitter. Do you hear me, Snake? I am the end. I am here to send you to your ultimate fate. You'll make a fine quarry for my final hunt. Spirits of the forest, I thank you. The boss would be proud of you. The time has come for a younger generation to rise. I've been wandering for more than a century, and now my journey comes to a close. What a splendid way to end it all. I have no regrets. I can return to the forum of
It's the way I fly to you.
was quick.
You look like you could use some rest.
I'll be fine. It's just that playing these 2 roles hasn't left me much time to sleep.
Where'd you get those cuts?
The Colonel,
He found out?
if he knew I'd be dead already. No, this is his hobby. He's a sadist. He gets pleasure out of making people suffer. He's scum. Does it look that strange to you?
No. I'm the same way. Scars all over.
Can I see?
No. Do you know where exactly in Groznygrad Sokolov is located?
He's in the heart of the fortress, the weapons lab. There's just one problem.
Not again.
The West Wing is protected by the highest level of security. You need to be Colonel class to get in.
Colonel class?
Here, look at this picture. Major Ivan Rydenidich Rykov. Pretend you're him.
How do I do that?
Steal his clothes. You look similar from behind. They won't know the difference. Your face might be a problem, so you just have to figure something out.
Right. You handle the escape then. I'll head for Groznygrad.
Wait a minute. There's something I wanted to ask you.
What?
What's the story between you and the boss?
She was like a mother, and my master.
And your lover?
It went deeper than that.
Deeper?
Half of me belongs to the boss.
Do you love her?
No, nothing like that.
Do you hate her?
Does it have to be one or the other? Love or hate?
Between a man and a woman? You bet.
For 10 years, we lived and died together. You couldn't possibly understand.
And you think you can kill her now? That's your mission, isn't it? Assassinating the boss? Snake? Is there anyone you like? Someone special?
I've never been interested in other people's lives.
You were interested in the boss.
She was different.
Really? How do you feel about me?
I should be asking you the same question.
Me? I can fall in love if it's part of the mission. Even with you. Snake? What's wrong? See you around, Snake. Take care of yourself.
What about you?
I've got to hurry back and play my other part.
Colonel.
Look at this.
A transmitter?
Exactly. Planted to keep someone informed of his location.
But does this mean Granin was the spy?
Perhaps he was being used by someone else. Boss!
Where have you been?
The fear and the end have fallen.
Damn it! CIA dog? That leaves only the Fury. How can the legendary Cobras be beaten so easily?
He's good.
Fallen for him?
Don't worry. I'll take care of him.
What is he after? Must be more than just Sokolov.
America is out to destroy the Shagohod and get its hands on your inheritance. The philosopher's legacy.
Huh? Impossible. The legacy,
Then they're out to kill me as well. Colonel, tighten the security on this place. He's coming here, I'm sure of it. I'm gonna get the Davy Crockett.
I am the Fury. The flames of my rage will incinerate you. I came back from space. As I returned, I had one vision. The world set ablaze. And do you know what I saw there? Fury. A great and terrible fury at being alive. Now, you're going to feel the scorching heat of that horrible blackness. This is the end of the Cobras. You've got to live on. You're the only one left. I'm off. To join the sorrow. Behold, the flames of fury. The fires of hell will purge me clean. I'm coming home. I see the earth.
You can count on me. What about the philosopher's legacy?
I don't know anything about that. Who's there? You're the man from the CIA, but I'm afraid you're too late.
Too late? Don't tell me. The Shagohods.
Exactly. The final preparations for Phase 2 are complete. The Shagohod can achieve a land speed of over 300 miles per hour.
That monster can go more than 300 miles per hour.
Yes. And from this state of accelerated motion, it launches a nuclear missile.
So, the Shagohod acts like the first stage of a rocket.
Yes, precisely. The range of the missile launched by the Shagohod thus increases from 2,500 miles to 6,000 miles.
6,000 miles? That's enough to strike anywhere in the United States. We've still got a chance. All we have to do is destroy the prototype and the whole facility before they can mass produce it. But just tell me what I need to do to destroy this place.
All right. The liquid fuel used in the rocket engine is stored in a tank. If you can blow it up somehow. Some C3 ought to be enough to blow the entire hangar to smithereens. There was some in the armory here, but it's gone now. It was stolen by a female spy who was here a minute ago.
Eva?
No, that's not her name. Her name is Tatiana. She made her way in here by becoming Volkin's lover.
I thought she was your lover.
Mine? Oh no, she is Volkin's lover.
Major, what are you doing here? I've been waiting for you in my room. Who are you? Don't play dumb with me. If you think you can fool me, you're sorely mistaken. I know the Major better than anyone else.
What is this fairy disguise? Stay out of this!
I see why they call you the boss. What was that? Some kind of judo?
No, it's called CQC, a basic form of close quarters combat. He and I developed it together.
Splendid. I'll take it from here.
Are you going to kill him?
Of course. But first, I will make him pay for hurting Ivan.
It's no use. He's not going to talk. He's been trained not to break. Trained by me.
Admit it! We're after the location of the legacy! The secret fund established by the three great powers during the 2 world wars. That's what you're looking for, isn't it? $100 billion, divided up and hidden all over the world. And you're looking for a record of where all that money is hidden, right? No matter. The Philosopher's legacy is safely in my possession, in the underground vault of Groznygrad. You'll never live. What's this? A transmitter? Who's responsible for this?
I am. I planted it on him to keep track of his movements.
Why?
So the Cobras could ambush him.
If they knew where he was gonna be, they wouldn't have gotten themselves slaughtered. It pains me to do this, boss, but under the circumstances, I'm afraid I must ask you to show me some proof that you and he were not in collusion.
You don't trust me, is that it?
Not that, but he is your apprentice.
What do you want me to do?
Let's see. Cut out his eyes. I don't like those blue eyes of his. Ruin him, just as he did the Cobras. What is it, Tanya?
He's suffered enough.
Well, well. Why are you protecting him? I know that smell.
Stop it!
Taking a fancy to her, eh, Ocelot?
No. I have no interest in this woman. I want to test her.
There. Satisfied now?
Well, that was refreshing. Come, we're going to my room.
Watching this has made me realize something. It's really not that bad. It's the ultimate form of expression.
Run!
I've prepared an escape route for us. Go out and head west. Pass underneath the connecting passageway and go north. You'll find an open manhole there. You're quiet! Go through the manhole down into the sewers. The door at the north end of the sewers is unlocked. You can use it to get outside the fortress. I've got your equipment. We'll meet up later.
Eva.
But I can't get too close to your cell. You'll have to figure a way out of there yourself. I'll be in touch.
This is where it ends.
Snake!
Are you one of the cobras?
I am the sorrow. Like you, I too am filled with sadness. Make no mistake. The dead are not silent. Now you will know the sorrow of those whose lives you have ended. Boss, you have to shoot me.
I can't.
Shoot me. You want to finish your mission, don't you? Then you'll have to shoot me. The spirit of the warrior will always be with you. Don't be sad. We'll meet again someday.
Snake, you didn't call. I was worried. Are you all right?
I jumped into the river.
I'm all the way up there? You're out of control.
Yeah, I got carried away by the current and almost drowned.
Great. That's perfect.
What do you mean that's perfect?
I mean, if you ended up in the river, then I know a good spot nearby. Keep going upstream until you get to a waterfall.
A waterfall, huh?
Right. Behind that waterfall, there's a cave. We'll meet in there. Nice to meet you, Snake. I'm Tatiana. When this mission's over, you'll have to treat me to a nice dinner.
What do you want to eat?
Let's see. How about sushi?
Sushi?
It's Japanese. I hear it's all the rage right now. Supposedly it's made from raw fish.
Raw fish? Just the place for my survival techniques.
Snake. Thank you, Snake. I'll be your eyes from now on. Thank you, Snake.
Don't worry about it.
Are you all right?
It's not like I can't see. I've got one good eye and can still fire a gun.
Really? Good.
Eva, didn't you steal some explosives out of the fortress?
C3, a highly potent explosive from the west. There's a rail bridge to the north. I'm gonna set a bomb there, so I'm taking half of the C3 with me.
Right. I'll set off the weapons lab then. Try not to be in the neighborhood when it happens.
Gotcha. Okay, let's go.
You seem like you were born on one of those.
If I didn't ride every day, I couldn't go on living.
Huh?
When I'm riding, the wind hits me so hard that it hurts. That pain keeps my mind off the pain of having to be someone else. It's not easy always fooling myself like this. It's only when I'm on the bike that I'm free to be the real me. I only get off my bike when I fall in love or fall dead.
What's your name?
Tatiana.
No. Your real name.
What's wrong with Tanya?
Okay, Tanya. Don't let anyone see you. Huh?
Oh, this? It's a button camera.
What did you do that for?
Insurance. To make sure you don't double-cross me.
Hey.
What?
You're gonna get wet again. Got you this time.
Snake!
Why'd you come back?
This woman was found snooping around my underground vault. When she was captured, look what we found on her. The Philosopher's Legacy. This microfilm contains all the information regarding the legacy. You might say that this film itself is the Philosopher's Legacy.
What is the Philosopher's Legacy?
Very well. I'll explain it before I kill you. During the last Great War, the most powerful men in America, China, and the Soviet Union had a secret pact. The pact was a blueprint for defeating the Axis powers and creating a new world order. To secure victory in the war, the three countries pooled their resources. That wealth is the Philosopher's Legacy. After the war was won, the three countries were to divide the Philosopher's Legacy amongst themselves. My father was one of the men in charge of managing the Philosopher's Legacy. In the confusion that ensued after the war ended, he devised a series of ingenious plots to ensure that the Soviet Union would have total control over the legacy. After my father's death, I learned of this secret and obtained the microfilm. The world was once one, but the conflict between the philosophers has torn it in two. We will use the legacy to heal that rift and make the world whole again. To do this, we need strength, an unstoppable trump card with enough power to bring order to the world. That trump card was to be the Shago Hod and the Cobra unit. Boss, take this someplace safe. Take good care of it.
I'll go see if there are any surprises waiting for us. I'll dispose of her as well. Leave everything to me.
Time to get even.
Enough of this. He's mine. You will stand right there and watch. Got it?
Please, Colonel, let me...
Silence! Shoot him! Do you hear me? I said shoot him!
Sorry, Colonel. Afraid I can't do that.
What do you mean you can't?
I made a promise to the boss.
Silence! I am your commanding officer. Ready for some more snake?
Everybody run!
Hop in.
Eva, how did you...
The boss let me go.
The boss? Why?
I'll tell you later. Right now, we've got to get to the lake and escape.
We can't leave yet. I've still got one last job to do.
The boss is already at the lake.
Huh?
She's at the lake. She's waiting for you there.
Waiting for me?
I was hoping I wouldn't have to tell you. I don't want you to fight her. But I've come to realize that there's a special relationship between you two. Something I can't understand. Something that goes beyond a man and a woman. I envy you. Really, I do. But I guess I just can't understand it. She asked me to tell you something. I've never seen someone with such clear eyes. There. I said it. Ready to go?
Yeah. can't put a dent in that armor.
Let's head for the rail bridge.
Bridge? I thought you rigged it with C3.
I did. We'll lure him onto the bridge.
Blow him up along with it. Good plan.
The bridge is on the other side of the runway. We'll have to cut through the middle of the base. You ready?
Step on it. If he catches up to us, we're done for.
Okay, here we go!
It's still too early.
It's here! We did it!
It's over.
Look!
I'm not finished yet!
Ava, you take care of the driving.
Yeah?
Yeah, I trust you. On one condition, though. Leave the fighting to me.
You got it. I was getting tired of running away anyway.
Ava, let's do it.
For luck.
Here goes.
Who's afraid of a little thunder?
It's finally over.
No time for this now. The escape craft is just up ahead. Let's get going.
Looks like they finally gave up.
Don't start celebrating yet. We're leaking fuel.
Damn it. Tank shot up. Crap. Eva!
I'm over here. Leave me.
Eva!
The boss is waiting for you.
Listen to me, Eva. We're doing this together.
No, you...
Eva! I need you.
Say that one more time.
I need you. I can't fly the wig by myself.
All right, then. I guess I'd better help you out.
Can you walk?
Yeah, I think so.
Here.
We made it.
We made it.
It's the boss, isn't it? I'll go get the wig ready to take off.
Right.
I'll leave you two alone. But come back in one piece, okay? Promise me!
Life's end. Isn't it beautiful? It's almost tragic. When life ends, it gives off a final lingering aroma. Light is but a farewell gift from the darkness to those on their way to die. I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time. Waiting for your birth, your growth, and the finality of today.
Boss. Why are you doing this?
Why? To make the world one again. The world used to be whole. But with the end of the Second World War, the philosophers began to fight amongst themselves, and the world was torn apart. The Cobras, my comrades who trained and fought alongside me, were torn apart as well. The foibles of politics and the march of time can turn friends into enemies just as easily as the wind changes. Ridiculous, isn't it? Yesterday's ally becomes today's opposition. And this Cold War? Think back. When I was leading the Cobras, America and Russia were fighting together. Now, consider whether America and Russia will still be enemies in the 21st century. Somehow I doubt it. Enemies change along with the times, the flow of the ages, and we soldiers are forced to play along. I didn't raise you and shape you into the man you are today just so we could face each other in battle. A soldier's skills aren't meant to be used to hurt friends. So then what is an enemy? Is there such a thing as an absolute timeless enemy? There is no such thing, and never has been. And the reason is that our enemies are human beings like us. They can only be our enemies in relative terms. The world must be made whole again. The philosophers must be reunited. I will devote my skills to that purpose. And with the Colonel's money, I will achieve that end. Just as I once created the Cobras. They are my family. I may no longer be able to bear children, but I still have a family. In 1960, I saw a vision of the ideal future from space. I could see the planet as it appeared from space. That's when it finally hit me. Space exploration is nothing but another game in the power struggle between the US and the USSR. Politics, economics, the arms race, they're all just arenas for meaningless competition. I'm sure you can see that, but the Earth itself has no boundaries. No East, no West, no Cold War. And the irony of it is, the United States and the Soviet Union are spending billions on their space programs and the missile race, only to arrive at the same conclusion. In the 21st century, everyone will be able to see that we are all just inhabitants of a little celestial body called Earth. A world without communism or capitalism, that is the world I wanted to see. But reality continued to betray me. Then, 2 years ago, I faced the sorrow, my old comrade in battle. There is no enmity between us. One must live, and one must die. That was the mission. The ones who gave me that mission were the philosophers. Early in the 20th century, the true holders of power in the United States, the Republic of China, and the newly formed Soviet Union gathered together in a secret meeting that would later be known as the Wise Men's Committee. The secret pact they formed there marked the beginning of the philosophers. But the last of the original members died in the 1930s. After that, the organization began to run out of control, and the Wise Men's Committee degenerated into a mere shell of its former self. The philosophers of today have no sense of good or evil. Their influence extends to countries and organizations involved in every aspect of every war. They have become war itself. That's how they operate. The sacrifices of war cause a shift in the times. This shift leads to renewed conflict, and in turn triggers the next war. Like a nuclear chain reaction, each conflict sparks countless others, forming an endless spiral that will continue on for eternity. It was my father who explained all of this to me. He was one of them. You see, I am the last remaining child of the philosophers. But after he revealed the truth, my father was killed by that same shapeless, formless organization. And my father isn't the only thing the philosophers have taken from me. In June of 1944, the Cobras and I took part in the landing at Normandy. I was pregnant at the time. The sorrow was the father. I gave birth on the field of battle. A beautiful baby boy. But my child was snatched away from me by the philosophers. Look at this scar. This is proof that I was once a mother. I gave up my body and my child for my country. There is nothing left inside me now. Nothing at all. No hatred, not even regret. And yet sometimes at night, I can still feel the pain creeping up inside me, slithering through my body like a snake. I've never talked this much about myself before. Thanks. Thanks for listening to me. I feel content. Snake, commence the operation. I raised you. I loved you. I've given you weapons, taught you techniques, endowed you with knowledge. There is nothing more for me to give you. All that's left for you to take is my life, by your own hand. One must die, and one must live. No victory, no defeat. The survivor will carry on the fight. It is our destiny. The one who survives will inherit the title of boss. And the one who inherits the title of boss will face an existence of endless battle. I'll give you 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, MiGs will come and bomb the hell out of this place. If you can beat me in less than 10 minutes, you'll be able to escape in time. Let's make this the greatest 10 minutes of our lives, Jack.
Boss.
You're a soldier. Finish your mission. Prove your loyalty. Face me. Time to play rough.
Fear in my heart.
All these years and still nothing to show.
But you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I'd like to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
Take this. Keep it safe. It's our only hope.
Patriot. Why are you giving me this?
Jack. Or should I say, Snake? You're a wonderful man. Kill me. Kill me now. Do it. There's only room for one boss and one snake.
Are you okay? Snake?
Yeah.
Snake, try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
Not good!
I picked up a few new moves. Huh. It doesn't feel right to shoot an unarmed man. But I'll get over it.
Eva!
What do you say to one last showdown?
Yeah, all right.
What's your name? You're not a snake, and I'm not an ocelot. We're men with names. My name is Adamska. What's yours?
John.
Very well, John. Plain name. But I won't forget it. Like your luck has beat mine again. But why didn't you pull the trigger? Till we meet again, John.
Did you ever think about coming back to America?
I can't go back. I've left America behind me.
And I still owe you a dinner.
Is that part of your mission too? Or is it an order? Or is it an invitation? Or a proposal? I don't take orders from anyone now. Scholars tell us that the first spy in history was the snake in the book of Genesis. In that story, it was Eve who was tempted by the snake in the Garden of Eden. But this time around, it was I who tempted the snake and got away with the forbidden fruit of knowledge. Forgive me, Snake.
Good morning, Snake. I hope you slept well. First of all,
I have to apologize. I wasn't sent by Khrushchev. I'm not a KGB spy, and I never worked for the NSA.
I'm an agent of the People's Republic of China for the General HQ 2nd Department of the People's Liberation Army. It was all a lie. I tricked you. And I'm sorry.
The philosophers still exist in China, too. You see, my mission was to find out where Volgan was hiding the philosopher's legacy and steal it. So I infiltrated his base as a KGB spy. The two NSA codebreakers who defected in 1960 were actually both men. The real Adam never showed up at the meeting place, saving me the trouble of having to eliminate him. I sneaked in by pretending I was Eva. And you and Sokolov and Volgan, you all believed me. The philosopher's legacy was originally held in common between the US, Soviet Union, and China. We couldn't let the Russians and the Americans take it all for themselves. The Chinese government had its eye on the legacy, too. I got the film containing the legacy, and also the nuclear missile launch data from the Shagohod. 5 years ago, the Soviet Union stopped supplying us with nuclear weapons technology. Since then, China's Liaodong easing, hydrogen bomb, and space rocket projects have fallen behind. But with this data, our country will be able to develop its own nukes. We'll create a deterrent force to rival those of the US and Soviet Union. Everything has gone according to plan, thanks to your help. I, too, am one of the philosophers. I'm an agent of the philosophers, a graduate of one of their charm schools. I was raised in a joint US-Soviet-Chinese facility to become a sleeper agent. This was before the war. Back then, they were collecting children from all over the world. As a result, I'm indistinguishable from a native-born American. So it didn't surprise me when you and Volgan couldn't tell the difference. But she knew right from the beginning. She knew because before the war, she was at one of the philosopher's schools too, as an instructor. The boss was the only one I couldn't fool. She was the only one who knew I was a fake. She told me everything. Why did she open her heart to me like that? At the time, I couldn't understand it. But now, I think I do. Snake. She wanted you to know the truth. She chose me to tell you. That's why she saved my life. I've lied to you so many times, but not this time. My orders from the government were to obtain the legacy and to eliminate everyone who knew the truth about what happened. In other words, I'm supposed to kill you. But I can't do it. Not because we loved each other. And not because you saved my life. But because I made a promise to the boss. And I intend to keep it. I just wanted you to know. And Snake, listen to me. She didn't betray the United States. No. Far from it. She was a hero who died for her country. She carried out her mission knowing full well what was going to happen. Self-sacrifice. Because that was her duty.
You are above even the boss. I hereby award you the title of Big Boss. You are a true patriot.
Someone like him to handle our top secret sneaking missions for us. A man who combines the qualities of a soldier and an agent.
The boss's defection was a ruse set up by the U.S. government. It was all a big drama staged by Washington so they could get their hands on the philosopher's legacy. And the boss was the star of the show. They planned it so that they could get the legacy that Colonel Volgan inherited and destroy the Shagohod at the same time. Only a legendary hero like the boss could have earned Volgan's trust. Finding out where the philosopher's legacy was hidden was to be her greatest mission. Everything was going according to plan. But then something happened that no one could have predicted. Colonel Volgan fired an American-made nuclear warhead at Sokolov's research facility. Khrushchev demanded that the U.S. government provide proof that it wasn't involved. They couldn't just abort the operation to steal the legacy. So the operation itself was greatly expanded and revised. The authorities in Washington knew that in order to prove its innocence, they'd have to get rid of the boss. And that one of their own would have to do the job. The public couldn't be allowed to find out about it. Not ever. This, they concluded, would be the best way to keep the whole thing under wraps. The boss wouldn't be allowed to come back home alive. And she wouldn't be allowed to kill herself. Her life would be ended by her most beloved disciple. That was the way the government wanted it. That was the mission she was given. And she had no choice but to carry it out. Her death at your hands was a duty she had to fulfill. Out of duty, she turned her back on her own comrades. A lesser woman would have been crushed by such a burden. The taint of disgrace will follow her to her grave. Future generations will revile her. In America as a despicable traitor with no sense of honor. And in Russia as a monster who unleashed a nuclear catastrophe. She will go down in official history as a war criminal. And no one will ever understand her. That was her final mission. And like a true soldier, she saw it through to the end. But I think she wanted you, of all people, to know the truth. She wanted to live on in your memory. Not as a soldier, but as a woman. But she was forbidden to tell you herself. And that's why she told me. Snake, history will never know what she did. No one will ever learn the truth. Her story, her debriefing, will endure only in your heart. Everything she did for her country. She sacrificed her life and her honor for her native land. She was a real hero. She was a true patriot.
Yes, Grozny Grad and the Granin Research Facility have both been wiped out without a trace. Khrushchev is finished. Your time has finally arrived. Yes, the American president is relying on us to keep a lid on the whole affair. We've got him by the balls. It should make a valuable trump card in future negotiations. Yes, Chief Director, of course. I'll keep the KGB informed. Yes, it's me. The boss has accomplished her mission. The philosopher's legacy is now safely with us, in America's hands. With this money, yes, the philosophers can finally be revived. The film we handed the Chinese was a fake. Peking must be in an uproar right about now. I'm afraid so. Only half the money has made it back to the United States. The KGB must still have part of the legacy. Yes, the weapon has been reduced to ashes. That's right. Grozny Grad has been obliterated by the Davy Crockett we brought in as well. Yes, that was the boss's work too. Speaking of which, I've obtained something from Granin that you might find interesting. It's a revolutionary new nuclear attack system. Perhaps it might just come in handy someday. Yes, we have Snake to thank for that. Khrushchev believed it as well. Yes, they bought our story. I don't think they'll be making a fuss. The secondary alert has been lifted as well. And the Soviets still haven't discovered my true identity. They have no idea that I've been triple-crossing them. I will continue my activities as a contact for the new government. Yes, it appears that no one knew that I was Adam. Of course, I am always at the CIA's disposal, Mr. Director.
What's going on, Kaz?
We've got guests.
Time to move.
Don't worry, it's not our friends from Langley.
So, what brings a distinguished scholar from the Costa Rican government to Colombia?
Professor Galvez comes from Costa Rica's University for Peace.
You see, over the past year, there have been sightings of an armed group in Costa Rica. They're not ours, of course.
Costa Rica doesn't have an army.
Correct. Article 12 of our Constitution states that the Army as a permanent institution is abolished.
The Peace Constitution.
I fear La CIA may be involved.
The CIA.
Please, you must drive them out of our defenseless country. We come to you, the Militaires Sans Frontières.
So, you want to hire us?
Yes, as our deterrent. We can't afford to pay much, it's true. But we can offer you this. A forward operating base. An offshore plant in the Caribbean.
Sounds pretty good to me. This place is becoming a mess anyway. Snake, we need someplace we can settle down.
For over 20 years, I've preached the virtues of peace at multiple universities. Tonight, I stand before you as an educator. This is my student. She came to me to study peace. Her name is Paz. Paz Ortega.
Paz. Peace.
They've got a supply port north of Puerto Limon, a town in La Costa del Mar Caribe. A few days ago, Paz stumbled upon that facility while searching for a lost friend. She was captured. She's only a child, 16 years old. They did terrible things to her, but somehow she managed to escape.
Oh, thank God.
She's huérfana. Her mother died when she was small, and she lost her grandparents in the Civil War. She hates war with a passion like no other.
My name is Paz, and I will do anything to protect my namesake. It is my one and only purpose. Please, get them out of my country. Make them leave Costa Rica.
Sorry, kid.
We know who you are, Big Boss. That is why we've come to you.
Are they still here? Our friend, the professor, is likely KGB.
I see.
We'd be making an enemy of our homeland.
And there'd be no turning back.
God, this damn thing won't light.
Huh?
Put on some coffee, Kaz. It's time for a little chat with the professor.
I was a heavy smoker. When I got my medal from the Secretary General, he gave me this prosthetic hand as well. But smoking was ruining my lungs, so I quit. I've not had much use for it since. It's quite an honor to meet the legendary Big Boss.
That's just a code name the CIA made up.
Then perhaps I should call you John.
I don't have a name. Stop using that code name you liked so much 10 years ago. What about you, comrade? What do they call you back at Center?
Well then, allow me to get straight to the point. We want this land. We'll build a socialist stronghold, then use it to split the Americas in two.
America would lose its backyard.
And with it, its economic production, shipping lanes, and strategic value. But it's more complex than that. The CIA's got something else planned as well.
What?
That is the million-dollar question. Big Boss, we want you and your unit to find the answer. Infiltrate and investigate the facility in La Costa, where Paz was imprisoned. Learn all you can of their operations. Then, drive them out of the country.
You're asking us to settle a turf war between the KGB and the CIA?
What about her? That was all just an act?
You mean her words about peace? She was captured, that much is true. But I've kept my KGB affiliation from her.
And you thought we'd fall for a sob story?
No. I had good reason to bring her along. She managed to escape with her life, but her friend was not so lucky. Why were they attacked? I believe this will help explain. Perhaps they saw something they weren't supposed to. Perhaps they heard something they shouldn't have.
A cassette tape?
Paz took this during her escape. She says her friend happened to record it by accident.
What is that?
A portable stereo cassette player. The first of its kind.
Ah, I heard they were working on something like that in Japan. Didn't know you guys were too.
I believe what you're about to hear will help you understand.
What is that? A quetzal?
The phoenix bird.
Paz's friend was researching birds. She went out into the jungle to record bird calls and stumbled upon this.
So? So what?
Now it gets interesting.
Get rid of it. I chase it back to its nest. You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's on many people. I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home.
Boss. Voice print analysis confirms that this voice is indeed that of the legendary hero and criminal, the Boss.
What?
The other hasn't been identified. Female in her 30s with a British accent. The song playing in the background was a hit in 1973.
What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your mentor? Your mission or your beliefs? I am loyal to
Boss
myself.
is alive in Costa Rica.
As I understand it, she was your commander, fought by your side. And that you killed her under orders from the CIA, thus surpassing her to become the hero known as Big Boss. Well, what'll it be? Will you take the job?
Snake, it's gotta be a trap.
So you still can't turn your back on your country? Then I suppose you won't need this.
Wait! Snake? I'll do it for the girl. For Paz.
Okay. For peace, then.
Yes, sir, we broke him. We acquired the whereabouts of target 500.
Acknowledged. Spears are loaded. The barge has cleared Point Bravo.
Acknowledged. Out.
DJ Gonzalez.
This is Snake. Kaz, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You found a radio.
It's got a circuit that reverses the audio phase.
Let's switch frequencies from time to time, just to make sure we're not detected.
I found a map of their bases. The cargo's heading from the marshes west towards Irasu.
Nice going, boss.
Kaz, this place is full of film badges. Dozens of them.
Film badges? Like the ones used to measure radiation exposure?
The radio man was wearing one. And whoever he was talking to called the cargo spears.
Wait, that would mean...
Nukes. They're bringing nukes into Costa Rica.
Holy Mother of God.
How's that map, Snake? Think you can use it?
It tells me where their bases are, but it's just a bunch of points. No routes. I need better intel on the lay of the land.
Snake, the professor said he's got the Sandinistas on his side. Said you should get in touch with the FSL and Comandante.
Do they know they're backed by the KGB?
Nah. As far as they know, they're really fighting for the revolution. The KGB is staying behind the scenes. I'm not sure the Sandinistas are aware of what's really going on.
We need to get ready first, Kaz. Repairs?
Working as fast as we can, boss. This place is pretty beat. Looks like hell. But as long as you're with us, we'll make it heaven. No one can bother us here. No state telling us what to do. This is the MSF's haven, our mother base. And with this foothold, we'll back you up even better than before. We're gonna turn this pile of junk into something big.
Sandinista's right. I'm looking for someone.
Mi viejo! Shh! He's dead. They killed nuestro viejo.
You're his daughter. Then that makes you his delegado, right? Relax, I'm not your enemy. Cuban.
A cigar? I'll take whatever you've got. I owe you one. But I prefer cigarettes, you know. How do I look? A little like El Che, no? This place is crawling with soldiers. They don't look like private security. More like hired guns.
They have a base near here.
There's a factory to the north, across a suspension bridge.
Factory to the north, across a bridge. Have you seen the big transport boat, mercenary crew on the Rio del Jade?
You mean the barge? It's upstream from here. Up toward Yarasu.
Now that Papa's gone, my sister's la comandante de la revolución.
Do not listen to him. Papa was a hero who fought by Sandino's side. I am only his daughter. You need a special talent to become cacique. It takes someone great to unite all of Las Compas.
Sorry to interrupt, but leaders don't choose themselves. Neither do heroes. You carry on his legacy of La Esperanza, and they'll follow you, no question.
You think so? My compas trust me, but not one of them calls me comandante.
Amanda!
See what I mean?
El Colibri!
Get down!
An unmanned weapon! A robot!
No! He won't survive the fall!
Out of my way! Better for him to die at the hand of a compa than suffer their torture.
Shoot it!
You'll fall!
Shoot el Chico Libri!
Amanda!
Chico...
Fine. It's a little bit out of my way, but just tell me where I need to go.
There's a prison. Up in the mountains. That's probably where he is.
A prison in the mountains.
You must do something for me. If you can't save Chico, I want you to ease his pain, end his humiliation. If he gives in, if he's about to sell out his compass, please, at least let him keep his honor.
That's a promise I can't make.
Why?
Amanda, we gave up our homes, but we're still alive. We're still fighting. And there's always another reason to keep on living.
I feel alive again.
Amanda, join my unit until you've healed up.
Your unit?
Yeah,
Who are you? Why are you here?
I'm Snake. Serviente.
Snake? Could it be the great cacique has come to be us?
Kaz, can you hear me?
MSF here.
One for recovery. She's wounded.
Acknowledged.
Kaz, the cargo on the barge. I was right. It's headed for the mountains.
You think that's where they're taking the nukes?
I'm sure of it. Let's move.
Who's there?
Chico, it's me.
Jordan. You're that photographer,
That's right. A war photographer.
huh? I thought you were here for the birds.
Yeah, the birds of the battlefield.
Whoa! Is that chess? Can I see it? Wow, the same kind of chair used!
You can't keep it, kid. Here, have these instead.
Those photos! Huh. Oh no, Amanda!
She's safe. Don't worry.
Mi viejo. Papa,
Chico, look at the photos.
mi viejo.
He's gone. But there's one thing you don't ever leave behind. Your memories. Keep them safe. You want to get out of here, Chico?
I do, but
Come back with me. Your sister's waiting for you.
I can't go back. I can't face everybody.
You told them where your compas are. I see. Nothing to be ashamed of. Pain gets the better of us all.
I wish I was dead.
Okay then. I'll put you out of your misery.
What?
Any last words? Shoot. You are only going to kill a man. I just wasted a bullet. Don't waste your life. Listen to me, Chico. You died here today. You understand? You're hombre nuevo. A new man. Now, give that new life to me.
Huh?
Fight with me, little soldier. Show me how strong you really are. Dry your tears, then promise me one thing. No smoking until you get older. Remember, real heroes are never as polished as the legends that surround them.
You got it, boss.
Snake is fine.
What's that?
Kaz, I'm inside the facility. There's rows and rows of trucks here.
If that's where they brought the nukes, then the truck we're after should be there.
Mr. Kojima? This is the one. The exhaust's still warm. But the cargo's already been offloaded.
Just a minute. This isn't what we agreed on.
It's too late. The changes have already been finalized.
You told me it was going to be a deterrent, that we wouldn't have to launch.
I am not arguing with you, Doctor. Our goal is to create the perfect deterrent.
That's why I agreed to help develop it.
However, in order to achieve that perfect deterrent, we must show the world our strength.
But isn't deterrent supposed to stop nukes from being used?
Exactly. And so the one we launch will be the last one ever.
I won't let you use my creation like that.
You used me! We used each other. I'll get my old director's job back at headquarters, and you'll finally be able to walk tall among your colleagues.
I won't let you get away with this!
How unfortunate. Guess I'll just have to take your legs for myself. Peace won't just come to us, Doc. We are going to have to meet it halfway. V for victory.
Wait! Hey, you okay? Don't do it! Snap out of it. Where are the nukes?
He's gonna do it! He's gonna launch a nuke! That was an unmanned weapon. A prototype. I made it myself.
Who are you?
I work here. Well, used to, anyway. Name's Huey.
So how about it, Doc? Did you make that big butterfly, too?
Yes. And no. We used this facility to develop unmanned weapons.
Unmanned?
Robots. The one you just fought was a pupa. There's also a flying type called Chrysalis, and a treaded type, the Cocoon. We called it the Peace Walker Project.
Peace Walker? And this is the new deterrent?
Supposed to be. The problem is the locomotion system. So I went back to where it all started.
What's that?
Legs. Walking power. A mobile launcher carrying a thermonuclear warhead even more powerful than the Soviet RDS-220s. That's Peace Walker. I sort of borrowed the original idea from behind the Iron Curtain.
The missing link between infantry and artillery. Metal Gear.
Metal Gear. But they'd actually need to deploy dozens of them. Coldman needs funding for that. And to get it, he's planning a test, which will also serve as a demonstration for the folks back at Langley.
Wait, he's launching a nuke to prove that his perfect deterrent works?
In his words, to prove that if someone attacks us, we will strike back. Nuclear deterrence has brought us peace. At the very least, it's prevented another world war from breaking out. But the theory of nuclear deterrence exists only on paper. In reality, there's no guarantee that either side would follow through with retaliation. Which is why we designed the system to be unmanned. With Peace Walker, retaliation is certain. It chooses the appropriate target and launches a retaliatory nuclear strike every time, without needing human input to make the call. Launching a nuclear strike against Peace Walker is tantamount to pushing the launch button against yourself. But if they do end up launching, it'll all have been for nothing. They've got to be stopped. It's kind of a hike. And besides, there's a surefire way to halt the project. You see, Peace Walker isn't quite finished yet.
What do you mean?
It's missing one last critical structural component. The AI. Its brain. The reptile pod, the electronic brain I was working on, can only follow commands like, go there, attack that, hence it needs the high-level decision-making ability of a cerebrum.
A mechanical cerebrum.
The hardware configuration is modeled on the human brain, similar to the pod I worked on, but its role is completely different.
Where's it being made?
A research lab to the north. An AI expert named Dr. Strangelove is developing it. very hush-hush.
Dr. Strangelove.
Strangelove was recruited from the States, too. In the field of AI, there's no one better, that's for sure. But man, what a basket case. She hates everybody. Go to the lab and destroy Peace Walker's cerebrum. I'm pretty sure they haven't finished the final calibrations yet.
So what will you do now?
I'm done with science. At this rate, I'm probably already halfway to hell anyway.
Not so fast. Why not join us? Our place is outer heaven. You'd fit right in.
Outer heaven?
Yeah.
I'm probably better suited to something like that than this paradise.
Good. You get a free balloon trip for signing up. Enjoy it. You'll feel like a butterfly.
Snake, the doctor's safe here with us.
Huey, how are you feeling?
Never better. This is quite the pad you've got here, boss. I'm impressed. I'm pretty sure I'll be of some use. Once we have the necessary materials and blueprints, we can start work on that bipedal mech.
I appreciate that, but are you sure you're okay with having your work used for war?
I'll be using it to keep past mistakes in check. If I can help thwart the Peace Walker project, I'm happy to do it.
It can't be.
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss.
And who might you be?
You. Dr. Strangelove, I presume.
I've been waiting, Snake. Yes, waiting without joy or pleasure. Waiting for the one I despise.
Don't move!
Don't move? You men and your guns. You all say the same thing. I suppose you're here to destroy my research. Yes, I know. Just as I know what you did 10 years ago. Go on. Kill me like you killed her. Kill me like you killed the boss. Kill me!
What exactly do you...
Come on, Snake. Or should I say Big Boss? That filthy title given you as reward for murder. Do you still wear it with pride?
It was my mission.
Huh. So that's the conclusion you came to in order to live with yourself.
What's the boss to you?
I'm the one she abandoned when she left this world. I won't rest until I get answers from the woman I loved. You and I are the same. We are the walking dead. Would you like to meet her?
The boss is gone.
Not so fast. You'd like to meet her, wouldn't you? I can arrange it. You took her life. I gave it back.
You what?
Care for a sniff? It's only snuff. You're a cigar man, aren't you? Well, there's no smoking in there, so if you want to meet her, you'd best partake now. Follow me. This is my baby, my morpho butterfly. It's neither pupa nor cocoon, but an imago. A complete individual, in the fullest sense of the word.
Is someone there?
Boss. Is that you?
I call it the mammal pod.
Mammal pod?
For my participation on the project, I demanded access to all information on the boss. Everything the CIA had. And yes, even you.
Why would you do that?
Coldman sought an MAD-based AI that would deliver an effective retaliatory strike against the most appropriate target in response to a nuclear attack from a hypothetical adversary. An unmanned device to act as a deterrent capable of making the decisions and taking the actions that human beings cannot.
That's why you asked for everything they had on the boss.
It was the logical thing to do. I knew of only one person who could be entrusted with the fate of the entire human race.
What's your real goal here?
Clear her name. Why was a legendary hero forced to betray her country? Why was she targeted for assassination by you, her most beloved disciple? I have no use for fabrications. I want the truth. The boss's last will.
Jack! Boss. Jack! Boss. Jack! Go home. I'm not your boss anymore. Boss. Go home! No,
Complete your mission, Snake. Extinguish that noble soul once again. If you can.
Jack. Go home. I'm not your boss anymore. Go home!
This response? Oh god. Discontinue!
How's the horse doing?
Not too bad. You'd never know he was over 20 years old.
He was hers, after all.
Seems like some part of her became a part of him.
The platform and the cerebral AI are supposed to be assembled at an underground base disguised as a mine. If my guess is right, both of them have already arrived and are being readied for final testing. Destroying the platform will be difficult. I suggest getting up close and destroying the AI instead. Whatever you do, I'm begging you, don't let my Peace Walker launch a nuke. Hurry, Snake!
What is it, Jack?
September 1964. You betrayed the United States, and then I killed you.
I have no record of such a debriefing.
Listen to me. I have to know. Did you defect to the Soviet Union of your own free will?
There is no mission record matching that description.
You're not the boss. The boss is dead.
Don't do it, Jack.
Drop your weapon, big boss.
Mammal showed the same response back at the lab. It's a sure sign that you are nearby.
It's an honor to meet you again, big boss. I've seen that coyote before. Lobo is the name. Lobo? Smells like a rotting corpse to me. I know all about you. Selena Yarsk, 10 years ago. You were involved. The operation to eliminate the traitor. I planned the whole thing. Shouldn't a suit like you be back in Langley? What the hell are you doing here? It's what the CIA does best. Ensure people in the know keep their mouths shut, or else pack them off someplace where there's no one to listen.
I get it. Trying to claw your way back into their good graces.
It's not quite that simple. My aim is a new world order. Once our system is embraced, Langley will again turn its attention to Latin America as the cockpit of the new Cold War. Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama. Peace Walker will be deployed along Central America's entire Caribbean coast. All of North America, South America, and the West Indies will be within its range. We'll bring law and order to the entire continent.
And you'll still be calling the shots.
You still don't get it. The age of heroes is over, buried alongside the boss and her bankrupt beliefs. From now on, our only heroes will be machines. Surely no one understands that better than you. Except perhaps your partner. A deterrent for hire. An army without borders. You've invented a new system too, and an admirable one at that.
That's supposed to be an offer.
I'm not offering anything. If I'm to sell my new system, you and yours have got to go.
Wait! Coldman, I have questions for him. Information critical to the completion of the mammal pod. Rise and shine. Coldman's greed does not concern me. I'm only interested in one thing. The truth. Your boss defected from the US, taking a Davy Crockett with her, and used it to launch a nuclear strike on Soviet territory. That much I know from the CIA's official debriefing. Did she defect or not? Answer me! Did she or did she not die for her country?
No. That woman was a traitor.
Why? For what purpose?
She went to her grave, cursing her country.
Why? Who is it? What are you protecting?
I'm not helping you finish that thing. Do it. Kill me. Kill me now. Kill me.
Stop it!
Kill me.
Shut up!
Kill me.
Shut up!
Betrayed her country.
Liar! She's not a traitor! Take him away.
Snake.
Yeah?
It's good to hear your voice again.
Kaz, how about something a little sharper next time?
You got it. How about a diamond-bladed jigsaw? And, when's the next time gonna be anyway? Sorry. Hey, you okay?
Yeah. My lungs taste like charcoal.
No smoking for you for a while, huh?
I'll be fine. Pain in my chest is gone.
So that was just a copy of the boss's wound.
That's right. The scar's gone now.
Nice work.
It's too late, Big Boss.
Snake!
Boss.
At last I found her. The culprit who led you here to begin with. Should have taken care of her back at the supply facility.
Snake, don't!
The mammal pod is finished. Peace Walker's activation sequence is complete.
Finished.
With the boss, you were loyal to the end. I'll grant you that. But your silence was exactly the answer I needed. 10 years ago, your mission was to kill her. And her mission was to be killed by you. She fulfilled her duty to America to the very end. Thanks to you, Snake, the final missing piece is now in place. And thus, the boss is restored to life as the mammal pod. I thank you.
Restored to life? You're crazy!
I'll let you in on a little secret, Big Boss. You see, I've already selected Peace Walker's initial target. An offshore area in the Caribbean. And wouldn't you know, someone's gone and built a pesky little fortress there. Now who would do that? And right in the middle of the target zone, too. Oh well, all the better to test the warhead, CEP.
You bastard!
I wonder who'll miss a ragtag band of pirates all the way out in the middle of the Caribbean. But first, we're going to prove to the White House that our baby can travel the Caribbean coast on its own. The whole world will know of Peace Walker's versatility. They'll witness the birth of a deterrent that can penetrate both communist and guerrilla-controlled territory, traverse any kind of terrain, and deliver a nuke anywhere it needs to go. Untouchable. Unstoppable. The perfect deterrent.
The Cold War's days are numbered. Deterrence isn't only about America and Russia now.
You know what? You're absolutely right. While we've been wringing our hands, China, France, even India have surpassed us. There's a free-for-all nuclear arms race brewing just below the surface. The nuclear threat will only spread, which is exactly why we must deter it, here and now. And the Peace Walker Project is the key. The advent of Peace Walker will bring calm to this restless world. Don't you see, Snake? We need nukes, controlled nukes, to have peace.
Lies!
Peace Walker will restore order. Order in the form of a new Cold War. But if the world is to understand the genius of our plan, we must launch!
Snake!
Stop them, Snake! Don't let him get away!
Take the gondola west along the river. When you reach the northern bank, you are in Nicaragua. I've arranged for a guide to get you close. Snake!
Tigo.
Sorry about the horse. He sure was pretty.
Life's end. Isn't it beautiful? It's almost tragic. I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time.
Boss.
There is nothing more for me to give you. All that's left for you to take is my life, by your own hand. One must die, and one must live. No victory, no defeat. The survivor will carry on the fight. The one who survives will inherit the title of boss. Kill me. Kill me now. There's only room for one boss. And one snake.
Big boss, you made it. Too late, though. The false state is already in place. All that is left is to enter the code.
Go! Stand down, Big Boss.
You're late.
Professor.
Professor?
Yes, well, taking over the base took longer than expected. But I brought the technology. What? You provided the money and land. Center alone could never have accomplished so much in so little time.
Zadornov, you backstabbing son of a...
Backstabbing? Correct me if I'm wrong, but were we not enemies all along? Do you really think my comrades were working for the company? Do you truly think we'd faithfully serve a pack of depraved capitalist dogs?
What are you going to do?
Launch a nuke. Target Cuba.
Have you lost your mind? What would you possibly gain?
We won't be the ones launching it. You, the Americans, will attack our ally, Cuba.
What?
Think, Coleman. We're on an American base, eagerly endorsed and supplied by a pro-American regime. What's the international community to think? The world will burn with anti-American sentiment. Communism will spread across Latin America unchecked. Let the age of deterrence be undone by the deterrent itself. Such is the Kremlin's plan.
You son of a bitch!
Us, come here. Shoot him.
Professor Galvez.
I am Vladimir Zadornov. And Vladimir means ruler of peace. Now, do as you're told, boss.
Don't do it!
Remember what they did to you at their base on the coast. For what Coldman's done, he deserves nothing less than death.
Boss, I'm sorry.
Truly a child of peace.
No! Wait!
Only fitting that retribution be delivered by a dead hand.
You missed on purpose.
Your part in this isn't done. I need you to enter the code. As for you, Big Boss, you've done well. You took a ragtag band of guerrillas, children, and shaped them into a full-fledged, formidable army. And now, you'll truly become our century's most complete human being.
Che Guevara?
None other. A hero who, gunned down by the CIA, becomes a legendary icon. The Sandinistas will rise up in revenge, overthrowing the pro-American regime and wresting Nicaragua from US hands. And the nuclear strike on Cuba, naturally, will be the last straw.
Mammal pod data entry is complete.
Dead at age 39, just like El Che. Ironic, isn't it? In the end, a legend is merely fiction. You'll die as the boss did, and become as did she, an eternal fraud.
Go! Go! Go!
Freeze!
You dare point your gun at a comrade?
We will not be pawns of the KGB. We will win our own victory!
Hasta la victoria siempre!
Amanda! We're home! Look! We're back in Nica! We did it, Amanda! I mean... Comandante!
Boss, you hurt?
I'm fine.
Big boss.
Big boss! 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 Big boss!
You're a regular Joan of Arc.
Nonsense. You're the hero here.
You saved my life. You're the heroes here.
I never figured you for a softie, Snake.
Thanks. It's good to see you.
Big boss! Big boss! Big boss! Big boss! Big boss! Big boss!
Thank you for stopping them. And I'm sorry. I can't imagine how it hurt.
I'll live. I'm used to shock therapy.
You are? Well, it's very kind of you to say. Let's go meet her, shall we? Get in, boss.
What's that noise? What'd he do?
I should have killed you when I had the chance.
Norhead's nightmare is about to begin.
We got big problems, Snake. Colbin's activated the nuclear launch switch.
What? And the target's Cuba?
Yeah, but that's not it. The son of a bitch has screwed us all over.
When Peace Walker was activated, it started transmitting a false data set to NORAD. It's using a spread spectrum NLF signal. It can't be blacked out, even by EMP.
There's no way to tell the difference between false data and the real thing on a radar screen. NORAD'll have no idea it's all a ruse generated by Peace Walker. They'll think it's a real Soviet attack.
This could get ugly. Unless we stop it, we're looking at a retaliatory chain reaction.
No. No need to panic. The nightmare will end soon enough. Peace Walker is the perfect deterrent. Cuba would not have been my choice of targets, but you can't make peace without breaking a few eggs. Now that Peace Walker has the false data, retaliation is inevitable.
Are you insane? You think it'll end there? You're about to unleash all-out nuclear war!
Somebody find out what's going on at NORAD.
Mammal's got a connection to NORAD. We could monitor it with the right equipment.
I've got you covered. I've got NORAD on the line.
Sir, we're tracking unidentified targets. Current apogee 20 degrees.
Estimated time of re-entry is 2250 Zulu.
Have they contacted the president?
Coverall is not responding.
Warning system checks out. No corresponding natural signatures. Data is assessed as reliable.
Cut the data transmission. We can't say for sure Washington isn't going to retaliate.
The only one who knows the abort code is me. I die. No one can turn it off. Even if they do strike back, I'll already be dead. I can only pray that my theory, my peace, is proven right.
Go to DEFCON 3. Get Zach on the phone.
This is Crystal Palace. Stand by for an emergency meeting.
They're at DEFCON 3.
The false data and the nukes are both coming from the same source. We have to stop Peace Walker.
The only way is to destroy her. She's entered launch mode. Peace Walker's rendered her judgment. The target is Cuba.
Snake, don't let it launch the nuke.
It's calculating ballistic trajectory. Once that's finished, it's all over.
Snake, you've got to destroy the platform. You've got to stop Peace Walker before she can launch her nuke. Stop moving. Snake, you did it. You stopped the launch.
You've only damaged the drive system. The data uplink's still intact.
We've got 1,500 Soviet ICBMs crossing the North Pole. Target region is confirmed as the west coast of the United States.
Go to DEFCON 2. Prepare to launch ICBMs.
We've got to stop the mammal pod. I don't have the abort code either. Coldman was the only one.
Snake, destroy the AI inside the mammal pod.
The inner barrier protecting the mammal pod is designed to be as strong as a bomb shelter.
What's it gonna take to get through?
I guess an atomic bomb will do it.
You trying to be funny?
No! I'm telling you, that armor was designed to withstand a nuclear war.
We can't get through to the president. The decision is on us.
Forget the order of succession. If we're all going to hell, let's take those bastards with us.
We have 12 minutes to impact, sir.
May God have mercy on our souls.
Jesus. Coldman guessed wrong. They're gonna go through with it!
The platform sustained a lot of external damage. All we need is some pressure.
Pressure?
Sink it in the lake. With that much water pressure, even the tiniest crack should be enough to flood the innards. The AI pod is a mass of highly sensitive electronics. Short the contacts and the signal will stop.
How much does that thing weigh?
500 tons.
It's hopeless. We can't move that thing.
Get NORAD on the phone.
Incoming MIRV warheads have separated.
Estimated time to impact now, 11 minutes.
Sir, we've got a call.
The president?
No, sir.
Then who?
He,
Spit it out!
He claims to be Big Boss. Big Boss? Patch him through.
Mr. Chairman, I'll get straight to the point. Cancel the retaliatory strike now.
What?
The radar blips you're seeing are all fakes. No one's launched any nukes.
How do you know?
The launch data is fake, part of an experiment that leaked. You weren't supposed to receive it. Your radar is showing missiles that don't exist.
If you're lying, then we've got 10 minutes till we're toast. We have to retaliate or more Americans die.
The experiment was planned and executed by the CIA station chief in Central America.
Then put him on!
He's dead. I can give you his name, though.
We need more than the authentication code you gave the switchboard. We need proof you're actually Big Boss. Do you have any?
All right. If you know the name Big Boss, then maybe you were there at the ceremony when I received the title from President Johnson.
Indeed I was.
We don't have time for this bullshit!
Hold it! Let's hear him out. You were saying?
At the ceremony, the DCI tried to shake my hand. I refused. What happened in that room is classified, top secret. Only a handful of people would know.
He's making it up! Don't listen to him!
Wait! Why did you refuse to shake his hand?
Because I knew where my loyalty belonged.
Everybody, listen to me! Those Soviet missiles are fakes!
What? You're actually going to believe him?
He's right. This is some sort of commie trick.
No! It's the real Big Boss! Trust me!
How can you know for sure?
Because I was the Army Chief of Staff back then, and I was standing right next to the DCI when it happened. I saw everything. You saved us all, Big Boss. We'll stand down the alert.
Thank you.
When we meet again, I hope you'll shake my hand. Oh! What are you doing?
Sorry, Chairman, but we are not standing down!
Damn it! Those worthless sacks of...
Wait.
Jack. Oh, it's opening. She's calling to you.
Destroy the mammal pod and the data will stop flowing.
Please, stop her.
I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time. Waiting for your birth, your growth, and the finality of today.
Boss.
To raise you and shape you into the man you are today. Just so we could face each other in battle. A soldier's skills aren't meant to be used to hurt hands. I may no longer be
Jack!
Valid data regions. 0.
Exit all done.
It stopped.
The data uplink's bypassing the mammal pod.
Put down the gun! Come to your senses, man! The fate of the world, the fate of the Earth is at stake here!
Why? I don't understand. Answer me! Tell me why! Answer me!
6 minutes remaining.
Wait. Authority rests with me now. I'm ordering a retaliation!
No! Don't! It's the end of us all!
Who gives a damn? I'm not gonna sit here and die like a dog! If the Russians are gonna kill my family, destroy my country, I'm taking them with me!
You see now, Chairman. Deterrence is just a fool's dream! Why? Why won't it stop?
Sometimes the body continues to live even after the brain is damaged. The boss AI isn't doing this. I think it's something rather more primitive.
Reptile has taken up mammal's dying wish.
No. Stop it. Don't just sit there. Stop it!
You have to stop that data from being sent.
What?
What's going on?
That song.
Boss, is that you?
How in the...
A ghost in machine? She's drowning herself to stop the transmission.
Look!
It's functional compensation. When the human brain is damaged, sometimes it recovers over time. Other parts of the brain take over the functions of the damaged parts. Mammal and reptile were patterned after different parts of the human brain. When those parts were assembled together into one, they must have become capable of functional compensation.
Her memories remained with her. Is this her answer? The song.
It's clearly not thinking rationally. It's not using its head. It's using its heart.
This is the fate she chose for herself.
The boss's innocence has been proven. Do you hear it, Snake? Do you hear the boss's song?
You saw it, didn't you? When you went to space, that there's beauty outside of battle. At last, I understand. In the end, it was you who put down your gun and chose instead to sing. They can all hear you. I know they can. And your will shall surely live on. That's what you wanted. So much that you gave up everything you had. But you couldn't achieve it. Isn't that right? And still, all you can do is sing. There's no peace to be found anywhere. And so, we can only keep on hoping. Hoping for the illusion we call peace.
Snake, you still here? Come on. Let's go back.
I'm not going back.
Huh?
I'm done.
Snake, you don't mean...
I'm done looking for the truth.
What are you saying, Snake?
I was wrong.
Come on, boss. Everybody's waiting for you.
She betrayed me, Kaz.
She what?
In the end, she put down her gun. And when she did, she rejected her entire life up to that point. Including me.
What do you mean?
In giving up her life, she abandoned everything she was as a soldier.
And you consider that betrayal?
I won't make the same choice as her. My future is going to be different.
then?
Yeah, that's right. From now on, call me Big Boss.
I'm proud to announce that preparations for Metal Gear Zeke are complete. We can activate it any time.
Got it. Thanks, Huey.
No need to thank me. At least now I can finally say I helped you with something. There's something I need to discuss with you, boss.
Get to the point, Kaz.
We recovered the nuclear warhead that was loaded onto Peace Walker from the bottom of Lago Kosibalka.
What did you have in mind?
Loaded onto Zeke.
What?
What else would we do with it? Zeke is our deterrent. To protect ourselves from nuclear attack, we need a nuclear weapon ourselves. But if you want to get rid of it, boss, we'll get rid of it.
No, don't. As long as there are nukes out there, we need one ourselves if we're going to be a world power.
I knew you'd see it that way, boss. So as long as we stand apart from nations, we need something to put us on equal footing. In a way, MSF is a country itself. And we just became the world's 7th nuclear power.
Nuclear power.
Snake, Zadornov has disappeared from his cell.
What? You're kidding, right?
Afraid not. You got a new mission. Find Zadornov.
Big Boss!
Is done.
What are you talking about?
V for victory!
Rocket! Peace!
Kaz, I found Zadornov. I had to kill him.
Huh. So much for our fugitive.
Something's not right here. I'm thinking he had a friend.
Someone inside MSF. Huh?
What's going on?
It's Zeke. It's moving.
What?
There's somebody inside. I can see them. Snake, get up here. Pronto!
Get down from there before you hurt somebody.
Maybe I want to hurt somebody.
What's going on? She's not herself.
Oh, I am myself, all right. My true self.
Paz! What are you doing?
I'm taking it back.
Taking it back? Where?
To our leaders. To Cypher.
Cypher?
This weapon is Cypher's creation.
Paz! Get down from there!
Do not call me that. I am Pacifica Ocean. My name, my age, my mission. Cypher gave them all to me. My entire life has but one purpose. To carry out Cypher's plan. The nasty tobacco. The angel of peace scrap. The whole thing with a dream routine. I am through with all of it.
Paz! You can't!
I told you not to call me that. It makes me want to puke. Everything is going exactly as planned. Now the real Peace Walker project is finally about to reach its goal.
The real project?
Once upon a time, There were two young men who idolized a hero called the Boss. One day, they suddenly lost the point of origin. This cipher, that was like a mother to them. Unable to come to terms with their sorrow, they each decided to carry on the will of their hero. But they could not agree on what that meant. In the end, they became bitter enemies, and the zero from which they both started was split into two. And you have been on the wrong path ever since. There is no happily ever after waiting for you in the end, unless you obey the will of Cypher. Cypher will gather all information, watching over the world and guiding the will of its people, all while they remain blissfully unaware. There will be no one to oppose them. For the first time, the world will be ruled by a single will. Until the new order is in place, you and your army will be the force that protects it. You will be Cypher's deterrent, pulling the wool over the eyes of the old order with your charisma and military prowess. Accept our offer, and we will allow you to retain control of MSF and Zeke. Cypher thought of something different. Cypher's going to control guns.
Control guns?
That is right. Not deter, control. It is the ultimate approach to the illusion of peace.
Control power. You're gonna be disappointed.
Then we are done. Thank you for playing. Better luck next time. The offer is rescinded. And now the ultimatum. Zeke is already in nuclear strike mode.
What?
I'm taking the weapon you built and using it to launch a nuclear strike on the east coast of the United States.
You're insane. What are you after?
But wait, here is your consolation prize. We are about to show the world just how dangerous a gang of outlaws, an army without borders, can be. You and your men will become pariahs, and you will be wiped off the face of the earth. Rather than heroes, you will be seen as a well-armed extremist cult prone to indiscriminate outbursts of nuclear aggression. You will give rise to a new world order, an age of deterrence defined by its fear of extremist cult influence. Do you like the picture I am painting? Big Boss. When all is said and done, peace is nothing but a fantasy. A game is a game. You either win or you lose. All you can do is fight. Stop me if you can. The peace sign is the V of victory. Say, peace. Stop me if you can.
How's it going? How's Zeke look?
The attitude control AI had a backup, so it should be able to walk.
Really? Well, that's good.
Beyond that, it's up to the creator. Stop! Don't come any closer, Doctor.
There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Do you despise me?
Doctor, are you asking me out?
No, not at all.
No? Pity. Because I've just had my heart broken by someone else.
What?
I only like those who can stand on their own. If you fancy me, then come walk with me. Who knows what miracles might happen? Love is blind after all. Take your time. I'll be waiting.
That name Paz mentioned at the end, cipher, it's a code. It means empty. It also means...
Zero.
A world of electronic intelligence, built on codes. And at the center of it all, a zero.
Cuz?
Look, boss. I owe you an apology. Hear me out, okay?
Sure.
I knew Paz and the professor. I knew who they really were all along.
Cuz?
I used them.
I suppose you were the one that brought them to Columbia in the first place, huh?
Guilty as charged. Paz wasn't just CIA, you know. She was working for the KGB, too. And for this cipher group. In other words, she was a triple agent.
You knew all of this?
Wait, let me finish. Listen, MSF never would have gotten this big if it weren't for them. This mercenary business we built. Someday it's gonna be a new driving force in the world economy.
Is that your goal all along?
The Cold War's not gonna last forever. Sooner or later it's gonna give way to an era of regional conflicts and terrorism. A paradigm shift from counter-communism to counter-terrorism. In the new age, armies won't be tied to states, and war will become a business. We'll be a valuable commodity. There'll be clients all over the world who need our services. MSF is only the beginning. What we're creating here is a revolution in itself. Am I right?
Cuz, it's not going to be that easy.
What do you mean?
We're an army without a flag. We weren't supposed to take sides in international affairs, but we did.
I see your point. So what happens to us now?
We'll be hunted.
Not everybody's gonna be happy with us, huh?
You're damn right. We upset the global military balance of power.
And these people would rather our army without borders not exist at all?
They're gonna come knocking real soon. There's no turning back now. We're a wrench in the old system of deterrence. As long as the times refuse to change, we're gonna make a hell of a racket.
Then who are we gonna fight?
The establishment. Anybody who tries to restore the old balance wants to snuff us out of existence.
Which establishment?
It won't be a particular country or ideology that hunts us.
Who then?
We are gonna be fighting the biggest beast of all. The Times. 10 years ago, the Times rejected the boss and killed her. And now, we're the ones being tested. Will the Times erase us? Or work with us? It's gonna be a lonely battle. No good or evil. No winners or losers. Business will have to wait. The question we have to ask ourselves now is, can we survive long enough to see the 21st century?
I'm with you, boss. We'll see how it turns out, together.
The hunt is on, Kaz. And the whole world's on our tail. Assemble the men.
forsake our countries. We will leave our motherlands behind us and become one with this earth. We have no nation, no philosophy, no ideology. We go where we're needed, fighting not for country, not for government, but for ourselves. We need no reason to fight. We fight because we are needed. We will be the deterrent for those with no other recourse. We are soldiers without borders, our purpose defined by the era we live in. We will sometimes have to sell ourselves and services. If the times demand it, we'll be revolutionaries, criminals, terrorists, and yes, we may all be headed straight to hell. But what better place for us than this? It is our only home, our heaven, and our hell. This is utter heaven.
She told us everything. Don't worry, I kept my word. She didn't suffer long. Here. You earned it. How's it feel to play the traitor? No more war games. You're a real man now, soldier. Give my regards to your boss when you get home.
10 days ago, we got reports that Paz was still alive.
She survived.
She was rescued by a Belizean fisherman who found her drifting in the Caribbean.
So what's the plan? Silence her before we're compromised?
No. I've got something else in mind. Our friends at Cypher suspect Paz could be a double agent. She's being held for interrogation at a camp on the southern tip of Cuba.
Black site. Nice. A slice of American pie on communist soil, and out of U.S. legal jurisdiction.
The upcoming inspection of Mother Base has to be connected somehow. The timing's too perfect.
The UN's nuclear inspection.
My guess is they're trying to corroborate Paz's leak.
We're an army without a nation.
Word of our capabilities gets out, and we'll have the whole world out to shut us down. Having an American private intelligence agency involved's bad news. Cypher's the ones who sent Paz to us in the first place.
She knows their true nature.
Right. Paz is our only link to Cypher. If she's still alive, we need her on our side.
So who's the other target?
That would be Chico. He's being held in the same area as Paz. Last radio contact was 40 hours ago. Find them both. Bring them back alive. Enter the compound from the south cliff. Secure Chico and Paz, then report back from the rendezvous point. We'll send a chopper from across the Cuban border. You should be back at Mother Base in time for lunch. You'll probably just miss our guests. The only catch is you go in solo. The politically sensitive nature of the mission means backup is not an option.
Fine. I like some alone time now and then. Kept you waiting, huh?
They're being held in an old, unused part of the compound. Get inside and head northeast.
Mission info has been updated.
This is an infiltration mission. You've got to stay out of sight.
Chico, it's me.
No! No! Go away!
Chico, calm down. Calm down. Don't fight it. I got Chico.
And Paz?
Not here.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Is Chico able to walk?
Hold on. Not gonna happen.
You'll have to carry him out then. Okay, boss, change your plans. Haul Chico over to the rendezvous point. We'll get Paz's whereabouts out of him once he's calmed down. Put the target on the chopper.
Medic! She's weak. Damn it, we were set up!
We gotta get it out. No time for anesthetic. We have to open her now.
Hold her down.
Hold her down! Keep her gut in. Breathing stable, no active bleeding. She's clean, I'm closing her up. Hold her steady. It's gotta be a continuous suture.
Control tower, this is Morpho 1. All hummingbirds are on the wing. We'll shake hands, then head back to the cage. Boss, you got a call. Boss, can you hear me?
What's up, Huey?
Our guests are right on time. Document destruction and hangar decontamination are complete. AFVs have been stowed away, and Zeke's on the seafloor along with a nuke. Everyone's got their story straight. The guided tour will be wrapped up by the time you get home.
Make me proud.
By the time they leave, I'll have the IAEA praising us as the poster boys for world peace. Out. Tower, this is Morpho 1. Do you copy? Can't get through. The link seems fine, but...
heard explosions. They played us like a damn fiddle! Give it back! This isn't right, that was ours! We built it, damn it! You spying bitch! Come on, start talking, bitch! Come on, get up and start talking!
Bob, there's...
It's all right, we got it out.
There's another in my...
Cypher's been in hiding ever since his grand experiment. No one's seen him in years. All we hear are orders delivered by proxy. Except you. You met with him, face to face, in order to contact Big Boss. Tell me where he is. Where is Cypher? Where is Zero? I've never known choice. Where I was born, the language I speak, I've never had the freedom to choose for myself. But you, right now, are free. Do as you will.
This will save Big Boss.
It may.
Will you really kill Zero for me?
Not for you.
All right. Zero is...
was there who spoke of was and when, although I wasn't there. He said I was his friend, which came as some surprise. I spoke into his eyes. I thought you died alone a long, long time ago. Oh no, not me. I never lost control. Your face to face what the man who sold the world.
Que werkzamer? V has come to.
V has come too.
Who is me? What is your name? When were you born? Can you recall? Good. Now then. Please try to relax. There is plenty of time. I need to tell you something. Please listen and try not to panic. You've been in a coma for quite some time. Yes, yes, I know. You would like to know how long. I'm afraid it's been 9 years. Damn it! Nosocoma! 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 Nurse! Calm down. Calm down. Try not to panic. Wait a second. Try not to panic. You'll be all right. 9 years ago, you were injured in an explosion. Upon examination, we discovered 108 foreign bodies embedded within. In addition to shrapnel, we also found fragments of human bone and human teeth. Most of it was removed, but some of the fragments still remain. They are located near your heart and in your skull. Look at this. The fragments are lodged deep within your cerebral cortex. This X-ray is of your upper body. No, Sagoma! Grigor! Try to calm down! Calm down! Please! Calm down! It's gonna be okay! It's true. There are those who wish you would never woken up. You should be dead, but you're not. The wheels are in motion. Your enemies are everywhere. We must alter your appearance immediately. Otherwise, I fear you won't leave this place alive. It's a wide-open world up there, so there's something we need to take care of first. I'm going to change your appearance. We have no other choice. What you look like, however... Very good. Now, let's remove these bandages. Your face has healed nicely. To tell you the truth, these bandages were more for your protection, to hide you from those who want you dead. As of today, your name is Ahab. Forget everything. Your name, your past. This is you, as you've lived until this day. Tomorrow, it becomes a phantom.
Okay, have time to go.
What the hell is that? Something's coming.
I'm on your side! Hurry! Hurry! Hang on!
The name's Ocelot. Big boss. You know who I am. A certain man gave me a job to do. Two, actually. First was to get you out of that hospital. Second was to rescue the man himself. You remember? Your partner 9 years ago, Kazuhira Miller. 9 years back, your private army came under attack by Cypher. You were considered dead. Until today, that is, when Cypher found you. And it's not just them. The whole world wants you dead. You'll have to join up with Miller. Build that private army of yours one more time. It's your only chance. First, we need to save Miller. He's in Afghanistan.
Afghanistan?
What, you can't keep up with world affairs in a coma? 4 years ago, the Soviets invaded Afghanistan. The Muslims are fighting back with Western support. Miller was training Mujahideen rebels when he was captured by the Soviets. The Reds' 40th Army. Troop strength somewhere around 100,000. The squad holding Miller set off near the Pakistan border yesterday. Now in 3 days, they'll reach the Soviet garrison. They'll be interrogated for a few more days, and it's off to a lager. Or left to rot in a ditch on Afghan soil. I give him 2 weeks. The job didn't mean anything to Miller. He only took it on to keep you safe. Well, there's our ride. It's a whaling ship. Had a pretty good deal on her once the IWC started raising a stink. Now 7 days to Port Qasim, another 3 overland. So we won't have much time once we're there. Don't take too long getting used to your new self. Hang on. Ha! On ice. Solo infiltration of the Soviet-made ground forces. Should be the perfect one. Not one of Miller's bodyguards survived. And they were good. All we found on the scene were their corpses and knees. They'll be missing them. And you're his only hope of getting them back. Now go! Let the legend come back to life.
Took you so long. We'll talk, but not here.
Boss, watch out. It's the skulls.
Real fast in the same kind of mist.
Gaining altitude.
Cypher sent us to hell. But we're going even deeper.
I know. I'm already a demon. Heaven's not my kind of place anyway.
Dogs of war for 9 whole years. That ends today. Now you're not sleeping. And we're not junkyard hounds. We're diamond dogs.
Let them talk.
We can crush Cypher, boss. And you can build the army that can do it.
Just one thing, Kaz. This isn't about the past. We're fighting for the future.
Side ops list updated.
Boss, a certain scientist has contacted us, wanting to defect from the east. His name? He's Emmerich. That's right. The man we knew as Huey. We suspect he was complicit in the attack on Mother Base 9 years ago. He was working with Cypher. I've been waiting a long time for this. So I say, let's help Emmerich defect. Boss, this is important. We have reports of a cracked sniper at large in the Afghan wilderness. The Soviets call this sniper Tiki. Quiet. There are never any sightings, and only corpses are left behind. The Soviets have already lost a number of officers. You'd, best watch your step. Whoa! Whoa! Sniper, where?
changes have already been finalized.
It's not operational yet. The remote piloting and AI control haven't reached the application stage.
Who said anything about an AI? That was Coldman's mistake 10 years ago.
Be that as it may, we'll need to modify postural control to accommodate a human pilot. I share your urgency, but we need more time to finish it.
Right. Planning on leaving us, Doctor?
Huh?
Listen, I may dwell in the dark, but I refuse to be judged by your standards, traitor! I hope your friends give you what's coming to you.
Take him to the base. Yes, sir. Transporting Emmerich to the base camp and returning to base.
Who are you? Snake? It's not you, is it?
Hey! It's just a machine.
Dr. Emmerich.
Snake? Hey, what gives? Ah! Let me go! No! Give me back my legs!
Right on schedule. Now bring him back to Mother Base.
Why do you suspect me? What did I do? I'm on your side! Oh, why?
You're the odd one out.
Why me?
We all lost something.
What?
Except you.
Don't!
Truth serum isn't working. Either some procedure he had done boosted his metabolic enzymes, or he's undergone special gene therapy.
What's he saying?
Same as 6 hours ago. I had no idea the nuclear inspection 9 years ago was a ruse. Cypher forced me to do that research after the attack.
Do you think he had a hand in it?
I do. But there's no proof yet.
Boss.
He mentioned something interesting. The reason why they pulled their plug on the operation in Afghanistan. He said their funding started going to Central Africa instead. Cypher is pursuing new research in Africa.
Africa? What research?
Emmerich doesn't know the details, but one thing he said does make sense. That Sahelanthropus alone isn't enough to cause an RMA. He claims that what they're doing in Africa is the missing piece. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear.
Meaning it's not just another nuke.
Boss, your objective is to steal an entire truck from a PF convoy. We don't have a fix on the truck we want, but the intel team has spotted the unit that's been tasked with escorting it. They're stationed at the guard post to the north of Nova Braga Airport on the Savannah. The rendezvous with our target will be any time now.
Be careful down there, boss!
Of cargo. First, drums of malachite, a copper ore. That took up most of the truck bed. But malachite is invaluable enough to warrant an escort. The real cargo was likely the second item, a shielding container. The contents, yellow cake. That's right, the raw material for a nuclear weapon. That might point to the weapon to surpass Metal Gear Emmerich told us about. But who can say? Thing is, there isn't a lot of it. Not enough to make a nuclear warhead. Give us some time. We'll look into it. Try to figure out why they had this under such close guard.
Boss, I need to talk to you about this. Quiet. Can you meet me at her cell here on the base? Whenever's fine. Thanks.
Refuses to wear clothes. The last staff member who tried to dress her, breathing through tubes. Other than that, she's completely cooperative. She understands English. She never speaks, sweats, or breathes. What? Well, not with lungs, at least. She breathes through her skin. Clothing would suffocate her.
He was the leader of the boys being forced to work at the mine. He was separated from the others and taken away to Ngumba Industrial Zone. The locals call this place Nzoya Badia Buru, the Devil's House. Boss, find Shivani and extract him safely. You can check the target's location on your iDroid.
Ingen må signet og banetod. The boy break here, bun. Burn with the rest of them.
Capture the White Mamba, the child soldier's commander, and bring him back to Mother Base. First off, head for Bwala Yamasa.
So you're the so-called White Mamba. Something tells me that's not the name your parents gave you. You lose, Commander. Welcome to Outer Heaven. We got rules around here. Never draw a weapon on a fellow soldier. You got that? Anyone here can use a knife or a gun. What you're gonna learn is how to use your head.
Let's move!
When you get that under your belt, then you're free to leave.
Boss, we have an emergency. Many of our staff are falling ill. At first it seemed like a common cold, but before we knew it, blisters started popping up on their chests and... Damn it. I'll fill you in at the ACC. Just get in the chopper. Boss, make contact with the old man known as Code Talker. According to the intel team member you extracted, he knows what the epidemic is and how to treat it. You'll find him in a mansion deep in the valley beyond the forest. He's a high-value target who's probably involved with Cypher's research. This information came at a heavy price. That's him. That's Code Talker.
Look familiar? It's infecting my men. How do we kill it?
Silence. Or death. He could be in here. Stay quiet. Your life depends on it. Sit. The parasite has infected your band. Those are its larvae. They enter the throat and attach themselves to the vocal cords. They mimic the host's membranes flawlessly. No one can tell the difference. Upon reaching maturity, they mate. Sustained exposure to a particular sound triggers copulation. The resulting larva then feast on the host's lungs, killing it. The particular sound words. They attack only those who speak a certain language. Not just one. I cannot say which language your parasites are attuned to.
I need your help.
He stole the ones I sealed away. Forced me to do his terrible work.
Skullface.
Even a country like America sways in his wake. I could not defy him. The fate of the net lies in his hands. However, perhaps the Nishia led you here. If my children have upset the Hoju of the world, it falls to me to set it right.
Tell me how to fight it.
I hid the answer in the microbe this one carries. It turns the male parasites into females, preventing reproduction. Skullface is no longer in Africa. The nuclear test was a success. The final test was the opposite. Prevent detonation.
You mean?
Skullface plans to sell nuclear weapons that he retains control of.
It's not like hawking small arms to militias.
Indeed. He plans to avoid detection by exporting minerals containing tiny amounts of uranium in the form of metallic archaea. Once on site, metallic archaea enrich the uranium and weaponize it. Loaded onto all-terrain bipedal machines. They ensure any country, armed group, even the smallest terrorist cell, can become a nuclear power.
Nukes. Controlled by a man, not a country.
If they proliferate, conventional nukes lose all value. Political, military, and economic. The two superpowers become powerless.
Thanks to Code Talker, we've managed to put a stop to any new vocal cord parasite infections. We couldn't save those already symptomatic, but everyone who survived has been released from the quarantine platform.
Skullface will pay for this.
Before setting it loose in Afghanistan. There's a good chance he's got nukes, too. Boss, we need to figure out what Skullface is up to. If you make contact with him, get him to talk. The ethnic cleansing parasites, Sahelanthropus. Find out what his plans are.
You too have known loss, and that loss torments you still. You hope hatred might someday replace the pain, but it never goes away. It makes a man hideous, inside and out. Wouldn't you agree? We both are demons. Our humanity won't return. You, me, we've no place to run, nowhere to hide. And that is why I'll show you my demon. Follow me, big boss!
I've known you since your time at Langley. I've long been the other side of your coin. 1964, Soviet territory. Fox's first mission. Any mess you made, I was there to clean up. You completed your task, and admirably. The information you returned was far more than enough to fill our pockets. With it, our futures became, more or less, set in stone. And then the Major came to me with an idea. Washington doesn't know how to spend money, he said. I'd like to redirect it. His goal was an organization dedicated solely, covertly, to supporting America. Cypher. You know the rest. He doesn't know the pain of losing his own language. Not yet. He cannot understand her will. I do. I was born in a small village. I was still a child when we were raided by soldiers. Foreign soldiers. Torn from my elders, I was made to speak their language. With each new post, my masters changed, along with the words they made me speak. Words are peculiar. With each change, I changed too. My thoughts, personality, how I saw right and wrong. War changed me, and not only my visage. Words can kill, and then it hit me. It was he who should feel my wrath. He and the code he chose as basis for control. And the mother tongue of all those codes is English. The word became flesh. The final parasite. It knows English. An English strain of the vocal parasite. I will exterminate the English language. With this, I'll rid the world of infestation. All men will breathe free again. Reclaim their past, present, and future. The world will need a new common tongue. A language of nukes. My metal ears shall be the thread by which all countries are bound together in equality. No words will be needed. Every man will be forced to recognize his neighbor. People will swallow their pain. They will link lost hands. The world will become one. This war is peace.
We are here. Just as you live because of me. He lives because of you. Show him! Who is doing this? Such a lust for revenge? Who? the records, and I will vanish from human memory. But the thirst for revenge that I have planted will infest the system. No one can stop it now. Sahelanthropus will unleash that thirst onto the future! Major... I'm burning up!
It's after you. You need to stop it, boss. Destroy Sahelanthropus.
There were 3. Where's the other?
Very close to you.
Finish me. Kill me.
Do it yourself.
Mission complete, boss.
Kill me. Kill me.
did it! Revenge!
Anyone can give up his fight by laying down arms. But the feeling of holding a gun, that we'll never forget. Like our lost limbs, the sensation lingers.
Here she comes! Here she comes!
Rifles in missing hands. We stand tall on missing legs. We stride forward on the bones of our fallen. Then, and only then, are we alive. This pain is ours, and no one else's. The secret weapon we wield, out of sight. We will be stronger than ever. For our peace. Sahelanthropus will unleash that thirst unto the future. Those were his last words.
Kaz.
Pretentious to the end. Still. Doesn't feel like this is over. And I'll never be whole again.
Pipes gave way and crushed one of the kids. The boy named Ralph. They tell me he died instantly. I'm sorry, boss. It's my fault. I should have been keeping an eye on them. I'll let you know if we learn something. Boss, some of the kids we've been keeping here have escaped. We don't know why they ran off, but it may have something to do with Ralph's death. The intel teams are looking for them as we speak. Boss, as we suspected, the mastermind behind the kids' escape was Eli. It's hard to believe, but apparently he'd been plotting an armed uprising against us. He could be hiding something else, too. Ocelot's gonna press him for answers. Get back here as quick as you can.
Where is he?
I told you. Your father's not here. I need to know what you sent them to do.
I told them. Last chance to face the world with no regrets.
Last chance?
You better be ready for your drag back here. Ready to face the world as enemies.
No!
I'm not like you! Goodbye, Father. I don't need you anymore.
really an accident. Or did Eli just rig it to stir up the boys? Either way, he had to have been planning for this all along. Bidding farewell to the world.
We've tracked down Eli and his men. They've spread the parasite across the island. It won't affect you if your voice hasn't broken, so they're safe, for now.
Okay, boss. The objective is to recover Sahelanthropus and the children, Eli included.
I'm free to die however I wish. Yes, free. You don't get the last word, Father. I'll break the curse of my heritage. And to do that, first, I will kill you!
Boss, he's showing symptoms. Huh? What?
I was created by Cypher. And I was the flaw. My fate was written in my genes. I'm the loser. You. All because of you!
That's right. Don't blame yourself. Blame me.
Not yet. It's not over yet.
Boss, we need evidence to prove our suspicions about Emmerich. Head to the central base camp in Afghanistan and recover that AI pod. Boss, we have an emergency. There's been another outbreak of the vocal cord parasites on the base. Several men are dead. Come back to Mother Base ASAP.
Boss! What the hell happened?
At least you're okay.
What's going on?
I win. I'm no snail.
Snail. Yes, of course. It all makes sense now. Do not let anyone showing symptoms get outside. As infection progresses, it triggers an overwhelming urge to get out in the open. That's the parasite controlling them. Once outside, the birds will feed on infected bodies, spreading the parasite on land. Individuals to leave. Shoot, Snake! That's it. That's good.
They're here to kill us! Boss! Boss!
Hang on, boss. Is he wearing a mask? He's the only one not infected.
Wait. I don't think I made it after all.
What? You just checked him. Could it have progressed this quickly? Boss, take another look at him with the goggles. He is infected. I don't believe it.
Maybe through my wounds. They're waiting now. All of them. Do it.
I'm sorry, boss.
Come on. Let's get this over with.
Wait. I won't scatter your sorrow to the heartless sea. I will always be with you. Plant your roots in me. You're all diamonds.
We're not burying them at sea. What then?
We'll make diamonds from their ashes. Take them into battle with us.
A shining light to our brothers in arms, even in death.
We are diamond dogs.
Nine years ago, this man acted as accomplice to the attack on Mother Base. He then provided support to Skullface. Conspiring with Eli, he repaired Sahelanthropus in secret. His research materials caused the leak at the quarantine facility, which in turn caused the Walbachia mutation, letting the parasites off their chains. We lost a lot of good men. He also stands accused of murdering one of his own family, hiding the body.
I haven't killed anyone. The rest is all wrong, too. The inspection was supposed to help everyone.
Strangelove's gravestone, haunted by her phantom.
It's just a machine.
Huey! Damn it, Huey! Open it now! Please! Let me out! Kill me!
It recorded it all. Everything. Everything you did living together.
How could a machine?
You forced your own son into the cockpit of a Metal Gear, a test subject.
How?
His mother had to hide him away, and for that you locked her in that coffin.
No! She did it herself! It was suicide! And even if I did, what right do you have?
There's more. We have you, to tell us everything you've done, everything you thought. All this time. 9 years ago, you agreed to the inspection in return for Cypher's guarantee that you'd be spared.
I thought it was real!
We've reviewed into everything else that's happened since you arrived here.
Please.
Guilty! All counts. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!
Prepare a life raft. Big enough for one. Food and water, too.
Us?
He's leaving.
You... He's responsible for all of this! Think of all the men! He didn't lose a damn thing! This is the enemy! And he's here on his knees!
Us? You're right, he is not one of us. But we are not responsible to judge an enemy. He leaves Mother Base, and that'll be the end of it.
I'm innocent! You're the murderers! Snake! You should be in this boat! There'd have been no inspection if it weren't for your precious nuke! I risked my life trying to save you all! How can you do this? Am I the only sane one here? It's not my fault!
can't discard your phantoms forever, Doctor. One day he'll see through the lies he's built up, realize what kind of man he really is. What goes around comes around. You can't run from yourself forever.
Boss, maybe you realize by now, but there's no other way to say it. Quiet's gone. She pulled her camo stunt and stowed away on a departing chopper. After pinpointing which she took, we figured out her destination. Afghanistan. Get after her. They lost a lot of men to her. Can't blame them for wanting payback. But why did she just let herself get captured?
I think it is time you knew. Quiet was carrying vocal cord parasites. The English strain, to be precise. The third English pair. Skullface was using her as a vector, an ace in the hole if his assassination plan failed. I knew it, but Quiet chose not to speak. She told me the situation in Diné, Navajo, the only language to which the parasites do not react. If you found out, she could not remain among you.
And that's why she took off? Sacrificing herself to make sure the English strain died with her? Maybe. Or maybe she only wants to infect the world. Whatever her plan, we can't let her go free. The vocal cord parasites are the last of Skullface's legacy. It's up to us to erase it.
Quiet.
The boss is with me.
Adam? Wait,
yourself!
There's no time. Hurry!
Where are you? What is your location?
No, you're moving away from us. Circle back to your 8 o'clock.
Copy that. Guide me to your location.
Proceed to your 10 o'clock. Left. A little left. Yes. Now hold your position and proceed straight. Half a mile to go. Pequod, I can see you. I have a visual.
There you are, Ahab. Visual confirmed.
Pequod, hurry! This way.
I didn't know you could be so talkative, Quiet.
The boss is here. Hurry, Pequod. Please.
Boss. Boss! I gave you an antivenom.
Where's Quiet?
We've got to go.
I did not choose to be quiet. I wanted to express my feelings to you. If only we shared a common tongue.
Vengeance was what drove me to them. The only language left to me. Revenge. But the words we shared... No, that was no language at all. That is why I chose the language of gratitude instead and go back to silence. I am quiet. I am the absence of words. Snake?
Boss.
That's right. It's her.
What about the bomb?
We were able to remove the explosives. Both of them.
Bomb!
No, it's okay.
There's another in my...
Boss? It's all right, we got it out. It's okay. The other bomb, we managed it. No!
somehow she managed to survive. Anyway, the shock triggered some kind of amnesia. She truly believes she's nothing more than a student living in 1974.
Peace Day was a lot of fun. I hope we can do it again.
She doesn't respond to anything that conflicts with her internal timeline. Doctor's pretty sure she's not faking it. I give up. She's all yours.
Stay away!
Pass.
There's another!
It all ends soon, exactly as I've planned. Now for the second one. In a place they'd never heard. The scientist was our way in.
Our guests are right on time.
She's ready. Damn it, we were set up!
You have made me believe that I'd make it out with you.
Don't you die on me, damn it! He's dropping!
Intubate, now! Cardiac arrest, he's in B-fib!
Clear! How's he doing?
Well, he stabilized, but it took too long. He's in a coma.
What about him?
Yeah, took some shrapnel to the head.
This is you, as you've lived until this day. I'm going to change your appearance. We have no other choice. everything feels all right?
I'll handle the rest. Here. That's your name as of today. Best change your face, too. Now this one, he'll take your place. From here on, he's Snake. He believes it, too.
My very own phantom, huh?
Boss, the whole world wants your head. Don't worry, he can handle it. Move now, quickly.
Aren't you forgetting something? We'll meet again.
Right.
Now do you remember who you are? What you were meant to do? I'm Big Boss. And you are too. No. He's the two of us together. Where we are today, we built it. This story, this legend, it's ours. We can change the world and with it the future. I am you and you are me. Carry that with you wherever you go. Thank you, my friend. From here on out, you're Big Boss.
Which one is he?
On the right.
And the left?
We did just as you instructed.
Can you give us a moment?
Of course.
Jack, can you hear me? Nice place, isn't it? I went to a lot of trouble bringing you here. Here, where no one will find you. Still, the Ocelot's on guard duty, just in case. Maybe knowing that will help you sleep better. I never told you this, but I had another team at my disposal back then, with a very special man leading it. Maybe he didn't like the arrangement. In any case, this man, he seems to have done something to me. Which is why I'm quite sick myself. Up here, I don't mind about myself. But what he did to you, I can never forgive. I've sent him to Africa, and I doubt he's coming back. Jack, once your little holiday here is over, well, who knows when that will be? But anyway, I probably won't be around. I'll be somewhere even you can't find me. A tombstone chiseled into the code of a machine. That is all I leave to mark my existence. Wake up soon, old friend. Time is running short.
What was it all for? If the boss has some plan, what is it?
The real big boss is working separately from us to create his new nation.
New nation?
A military nation above and apart from all. The true outer heaven. Something created to maintain world balance, independent of the struggles for supremacy, for personal profit, the cycles of revenge between countries. It'll be an army, all right, but more. Big Boss is building a nation. But until it's complete, we support the other Big Boss. The Phantom carries on his legend, his meme. That is Big Boss's plan.
So that's the way it is. 9 years ago, I thought everything had been taken from me. And now I really have lost it all. The boss, and the future we were building together. Big Boss can go to hell. I'll make the Phantom and his son stronger to send him there. For that, I'll keep playing my role.
You know, sooner or later, there'll be only one boss. There's only room for one boss. His sons are fated to face each other someday, too. If the day ever comes that you go back to Cypher, I'll aid the other son. And then you and I will be enemies, too. One of us will have to kill the other.
Fine by me. I'll be ready for the new age. Until then, we'd better get used to coexisting.
nuclear weapons disposal facility on Shadow Moses Island in Alaska's Fox Archipelago was attacked and captured by next-generation special forces, being led by members of Foxhound. They're demanding that the government turn over the remains of Big Boss, and they say that if their demands are not met within 24 hours, they'll launch a nuclear weapon. You'll have two mission objectives. First, you're to rescue DARPA Chief Donald Anderson and the president of Armstech, Kenneth Baker. Both are being held as hostages. Secondly, you're to investigate whether or not the terrorists have the ability to make a nuclear strike and stop them if they do.
What's the insertion method?
We'll approach the disposal facility by sub.
And then?
We'll launch a one-man SDV. After the SDV gets as close as it can, dispose of it. From there on, you'll have to swim. High-tech Special Forces Unit Foxhound. Your former unit, and one that I was a commander of.
So they're still around.
There are 6 members of Foxhound involved in this terrorist activity. Psycho Mattis, with his powerful psychic abilities. Sniper Wolf, the beautiful and deadly sharpshooter. Decoy Octopus, master of disguise. Vulcan Raven, giant and shaman. And Revolver Ocelot, specialist in interrogation and a formidable gunfighter. And finally, in charge of them, Foxhound squad leader, Liquid Snake.
Liquid Snake?
The man with the same codename as you. The nuclear weapons disposal facility covers the whole island. I'll instruct you by codec after you reach your target.
Anyone going with me?
As usual, this is a one-man infiltration mission.
Weapons and equipment OSP?
Yes. This is a top-secret black op. Don't expect any official support.
It's Snake. I'm in front of the disposal facility.
Excellent, Snake. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit.
How's that sneaking suit working out?
I'm nice and dry, but it's a little hard to move.
Bear with it. It's designed to prevent hypothermia. This is Alaska, you know.
Take it easy, I'm grateful. If it weren't for your suit and your shot, I would have turned into a popsicle out there.
An anti-freezing peptide, Snake. All of the genome soldiers in this exercise are using it.
I see. I'm relieved to hear that. Already tested, huh?
This is Mei Ling. She was assigned to us as our visual and data processing specialist. She designed your codec, as well as your Soliton radar system. Contact her if you have any questions about either of them.
Nice to meet you, Snake. It's an honor to speak to a living legend like yourself. What's wrong?
Nothing. I just didn't expect a world-class designer of military technology to be so cute.
You're just flattering me.
No, I'm serious. Well, I know I won't be bored for the next 18 hours. A surveillance camera?
Snake, this is McDonald Miller. It's been a long time.
Master, what are you doing here?
I quit being a drill instructor, so I moved out here for some peace and quiet. I'm in retirement, just like you. Once in a while, I still help train the Alaskan Scouts.
Passing on the skills to a new generation, huh?
Campbell told me about the situation here. I thought I might be of some use.
There's no one I'd rather have in a foxhole than you.
Who's that?
I'm here to save you. You're the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, right?
You here to save me, huh? What's your outfit?
I'm the pawn they sent here to save your worthless butt.
Really? It's true. You don't look like one of them. We were conducting exercises with a new type of experimental weapon. A weapon that will change the world.
What?
A weapon with the ability to launch a nuclear attack from any place on the face of the Earth. Rex has fallen into the hands of terrorists.
Rex?
Metal Gear Rex. The code name for the new Metal Gear prototype.
But I thought that all nuclear warheads were equipped with safety measures. Some kind of detonation code that you have to input.
Oh, you mean PAL? Yes, of course, there is a PAL. It's set up so that you need to input 2 different passwords in order to launch the device.
There are 2 passwords?
Yes. Baker knows one, and I know one.
Baker? The president of Arms Tech?
That's right. Each of us needs to input our password, or there can be no launch. But they found out my password.
You talked?
Psycho Mantis can read people's minds. You can't resist.
Psycho Mantis?
But there is a way to stop the launch.
What?
The card keys.
Card keys?
They were designed by Arms Tech, the system developers, as an emergency override. Even without the passwords, you can just insert the card keys and engage the safety lock.
And if I do that?
Yes. You can stop the launch.
That card key.
So where are the keys?
Baker should have them. Listen, you need 3 card keys. There are 3 different slots to put them in. You need to insert a card into each one of them.
Okay, 3 card keys. Do you know where they might be keeping Baker?
Somewhere in the 2nd floor basement.
Okay, I'm gonna get you out of here.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
You haven't heard any other way to disarm the PAL, have you? From your bosses or anyone?
No.
Are you sure you haven't heard anything?
I just said no.
So does the White House plan to give in to the terrorists' demands?
That's their problem. It has nothing to do with my orders.
But what about the Pentagon?
Pentagon? What is it?
Hey, what happened?
Dead. Naomi, the chief. What happened?
I don't know. It looked like a heart attack, but...
A heart attack? No. Colonel, are you hiding something from me?
Absolutely not. Snake, you've got to understand. This op is security level red. You need the highest security clearance to get access to the complete file.
You want me to believe that you're in charge of this op, but you don't have complete access to the file?
I told you. The Secretary of Defense is in operational control. I'm just here as your support. Snake, we don't have time to debate. Get out of there and find President Baker.
Don't move! So you killed the chief, you bastard! Liquid? No, you're not.
Can you shoot me, rookie?
Careful, I'm no rookie.
Liar. That nervous glance, that scared look in your eyes. They're rookie's eyes if I ever saw them. You've never shot a person, am I right?
You talk too much.
You haven't even taken the safety off, rookie.
I told you I'm no rookie!
You're not one of them, are you? Looks like we'll be a little delayed. Am I too late? He's alive. You're the Arms Tech President, Kenneth Baker, right? Don't worry. I'm here to save you.
No, don't touch it.
C4.
Revolver Ocelot. I've been waiting for you, Solid Snake. Now we'll see if the man can live up to the legend. Draw!
Hiding won't help you.
I love to reload doing that. Better hurry up. You're pretty good. Just what I'd expect from the man with the same code as the boss. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight, but I'm just getting warmed up. What? My hand! Stealth camouflage. Can't you even die right? You were lucky. We'll meet again! Who are you? I like you. I have no name. That exoskeleton.
Who the hell? Can you talk?
Who are you?
I'm not one of them. The DARPA chief told me he gave them his detonation code. What about yours?
Oh, I get it. Jim sent you. You're from the Pentagon.
Answer my question. What about your code? There's no time.
I talked.
What? Now the terrorists have both codes and can launch any time.
It's not like I didn't fight. I managed to resist Psycho Mattis's mind probe.
He couldn't read you? How'd you do it?
Surgical implants in my brain.
Surgical implants?
Kind of like a psychic insulation. Everyone who knows these top secret codes has it.
Even the DARPA chief?
Of course.
But the Darba chief said Mantis got his code by reading his mind.
Are you sure you heard him right?
Yeah, I'm sure. In that case, how did they get your code?
I never had any training on how to resist torture.
You still have the card keys?
Card keys?
To override the detonation code. I heard you had them.
No, not anymore.
What? Who does then? Not the terrorists?
No, that woman.
Woman? Who?
A soldier that was thrown in prison along with me.
A female soldier, it must be.
She said she had just joined up as a new recruit. They threw her in prison because she refused to take part in the rebellion.
A new recruit? Could that be the Colonel's niece?
I gave her the key. Looks like she managed to break out of here, though. I hope she's okay.
I'm sure she is. She's green, but as tough as they come. But how did you know she escaped?
I was in contact with her by Kodak. You need to find Hal Emmerich, one of my employees.
Who's that?
The team leader of the Metal Gear Rex project. A genius in engineering, but a little bit of an oddball. If there's anyone who can figure out how to stop Metal Gear from launching, it's him. You've got to stop them. If it goes public, my company and I are finished.
What? Doesn't Metal Gear use currently existing technology?
Metal Gear itself does, but... What did you do to me? Oh, no, it can't be. Those Pentagon bastards. So, they actually went in. Did it?
What are you talking about?
They're just using you for...
What the hell?
Who are you?
I was really impressed with the way you busted yourself out of there.
One from the prison?
You're the Colonel's niece, Meryl, right?
No, it's not him. Just exactly who are you?
I'm the fool that your uncle sent all alone into the middle of this whole mess.
You came by yourself? You think you're some kind of one-man army?
I don't need lectures. You're just like your uncle, you know.
How do you know my uncle?
We go way back.
What's your name?
My name's not important.
Aha! Could you be Snake? Are you Solid Snake?
That's what some people call me.
The legendary Solid Snake? You? Sorry about before. I wasn't sure if you were one of the good guys.
Do you know the person who designed Metal Gear?
You mean Dr. Emmerich?
Yes. Is he still alive?
Probably. He should be in the research lab in the second-floor basement of the nuclear warhead storage building to the north.
Snake, be careful. There are claymore mines around there. Use a mine detector.
Who are you?
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? The informant from the Watergate scandal?
Never mind about that.
You're not using burst transmission. Are you nearby?
Listen, there's a tank in front of your position waiting to ambush you.
Who are you anyway?
One of your bands.
This is Raven's territory. That's right. You belong on the ground. You should crawl on the ground like the snake you are. Come, let's fight. Well, boss, I hope you are happy. You got the card.
We'll play with him a little longer.
You would be wise not to underestimate him.
Stealth camouflage? Who are you?
Well,
What next?
Snake.
You're that ninja.
I've been waiting for you, Snake.
Who are you?
Neither enemy nor friend. I am back from a world where such words are meaningless. Fine. He can watch from inside there.
I need that man. Keep your hands off him.
Now, make me feel it. Make me feel alive again. Warriors, hand to hand. It is the basis of all combat. Only a fool trusts his life with a weapon. Like old times. I've been waiting for this day. Do you remember me now?
Can't be. You were killed in Zanzibar.
Gray Fox. Colonel, that ninja is Gray Fox. No doubt about it.
Ridiculous. You of all people should know he died in Zanzibar.
No. He should have died, but he didn't.
What?
It happened before I joined Foxhound's medical staff. Apparently, for their test subject, they decided to use the body of a soldier who was recovered after the fall of Zanzibar.
And that was Gray Fox.
But he was already dead.
Yes. But they revived him. They fitted him with a prototype exoskeleton and kept him drugged for 4 years while they experimented on him like a plaything. Today's genome soldiers were born from those experiments.
That's the sickest thing I ever heard.
They used him to test all sorts of gene therapy techniques.
Naomi, why didn't you tell us about this sooner?
Because it's confidential information.
Is that the only reason?
Come on, get out. We can't stay here forever.
Your uniform is different from theirs.
You're the Metal Gear Chief Engineer, Hal Emmerich, right?
You know me?
I heard about you from Meryl.
Oh, so you're here to rescue me?
Sorry, but no. There's something that I've got to do first.
I was never told exactly what they armed Rex with. I only know it's equipped with a Vulcan cannon, a laser, and a railgun.
A railgun, you said?
Yeah. It uses magnets to fire bullets at extremely high velocities. The technology was originally developed for the SDI system and later scrapped. We were successful in miniaturizing it in a joint venture between Arms Tech and Rivermore National Labs. The railgun is on Rex's right arm.
Metal Gear's main function is to launch nuclear missiles. You sure you're not forgetting something?
It's true that Metal Gear has a missile module on its back that can carry up to 8 missiles, but are you saying it was originally meant to carry nuclear missiles? These are some of the supercomputers. If you link these, you can test everything in a virtual environment. But it's all just theoretical.
So this exercise was designed to test the real thing.
What did our president do? I used to think that I could use science to help mankind. But the one that wound up getting used was me. Using science to help mankind. It's just in the movies.
That's enough crying. Pull yourself together. Where is Metal Gear? Where on this base are they keeping it?
Rex is in the underground maintenance base.
Where's that?
North of the communications tower, but it's a long way there. And don't worry, I've got this. It's the same stealth technology as the Ninja. Foxhound was going to use them, but with this I'll be fine. Bad leg and all.
Good. But I want Meryl to watch after you too.
Meryl, the engineer's okay.
That's a relief.
I want you to look after him. Where are you now?
Very close.
There she is! Over there!
Oh no! Damn, they've spotted me!
Meryl, what happened?
Something's wrong.
Did you hear something? Wasn't that some kind of music?
What did she look like?
She was wearing the same green uniform as the terrorists. There's only one place where we could be sure she's by herself.
Where's that?
Don't be so dense.
You're not in pain, are you?
Huh?
You feel okay? Nothing bothering you?
What's wrong? Getting all friendly all of a sudden.
No, nothing. I'm glad you're okay.
You're strange.
I'm a little nervous. Everyone else I've saved suddenly dies.
You're bad luck.
Forget it, Doctor.
Call me Otacon.
Otacon?
It stands for Otaku Convention. An otaku's a guy like me who likes Japanimation. You're right. We have to take responsibility. Science has always thrived on war. Greatest weapons of mass destruction were created by scientists who wanted to be famous. But that's all over now. I won't take part in murder anymore. I'm on frequency 141.12. See you later.
That's the second time I've been able to sneak up on the legendary Solid Snake.
You're Meryl? There's no way you could pass for a man for long.
What do you mean? Hey, men aren't allowed in here.
I had no idea you were so feminine.
This is no time to try and hit on me, Snake.
Why didn't you contact me?
My codec was broken.
Is that all?
Shouldn't you just be happy we met up like this? How did you recognize me in disguise?
I never forget a lady.
So there's something you like about me, huh?
Yeah, you've got a great butt.
Oh, I see. First it's my eyes, now it's my butt. What's next?
On the battlefield, you never think about what's next. You got the card keys from Baker?
Card keys? You mean this?
Where are the others? There should be 3 keys.
This is all I've got.
Where could the other 2 be?
I have no idea, but they must be somewhere. If we can't find them, we'll have no choice but to destroy Metal Gear.
Metal Gear is in an underground maintenance base to the north.
Got it. I'll be careful. You know, I don't use makeup the way other women do. I hardly ever look at myself in the mirror. I've always despised that kind of woman. I always dreamed of becoming a soldier. But I was wrong. It wasn't really my dream. My father. He was killed in action when I was younger.
You wanted to follow in your father's footsteps?
Not really. I thought that if I became a soldier, I could understand him better. I want to know who I am, what I'm capable of. I want to know why I've lived the way I've lived until now. I want to know.
Take a good look. You won't get another chance for a while. You should wash your face, too, while you're at it.
Yeah.
This isn't a training exercise. Our lives are riding on this. There are no heroes or heroines. If you lose, you're worm food.
Yeah.
Snake, how do you like me?
What the?
Do you like me? Hold me, Snake.
What's wrong?
Oh, hurry, hurry. Make love to me. Oh, Snake, I want you.
Who's that?
Oh, you don't like girls? Useless woman.
Optic camouflage, huh? I hope that's not your only trick.
You doubt my power. Now, I will show you why I am the most powerful practitioner of psychokinesis and telepathy in the world. No, there's no need for words, Snake. I'm Psychomantis. That's right. This is no trick. It's true power. It's useless, I told you. I can read your every thought.
Stop! Meryl!
It's you! No! It cannot be! No!
The strong man doesn't need to read the future. He makes his own.
There's a hidden door behind the bookcase. The overland route. It's blocked by frozen glaciers. Go past the communication towers. And use the tower's walkway.
Why are you telling me this?
I can read people's minds. In my lifetime, I have read the past, presents, and futures of thousands upon thousands of men and women.
Oh, gross.
And each mind that I peered into was stuffed with the same single object of obsession. That selfish and atavistic desire to pass on one's seed. It was enough to make me sick. Every living thing on this planet exists to mindlessly pass on their DNA. They're designed that way. And that's why there is war. But you are different. You're the same as us. We have no past, no future. We live in the moment. That's our only purpose. Humans weren't designed to bring each other happiness. From the moment we're thrown into this world, we're fated to bring each other nothing but pain and misery. The first person whose mind I dove into was my father's. I saw nothing but disgust and hatred for me in his heart. My mother died in childbirth, and he despised me for it. I thought my father was going to kill me. That's when my future disappeared. I lost my past as well. When I came to, the village was engulfed in flames.
Are you saying that you burned your village down to bury your past?
I see that you have suffered the same trauma. We are truly the same, you and I. The world is a more interesting place with people like you in it. I never agreed with the boss's revolution. His dreams of world conquest do not interest me. I just wanted an excuse to kill as many people as I could.
You monster.
Let him talk. He doesn't have much time left.
I've seen through evil. You, Snake. You're just like the boss. I have a last request.
What is it?
My mask. Put it back on.
Okay.
Like this, other people's thoughts force their way into my mind. Before I die, I want to be by myself. I want to be left alone in my own world. I'll open the door for you. If you want to find your future, go through that door. This is the first time I've ever used my power to help someone. It's strange. It
What is it?
Meryl, get down! Meryl!
Snake, leave me and run.
Meryl!
I guess I am a rookie after all.
Don't worry, Meryl. It's me they want.
Even I know that. It's the oldest trick in the book. I was a fool. I wanted to be a soldier. But war is ugly. There's nothing glamorous about it. Snake, please save yourself. Go on living and don't give up on people. Don't forget me. Now get out of here.
Meryl! Damn. Snake, it's a trap. The sniper's trick to lure you out. The sniper's waiting for you to go and help Meryl, so he can pick you off. Don't do it.
Must be Sniper Wolf, Foxhound's best shooter.
Snipers usually work in pairs, but this one's alone, huh?
I know her. She can wait for hours, days, or weeks. It doesn't matter to her. She's just watching and waiting for you to expose yourself.
Maybe so, but Meryl can't hold out that long.
Snake, can you see Wolf from where you are?
There's nowhere to hide between here and the tower. She must be on the second floor of the tower.
If Wolf is in the communications tower, she can see you perfectly. It's the classic sniper's position. At that distance, you won't be able to hit her with a standard weapon either. You'll need a sniper rifle.
Colonel, take it easy. I'm gonna save Meryl, no matter what it takes.
Okay. Thanks.
What's wrong, Naomi?
Nothing. I'm just surprised you're willing to sacrifice yourself. You got the genes of a soldier, not a savior.
You trying to say that I'm only interested in saving my own skin?
I wouldn't go that far, but...
I don't know what the hell my genes look like, and I don't care. I operate on instinct.
Like an animal?
I'm going to save Meryl. I don't need an excuse.
Okay.
And I'm not doing it for someone else either. I'm gonna save Meryl for myself. Colonel, don't worry.
Snake, thanks.
I understand. I'm sorry.
Don't move!
You're a fool to come back here. Stupid man.
A lady sniper, huh?
Didn't you know that 2/3 of the world's greatest assassins are women? I am Sniper Wolf, and I always kill what I aim at.
Take him away. There definitely is a resemblance, don't you think, little brother? Or should I say, big brother? I'm not sure. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You and I are both the last surviving sons of Big Boss. Ocelot, don't screw up like you did with the Chief.
Yes, I know. That was an accident.
See you later, brother.
You were holding one card key. Where are the other two? What's the trick behind that key?
Trick?
That weasel of a president said there's some kind of trick to using the key.
Hell if I know.
I see. No problem, then. We're going to play a game, Snake. We'll find out what kind of man you really are. When the pain becomes too great to bear. Just give up, and your suffering will end. But if you do, like girl's life is mine. You're the boss's brother, all right. Your brother, he's an amazing man. Who else could shoot down two F-16s with a Hind helicopter? The Les Infanteries project was not a total failure. He is the one man who could make my dream into a reality.
Looks like I got a roommate. The DARPA chief. What a stench.
Snake, are you okay? I've been better. Naomi, please talk to me. Say something to take my mind off the pain.
What can I say?
Anything.
I'm not a very good talker.
Please. Tell me about yourself.
Myself? That's a tough one.
Any family?
That's not a happy topic for me.
I don't have any family. No. Wait. There was a man who said he was my father.
Where is he?
Dead. By my own hand. Big Boss.
What? Big Boss? I had no idea.
There was no way you could. It happened in Zanzibar 6 years ago. Only Snake and I know the real truth of what happened there.
So, is it true? Was Big Boss really your father?
That's what he said. That's all I know.
And you were able to kill him, knowing that?
Yup.
How?
He wanted it. Besides, some people just need killing.
That's patricide.
Yup. That's the trauma that Mantis was talking about. One we share in common.
Is that why you left Foxhound?
Let's just say that I needed to be alone for a while. And Alaska was the perfect place.
It's me, Otacon. Wow, they even captured you. This lock won't open with a security card. You need a key like the soldiers carry.
So what are you doing here then?
I thought you might be hungry. If you need more food, I can bring some more later. Also, I got you this level 6 card. It'll get you out of that torture room. Here, take this too.
What's this?
It's a handkerchief. I got it from Sniper Wolf.
Why?
I don't know why, but she's nice to me.
Sounds like Stockholm Syndrome to me.
I was taking care of the dogs here. After the terrorists took over, they were planning to shoot all the dogs. But Sniper Wolf stopped them. She even let me feed them when I asked. She likes dogs. She must be a good person. Please don't hurt her.
Wake up, you idiot. She's the one who shot Meryl.
Oh, jeez. He's coming back. See you later.
Otacon, so you're here to get me out. The ninja.
So, the snake's finally come out of his home. Are you ready now, my brother?
Why are you calling me brother? Who the hell are you?
I'm you. I'm your shadow.
What?
Ask the father that you killed. I'll send you to hell to meet him.
okay? Otacon, were there any other stealth prototypes?
No, there were only 5.
So, this isn't stealth camouflage then?
What are you talking about?
Someone's aiming at me, in the middle of this blizzard.
It's her!
I can see you perfectly from here. I told you, I'd never quit the hunt. Now you're mine.
Wolf, no, you can't!
Don't get between a wolf and its prey. Waited for this moment. I am a Kurd. I have always dreamed of a peaceful place like this.
Kurd. So that's why you're called Wolf.
I was born on the battlefield. Raised on the battlefield. Gunfire, sirens, and screams. They were my lullabies. Hunted like dogs, day after day. Driven from our ragged shelters. That was my life. Each morning I'd wake up and find a few more of my family or friends dead beside me. I'd stare at the morning sun and pray to make it through the day. The governments of the world turned a blind eye to our misery. But then, he appeared. My hero. Saladin. He took me away from all that.
Saladin? You mean Big Boss?
I became a sniper. Hidden. Watching everything through a rifle's scope. Now I could see war. Not from inside, but from the outside. As an observer. I watched the brutality, the stupidity of mankind through the scope of my rifle. I joined this group of revolutionaries to take my revenge on the world. But I have shamed myself and my people. I am no longer the wolf I was born to be. In the name of vengeance, I sold my body and my soul. Now I am nothing more than a dog.
Wolves are noble animals. They're not like dogs. In Yupik, the word for wolf is Keglanek, and the Aleuts revere them as honorable cousins. They call mercenaries like us dogs of war. It's true. We're all for sale at some price or another. But you're different. Untamed. Solitary. You're no dog. You're a wolf.
Who are you? Are you Saladin?
Wolf. You spared Meryl's life.
She was never my real target. I don't kill for sport.
Rest easy. You'll die as the proud wolf you are.
I finally understand. I wasn't waiting to kill people. I was waiting for someone to kill me. A man like you. Please. Set me free.
Why? I love you.
What is it?
My gun. Give it to me. She's part of me. Everyone's here now. Okay, hero. Set me free.
What are you doing?
Returning it to its owner. I don't need a handkerchief.
Why?
I don't have any more tears to shed.
Snake! What was she fighting for? What am I fighting for? What are you fighting for?
If we make it through this, I'll tell you.
Okay. I'll be searching too.
Snake, I've got something to tell you about Naomi Hunter.
What about her?
Dr. Hunter's story about her background, it was all a big lie. She might be a spy.
Ridiculous.
Come on, even a high school student could see past it. The head of the FBI at that time, Edgar Hoover, he was a well-known racist. Didn't Naomi say that her father was Japanese?
Yeah.
Well, back then, there wasn't a single Asian investigator. Also, in the 1950s, the undercover mafia sting operations hadn't even started yet. The chief and the president mysteriously dying, that ninja? Too many strange things are happening.
Are you saying that Naomi might be behind it?
I don't know. Either that, or she's working with the terrorists.
Could it be?
If I find out anything, I'll call. In the meantime, be careful.
Welcome, Cossack. This is the end of the road for you. Rejoice, Snake. Ours will be a glorious battle.
This isn't glorious. It's just plain killing. Violence isn't a sport.
Well, we'll see if there is iron in your words. He copied his subjects down to the blood. So he drained the chief's blood and took it into himself. But he wasn't able to deceive the Angel of Death.
The Angel of Death? But why go to so much trouble? Why impersonate the chief?
That is the end of my hint. You must solve the rest of the riddle yourself. Snake, in the natural world, there is no such thing as boundless slaughter. There is always an end to it. You are different.
What are you trying to say?
The path you walk on has no end. Each step you take is paid for the corpses of your enemies. Their souls will haunt you forever. You shall have no peace. Hear me, Snake. My spirit will be watching you.
Snake, it's me.
You got some kind of plan?
Well, I'm in the computer room right now. I'm trying to access Baker's private files.
Baker's files? Don't you need a password?
Of course, but there are ways.
Are you a hacker?
Yep, that describes me pretty well. I accessed the confidential Metal Gear file.
So what about the PAL override system that Baker talked about?
I haven't found it yet.
That's what I need to know.
But Snake, I found something else.
What?
The secret behind the new nuclear weapon. Just as I thought, the nuclear warhead is designed to be fired from the railgun like a projectile. It doesn't use fuel, so it isn't considered a missile. That way it can get around all sorts of international treaties.
Pretty sneaky.
This new nuclear weapon, it's never actually been tested, only simulated.
You mean they ran a computer model?
Yeah. That's why they were conducting this exercise. They needed to get actual experimental data to back up the simulation.
Okay, I've entered the PAL codes and disengaged the safety device. We can launch anytime.
There's still no response from Washington. It looks like we'll have to show them that we mean business. The President will break. He will give in to our demands.
Big Boss's DNA and $1 billion. $1 billion?
That money will be used to cure our genome soldiers as well. I'm also including the Fox-Die vaccine in our demands.
Fox-Die? It killed Octopus and the Armstead president. So it's true that it affects older people first. Mantis might not have been affected because he wore a mask.
Wolf wasn't infected either. Perhaps due to those tranquilizers she always took.
Something to do with the adrenaline level in the blood. Or maybe it's just because this Fox-Die was still experimental and they haven't worked out all the bug shit.
In any case, have you heard from your friend, Colonel Sergei Golukovich, at the Spetsnaz?
Colonel wants Metal Gear and a new nuclear weapon so bad he can taste it. If Russia wants to regain its position as a military superpower, they need to reinforce their nuclear arsenal. They need a nuclear weapon that can't be intercepted. Metal Gear will allow them to gain first strike capability over the rest of the world.
Their regular army's in shambles, and they think they can restore their country's military power with nuclear weapons? Golukovich, he's no warrior. He's a politician.
But he's the one who gave us the Hind and most of our other heavy firepower.
He's got over 1,000 soldiers under his command. If we join forces, we can put up quite a resistance here.
So you're not thinking of reviving Big Boss's dream?
From today, call this place Outer Heaven.
Big Boss's dream.
Snake, I found Baker's top-secret files. Okay, you see the override system that the President was talking about? It can also be used to input the detonation codes. You see, if you insert the keys when the warhead is active, you deactivate it. And if you insert them when it's inactive, it becomes activated. And you can only use the keys once.
But it takes 3 keys, right? I've only got 1 of them.
Hold on a minute. You see, that's the trick. You already have all 3 keys.
What are you talking about?
The card key is made of a shape memory alloy.
Shape memory alloy?
Yes. It's a material that changes shape at different temperatures. The key is made out of it.
This card key?
Yeah. The card key changes shape at different temperatures.
So this key is actually 3 keys in 1. Clever.
The world is riding on that key, Snake. Who's that?
Damn. The key fell on the drainage ditch.
Snake! This is bulletproof glass. There's no way in. I'll enjoy watching you die.
Snake, did you find the key?
No, it's not here.
The drainage ditch. Isn't there something odd about it?
No. There are a lot of big rats, though.
That's it, Snake. A rat must have eaten it. Rats eat all sorts of things. There's nothing unusual about that.
PAL code number 1 confirmed. Awaiting PAL code number 2.
Okay, that takes care of PAL code number 1. Now PAL number 2. Freeze the key.
PAL code number 2 confirmed. Awaiting PAL code number 3.
Okay, there goes PAL code number 2. Next comes PAL number 3. Warm the key.
Snake, it's about Naomi Hunter.
Then you should talk to the Colonel. He's looking into it.
Snake, have you ever heard of something called fox dye?
No. Fox dye. Liquid and the others were talking about it.
Yeah. It's some kind of virus that targets specific people. It's too similar.
What is?
The cause of death. Didn't the Arms Tech president and the DARPA chief, I mean, Decoy Octopus, die of something that looked like a heart attack?
Yeah.
Well, apparently fox dye kills its victims by simulating a heart attack.
No. You're telling me that Naomi was behind it?
Snake, try to remember. Did Naomi give you some kind of injection?
The nanomachines.
She was in the best position to have done it, but I don't know what her motive was.
Colonel, what's new with the Naomi situation?
I just placed Naomi under arrest.
Arrest?
She was sending coded messages towards the Alaskan base. I didn't want to believe it, but she must be working with the terrorists.
Are you sure?
I'm afraid so. She's being interrogated now.
All I can do is leave it up to the Colonel.
Snake, can you hear me? It's Naomi.
Naomi? What the hell?
Campbell and the others are busy right now. I'm on a different codec.
Naomi. Is what the Colonel says true?
Yes. But not everything I said was a lie.
Who are you?
I don't know myself. I don't know my real name or even what my parents looked like. I bought all my identification. But my reason for getting into genetics was true.
'Cause you want to know yourself, right?
That's right. I want to know where I came from. My age, my race, anything.
Naomi.
I was found in Rhodesia sometime in the 80s. dirty little orphan.
Rhodesia? What's now known as Zimbabwe?
Yes. Rhodesia was owned by England until 1965, and there were lots of Indian laborers around. That's probably where I got my skin color from, but I'm not even sure about that.
Naomi, you're too worried about the past. Isn't it enough to understand who you are now?
Understand who I am now? Why should I? No one else tries to understand me. I was alone for so long, until I met my big brother, and him.
Your big brother?
Yes. Frank Jaeger.
What?
He was a young soldier when he picked me up near the Zambezi River. I was half dead from starvation, and he shared his rations with me. Yes, Frank Jaeger. The man who you destroyed was my brother and my only family.
No. Gray Fox?
We survived that hell together, Frank and I. He protected me. He's my one connection. The only connection I have to my past.
And he brought you back to America?
No. I was in Mozambique when he came.
Who was he? You mean Big Boss?
Yes. He brought us to this land of freedom. This America. And then he and my brother went back to Africa to continue the war. And that's when it happened. You killed my benefactor and sent my brother home a cripple. I vowed revenge and joined Foxhound. I knew it was my best chance to meet you, and I prayed for the day that I would.
So, were your prayers answered?
Yes. I waited 2 long years.
To kill me? Is that all you cared about?
Yes. That's right. 2 years. You were all I thought about for 2 long years. Like some kind of twisted obsession.
You still hate me?
Not exactly. I was partly wrong about you.
What about Liquid and the others?
I'll have my revenge on them too.
Naomi, tell me something.
About Foxdie? Foxdie is a type of retrovirus that targets and kills only specific people. First, it infects the macrophages in the victim's body. Foxdie contains smart enzymes created through protein engineering. They're programmed to respond to specific genetic patterns in the cells. The heart cells suffer a shock and undergo an extreme apoptosis. Then, the victim dies.
Apoptosis? You mean the heart cells commit suicide? Naomi.
What?
You must have programmed that thing to kill me too, right? Do I still have time? Naomi, I don't blame you for wanting me dead, but I can't go yet. I still have a job to do.
Listen, Snake. I'm not the one who made the decision to use Foxdie.
Huh? You weren't?
You were injected with Foxdie as a part of this operation. I just wanted to let you know that. No, that's not the whole truth.
Huh?
The real thing I wanted to tell you was... Snake,
Hey, what are you doing?
Snake.
Naomi!
Snake, I can't allow Naomi to make any more unauthorized transmissions.
What?
Naomi's been removed from this operation.
What happened to Naomi? What did she mean when she said that Foxdie was a part of this operation? Colonel, let me talk to her.
I won't. She's under arrest.
Colonel, you double-crossed me.
Snake, there's no time for that. Right now, your job is to stop Metal Gear. Okay, Snake?
PAL code number 3 confirmed. PAL code entry complete. Detonation code activated.
No.
Why?
Ready for launch.
I deactivated it.
Thank you, Snake. Now the detonation code is completed. We weren't able to learn the DARPA chief's code. Even with Mantis' psychic powers, he couldn't read his mind. Then Ocelot accidentally killed him during the interrogation. In other words, we weren't able to launch the nuclear device, and we were all getting a little worried. Without the threat of a nuclear strike, our demands would never be met.
What do you mean?
First, I thought we might get the information from you, Snake, so I had Decoy Octopus disguise himself as the DARPA chief. Unfortunately, Octopus didn't survive the encounter, thanks to Fox Die.
You mean you had this plan from the beginning, just to get me to input the detonation code?
Huh? You didn't think you made it this far by yourself, did you?
Who the hell are you?
Snake, that's not Master Miller.
Campbell, you're too late.
Master Miller's body was just discovered at his home. He's been dead for at least 3 days. I didn't know because my codec link with Master was cut off. But Mei Ling said his transmission signal was coming from inside the base.
So who is it?
Snake, you've been talking to...
me, dear brother.
Liquid, how the...
You served your purpose. You may die now.
I hacked into security. Snake, I'm opening the door.
Liquid! Snake! Did you like my sunglasses? From the beginning, the Pentagon was just using you as a vector to spread Fox Die.
Fox Die? It can't be. Are you telling me Naomi was working with the Pentagon?
They thought she was, but it seems that Dr. Naomi Hunter couldn't be controlled so easily.
What?
We've got a spy working in the Pentagon. He reported that Dr. Hunter altered Fox Die's program just before the operation, but no one knows how or why. In any case, if it doesn't kill you, then I'm not worried either. After all, our genetic code is identical.
So it's true, you and I are...
Yes, twins. But we're not ordinary twins. We're twins linked by cursed genes. Les enfants terribles. You're fine. You got all the old man's dominant genes. I got the flawed recessive genes. But I'm the one Father chose.
So that's why you're so obsessed with Big Boss. Some warped kind of love.
Love? It's hate! He always told me I was inferior, and now I'll have my revenge! You should understand me, brother. You killed our father with your own hands! You stole my chance for revenge! Now I'll finish the work that father began. I will surpass him! I will destroy him!
You're just like Naomi.
Well, I'm not like you! Unlike you, I'm proud of the destiny that is encoded into my very genes! Yeah!
Snake, Rex's armor is impregnable. You can't do any damage with the weapons you've got. Do you see that round plate on Rex's left arm?
Yeah, that thing that looks like a shield.
That's a radome. If you can destroy that thing, it won't be able to use its electronic equipment.
So he'll be blinded.
Yeah, try to hit that radome with a Stinger missile.
Grey Fox.
A name from long ago. It sounds better than Deep Throat.
So it is you.
You look terrible, Snake. You haven't aged well.
I'll send you back to hell!
Fox, why? What do you want from me?
I'm a prisoner of death. Only you can free me.
Fox, stay out of this. What about Naomi? She's hell-bent on taking revenge for you.
Naomi?
You're the only one who can stop her.
No, I can't.
Why?
Because I'm the one who killed her parents. I was young then, and couldn't bring myself to kill her too. I felt so bad that I decided to take her with me. I raised her like she was my own blood to soothe my guilty conscience. Even now she thinks of me as her brother.
Fox.
From the outside, we might have seemed like a happy brother and sister, but every time I looked at her, I saw her parents' eyes staring back at me. Tell her for me. Tell her that I was the one who did it.
There you are!
We're just about out of time. Here's a final present from Deep Throat. I'll stop it from moving.
Fox!
In the Middle East, we don't hunt foxes, we hunt jackals. Instead of foxhounds, we use royal harriers.
Fox!
How strong is that exoskeleton of yours? Snake, are you just going to sit by and watch him die?
Cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal.
Destroyed the radome.
Impressive! You are indeed worthy of the codename Fox, but now you're finished!
No! Fire the stinger!
Fox! Can you really shoot? You'll kill him too!
Now, in front of you, I can finally die. After Zanzibar, I was taken from the battle. Neither truly alive, nor truly dead. An undying shadow in a world of light. But soon, it will finally end. Die! Snake, we're not tools of the government or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at. But at least I always fought for what I believed in. Snake, farewell.
Foolish man! He prayed for death, and it found him. You see, you can't protect anyone, not even yourself. Die!
Colonel, Fox is dead. I know. God rest his soul. Even a soldier needs more to live for than just fighting. Maybe if he'd found something else, he wouldn't have been so haunted. He was too simple, too pure. There was nothing in this world for him to believe in, so he chose to believe only in himself. I guess you're right. A man like Fox is really only looking for his death. Yeah, and if you ask me, it was
There's no happiness to be gained in death. No peace either. I'm gonna leave here alive.
Good. I want that too.
Crush you into dust!
Liquid, you're still alive.
I won't die, as long as you still live.
Too bad. It looks like your revolution was a failure.
Just because you've destroyed Metal Gear doesn't mean I'm done fighting.
Fighting? What are you really after?
A world where warriors like us are honored as we once were, as we should be.
That was Big Boss's fantasy.
It was his dying wish. Les enfants terribles. The terrible children. That's what the project was called. It started in the 1970s. Their plan was to artificially create the most powerful soldier possible. The person that they chose as the model was the man known then as the greatest living soldier in the world.
Big Boss.
Look behind you!
Meryl!
You and I are just copies of our father, Big Boss.
Let Meryl go.
As soon as we've finished our business, we're almost out of time.
You're talking about Fox Die?
No. It seems now that the Pentagon knows that Metal Gear is destroyed, they've arrived at a decision. They won't even need a BDA. If you want the details, why don't you ask your precious Colonel Campbell?
Colonel, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm listening.
What is the Pentagon trying to do? Colonel, answer me.
The Secretary of Defense has taken over active control of this operation. He's on his way there by AWACS.
What for?
To bomb the place. The Secretary of Defense heard that Naomi double-crossed us, and he's worried about Fox Die.
He's going to drop a nuclear bomb to vaporize all the evidence along with anyone who knows anything.
Don't worry, Snake. I'll stop the nuclear strike.
How?
I may only be a figurehead here, but I'm still officially in command of this mission. The truth is, Foxhound was already the subject of an undercover investigation. Merrill was transferred to this base just before the terrorist attack as a way of manipulating me.
What? What are you doing? What?
Snake!
Mei Ling, what happened to the Colonel?
I don't believe it.
What happened?
Snake, the Colonel!
Roy Campbell has been relieved of duty. This is the Secretary of Defense, Jim Houseman.
Put the Colonel back on.
He's been placed under arrest for leaking top-secret information and for the crime of high treason. You two are an embarrassment from the 1970s. Our country's dirty little secret. You can't be allowed to live. Well, the bombs will be dropping soon, and you two have a lot of catching up to do. Farewell.
There's no way out for us. You stole everything from me. Only your death can satisfy me. If you win, you might still be able to save her. Have at you, Snake!
You!
Is that you? Snake! Oh, you're alive! Thank God.
Meryl.
During all the pain and shame, there was one thing I was sure of. A single hope that I held on to. And that hope kept me alive. Snake, I wanted to see you again.
Meryl. That's my Kodak.
Snake, it's me.
Otacon, good news. Meryl's okay.
All right. You saved her, man. Good job.
I got some bad news, too. We're about to be bombed.
Oh, boy. I guess we're considered expendable.
What are you going to do?
Me? I'll stay here.
Are you crazy?
I need a little more time to take care of your escape route.
But
I'm through regretting the past. Life isn't all about loss, you know. Snake, I'm a complete person now. I've found a reason to live.
Good. Don't die on me.
Same to you. Take care of Meryl, okay?
I will.
Okay, I gotta go. I promise I'll do something about your escape route.
Thanks.
Thanks? Well, that sounds nice.
I believe in you.
Thanks, Snake.
There's my sneaking suit.
Hurry up. Hurry! Looking good, Snake.
Not yet, Snake! It's not over yet!
Liquid!
Look, Snake! Daylight! We're gonna crash!
Meryl.
Snake! Snake!
If he's dead, that means...
Don't say it, Snake.
What happened to the air raid? No stealth bombers in sight.
Snake, can you hear me?
Colonel.
Are you okay?
Colonel, what happened?
The Secretary of Defense has been arrested. Early retirement.
Arrested?
I was able to get into contact with the President. Metal Gear, the training exercise, all of it. It was all the Secretary of Defense acting alone.
Acting alone? What happened to the air raid and the nuclear strike?
The orders were rescinded.
Colonel, you can rest easy. Meryl's fine.
Really? Thanks. Thank you, Snake. Snake, I'm sorry. I kept a lot of things from you.
It's okay, Colonel.
Snake, I'm not a colonel.
Oh, that's right.
I've got a present for you. There's a snowmobile close to you. Mei Ling saw it on the satellite photos.
Dr. Hal Emmerich should be somewhere on the base. I want someone to bring him in.
I understand. Leave it to me.
Roy, just tell me one thing.
What?
About Fox Die.
Naomi said that she wants to talk to you face to face about that.
How is she?
Don't worry. Mei Ling is with her right now. I'm switching over to Naomi.
Snake, it's me.
Naomi.
I heard about my brother.
I'm sorry. But he had one last message he wanted to say to you.
What?
He told me to tell you to forget about him and to go on with your own life.
Frankie said that?
Yeah. He also said he'll always love you. Naomi, your brother just saved you, me, and the whole world. He fought with every ounce of strength in his body.
Maybe now he's finally found some peace. He wasn't really my brother anymore. Ever since he fought with you in Zanzibar, he's been like a ghost. A ghost looking for a place to die.
Naomi, Liquid died from Fox Die too. What about me? When am I gonna go?
That's up to you.
What do you mean?
Everybody dies when their time is up.
Yeah, so when's mine up?
It's up to you how you use the time left to you. Live, Snake. It's all I can say to you.
Each person is born with their fate written into their own genetic code. It's unchangeable, immutable. I told you before the reason that I was interested in genes and DNA. Because I wanted to know who I was, where I came from. I thought that if I analyzed my DNA, I could find out who I was, who my parents were. And I thought that if I knew that, then I'd know what path I should take in life. But I was wrong. I didn't find anything. I didn't learn anything. The most we can say about DNA is that it governs a person's potential strengths, potential destiny. You mustn't allow yourself to be chained to fate, to be ruled by your genes. Humans can choose the type of life they want to live. Snake, whether or not you're in the Fox Die program isn't important. The important thing is that you choose life. And then live.
Until today, I've lived only for myself. Survival has been the only thing I cared about in my life.
That's not just you. That's how everyone is. So, where to, Snake?
David. My name's David.
Okay. So where to, Dave?
I think it's time we look for a new path in life.
A new path?
A new purpose.
Will we find it?
We'll find it. I know we'll find it.
What are those?
Caribou. To the Aleutians, the caribou is a symbol of life. I've lived here a long time, but Alaska has never looked more beautiful. The sky, the sea, the caribou, most of all, you.
I think I'm gonna like this new life.
Come on. Let's enjoy life.
Yes, sir. The entire unit was wiped out. Yes, sir, I recovered all of Rex's dummy warhead data. No, sir. My cover is intact. Nobody knows who I really am. Yes, the DARPA chief knew my identity, but he's been disposed of. Yes, the inferior one was the winner after all. That's right. Until the very end, Liquid thought he was the inferior one. Yes, sir, I agree completely. It takes a well-balanced individual such as yourself to rule the world. No, sir. No one knows that you were the third one, Solidus. Yes. Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. President.
River 2 years ago. We had classified intelligence that a new type of metal gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank, but our noses had been out in the cold too long. This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh? I'm at the sneak point.
You know how the technical specs of Metal Gear were sold on the black market after Shadow Moses?
All Ocelot's doing.
Exactly. And now every state, group, and .com has its own version of Metal Gear. This new one seems to have been designed to wipe the floor with all the other models. The only consistent description is that it's an amphibious, anti-Metal Gear vehicle.
That explains why this one is under Marine Corps jurisdiction. What? Looks like we're not the only ones after Metal Gear tonight. AKS 74U. Russians?
You sure?
No Marine barber touched that head of hair. I'm transmitting a photo. Let's get an ID on him ASAP.
I'm on it.
We need to get a fix on who they are.
Look, Snake, all we need is the photographic evidence of Metal Gear. As long as we have those, we can put it online and blow the whole thing wide open. So no pyrotechnics, okay?
All right. I'll do my best.
Shalashashka has landed. I'm on my way to the tanker holds. Report your status. Control room, communications, and engine room are under control. All entry and exit points to the tanker hold secured. Infrared sensors placed and operational.
Your part in the mission is complete. You are to leave at once.
No, it's not over yet. Father, I want to stay and fight.
There is no choice to make here, Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying my grandchild?
You will be on the helicopter out of here now.
Damn it.
Freeze! A woman. Show your face.
You men, you're all the same.
Who are you?
We are nomads. Wanderers.
I said don't move. What else do you have there? Take the knife and toss it. Not there. Toss it overboard.
Not too shabby, is it? New York, I mean. And that brings our tour to its conclusion.
Scout knife with a surprise. You a Spetsnaz?
I think you deserve a little credit. No one's ever dodged that shot of mine. But no one gets lucky twice, either.
Cipher. Otacon, the ship appears to be under their control. The men have Russian gear, but I haven't been able to find out anything else about their origin.
I know who they are.
You do?
We've ID'd the old man.
Who is he?
Sergei Gerlukovich.
Gerlukovich? One of Ocelot's allies?
Yeah, the GRU colonel. He's the one Ocelot was supposed to meet up with after Shadow Moses.
They're after Metal Gear.
Everything's changed. This is not going to be as simple as we thought.
You could say that. I saw a surveillance remote just now. It looked like the Cipher.
A Marine Cipher T?
No, Army.
You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses.
The men down here are definitely Marines.
Current state of nuclear...
If the deck is sealed off, they have no way of knowing that the ship's been taken over.
You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses incident.
Metal Gear.
Excellent speech, my friend.
Who the?
Gift of the silver tongue. They say it's the mark of a good officer. And of a liar.
Identify yourself.
I am Shalashaska, also called Revolver Ocelot.
What are you planning to do? Steal this thing?
Steal? No, I'm taking it back. This ship now carries enough Simtex on its key structural points to blow it out of the water at the touch of this button. We're almost at the target. Get a move on.
something to do. Russia will rise again. And Ray is the key.
I regret to inform you that I have no intention of selling Metal Gear. As I said, I came to take it back. Yes, returned to the Patriots.
The Lale Lule Lo? How's that possible?
Ocelot, have you sold us out? Are you still in league with Solidus?
Mother Russia can rot for all I care.
Since when, Ocelot? When did you turn?
I'm glad you noticed, comrade. I abandoned her during the Cold War. Lukovich, you and your daughter will die here.
Stop!
Sergei, looks like you were long overdue for retirement.
Traitorous dog!
Show's over. If you wish to live, I suggest you run now.
It's been a while, brother.
Who are you?
You know who I am.
Liquid?
Not so young anymore, eh, Snake?
Ouch! Get out of my mind, Liquid!
The price of physical prodigy. Few more years and you'll be another dead clone of the old man. I live on through this